Hospital Porter's pride and dignity, stop the New World Order. Welcome to HPANWO TV, all of you. Thank you very much for joining me on this, the 20th of my comments reply videos. Now, if you're new to HPANWO TV, I'll just explain how this operates. Basically, what happened is that when people post comments on the videos, I used to put replies on, because I always feel that if you guys put a comment on the video, it's only polite for me to reply, because I know you go to a lot of trouble, some of you, to write detailed comments, which is sometimes heartfelt, and I think they deserve a reply. The thing about it is, I don't actually have time to do that as they go along. So what I do is I do these comments reply videos every so often, and I go through the comments that people have left for me here, and I give you replies in this video. So that's one of the reasons I do that, is because I don't have time to write out written replies. Second reason is that I quite enjoy it. It's quite good fun, and I think you viewers seem to enjoy these videos too. I know some of you watch them all the way through. Excuse me. Pardon me. Some of you I know watch them all the way through. Now you'll find out when you see this video, it'll probably be very long. In fact, the comments reply videos are some of the longest videos I've done. And you may think, well, hang on, if you're going to reply to me, Ben, I'm not going to watch a 5.5 hour video just to get one reply from you from one comment I made. Well, you don't have to watch the entire video, because when I put a little tag underneath the comment, which not only tells you that there's a comments reply video coming up, but tells you within the comments reply video, in terms of time scale, exactly when I'm going to be replying to you, or I say exactly, to within the nearest half hour. So the longest you're going to have to watch is half an hour, that's all. Excuse me. I should point out, I got a bit of a cough on, right? I know those of you who listen to HPANWO radio the other night will know that. I've had it on and off since Christmas. It's a Slaxer special, and it's been pretty lousy. So I will be clearing my throat many times during this video. Sorry about that, but even more so than usual, because I know when I talk for a long time it makes me cough anyhow. So sorry for that, guys, but that's the way it's going to be. It's Christmas, you know. Oh God. Yeah, it's I'm back to, it's actually quite a relief to get back to normal. I mean, I wonder how many of you agree with me. Eating normal food, going to work, actually drinking things that are non-alcoholic, getting some fresh air, getting exercise. I'm actually quite relieved it's over with, and I really am. Okay, so let us begin. I'll just get the tag up. What happened there? Oh, good, that's all right. I thought I'd lost the comment. Hang on, because it's quite. I mean, let's find the tag. Here we go. One moment, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so Jack Weirung is the first victim, and he writes on, did Britain start the World Wars? Here we go. It takes a little while to, it's because I'm right down the list, so the page is loading, and the page loads very slowly. My grandparents were NSDAP bureaucrats. My father knew the score. I respect your knowledge of a subject few do. NSDAP is basically the Nazi party. To be honest, it's not my knowledge. It's not my knowledge. It's Dick Colostrum. I was simply the guy who filmed it. But thank you very much. And I did sort of look into this a bit myself. So thanks, Jack Weirung, for that. And here we go again. He's put another one here. He nailed the First World War spot on. That's Nick. Yeah, it's really. I do think that Nick has. Nick has totally and utterly cast everything into a new light. I mean, we in Britain in particular I think we see the Second World War particularly through rose-tinted glasses. We see it as a good war, like we're the defenders of virtue. We're not the aggressors in any way. It was Germany that was the aggressor. Some people believe that about the Great War too. I mean, there's a thing on some neocons going on about that. Totally false. Right, and here is I've had a lot of comments from various people on my Dr. Jonathan Reed video. It seems that this particular Dr. Jonathan Reed video has become the biggest Dr. Jonathan Reed video online. And people say here all kinds of things about Reed, about why are you supporting him, Ben? Well, I mean, I don't know, supporting him. I've not spoken to him since this event. You see, there's a whole list of comments here. I'm just going to leave one tag for them. But there's a whole list of comments here. I'm not a supporter of him. I can't support a man I haven't spoken to for 5 years. So what exactly are you trying to say? Because I go along and I record his lecture for Derek Savory. That's this is the Felixstowe gig which Derek Savory organised. I'm somehow a part of Team Reed? No, I'm not. I'm not. I just, as I explained in the video, I've looked through Royce Meyer's UFO Watchdog website, and I think there's a few things missing from it. There's a few issues I think need to be dealt with here. And I'm not going to. I don't think I'm going to go through all these actually, because it's just like certain people. There's about 3-4 people keep repeating the same comments over and over again on that video, and I've given you answers to all of them many times. So I can't keep repeating the same comments I've given to you all the time. There's various people who call themselves they call themselves Dr. Johnson Reed. Someone called Holly House, who's one of his supporters. Things like that. They're not these people, right? I know these people. Well, I am in touch with a couple of these people, even if I'm not in touch with Dr. Reed, and I can assure you the people making comments on the videos are not the same people. Okay, Jack Weirong says in the World War again, did Britain start the World Wars? The reason Britain didn't accept the 1916 German peace officer was Jews promised to get USA into the war in exchange for Palestine. That's the Balfour Declaration. Now, I don't know what Nick thinks about that. Now, I've covered this many times before, but I do suggest you watch my video called Jews, because there's this idea that somehow Jews are behind the New World Order. This entire group of people, this religious cultural group, which lives across the entire world, are somehow behind the New World Order, are responsible for the New World Order. I can assure you that's not the case. Jews are innocent. And that's what you talk about. You talk about Israel. You talk about the Palestine, the Balfour Declaration. The thing about the Balfour Declaration in Israel is it's actually, this is a big scam. Israel is not a Jewish homeland. Israel is. It was a big scam. It was a big con. Israel, Zionism and Judaism are two different things. And I say all about this in detail in the big long video of the Jews. So just check that out. Okay. Jack also says in the same video, my grandmother had a much different story about Allied bombing than yours. If you mean my story about Allied bombing, I see what you mean. Do you mean the British story, where we basically were completely innocent? We were these little quivering, these divine quivering wallflowers who fought chivalrously while the nasty rotten old Germans blew London to pieces. I know that the raids, the Blitz, which we suffer over here, is nothing compared to what the Allies did to Germany, and I'm aware of that. Okay, I'm aware of that. It's one of the reasons I do not consider, I don't buy into the myth of the good war anymore. This doesn't mean that the Nazis were good guys. It just means that I say we. I was long before I was born, but the Allies, the British American Axis, or the Allies, were not the good guys either. My grandparents told me the truth, says Jack. Gott mit uns. Gott mit uns means God is with us. Right. Now what do we have here? More by Jack Wearing. The Czech was likely Jewish. No, he. It doesn't matter whether he was or not. As I've explained, Jewish thing is irrelevant. Jews are not behind the New World Order. I've proved it. I mean, just to watch the video Jews where I explain this. Funnily enough, I've been called anti-Semitic for making that video. Even the video is actually a categorical and comprehensive defence of Jews and Judaism. In all the accusations made against it, you get called anti-Semitic for that. It's incredible. You get called anti-Semitic for breathing in this world. So he says Nick did a nice job under the circumstances. He did. I mean, there were certain people there who were some pretty awful people there as well, who made things very difficult for us both. And the the owner of the venue, who we've both fallen out with, was also extremely uncooperative. It's actually a miracle that event even took place. Sorenable says on reply to comments 19, great to see you back, Ben. That's on the previous comments reply video I'll put here. Thanks, Sorenable. I don't know, I'll put in short comments to people if they just say something nice like, hey, thanks, Ben, or something like that. Oh, sorry about the coughing, but you know, I could wait 2 weeks for it to completely die down. I don't have that sort of time. I've got other videos I want to make. I've got to prepare for my gig in Denmark. I've got lots of things to do. So you have to put up with it, sorry. Legend Real says on reply to comments 19, great to hear you're back, Ben. Big changes are on the horizon. As usual, I will listen carefully to what you are saying. From Jim Kelly, MI5's Dirty Tricks. Oh, that's Legend Real. Oh, right, thank you very much. I'll check out your channel. Thanks very much. I think what I'll do now actually is one thing I should do, I will go to, there's some comments I want to read out before I carry on, which I do not have timestamps on them because they are on videos I deleted. Now I've deleted 2 videos without answering the comments. One of them was the first time I uploaded my first Penturk video, and the second one was the notice to the Bob Lazar live stream. Was it the Bob Lazar live stream? Yeah, I think it was that one. Or was it the Brexit live stream? One of those, anyway. Earth Dog says on the first Penturk, heads up for those that get bored or travel sick, like Rosa. Great interview starts here. 104.55. Oh, that's when I actually interview Kaz Clark. But bored? Who's going to get bored? Sorenable says on the same video, very interesting as always, Ben. Thanks very much for posting, mate, and thanks for the brief historical notes at the beginning of the video. Very interesting also. You just amaze me how you take time off from your very busy schedule to do this video. Tell me about it, but thank you. Thank you, Sorenable. I mean, I do sometimes wonder where I'd find the time. I really do. Mel O'Brien says, it sounds like a military operation. All of the UFOs I've seen have been glowing white, no extra lights but one, which was a small orange orb. And the glowing white UFOs don't light up the surrounding area. The light is self-contained, and like this sighting. Well, you see, the thing about UFOs is if you take into account the secret space program, you have to wonder, well, what is it actually capable of? And the answer is no one knows precisely. Therefore, how do you discern if things that are extraterrestrial from things that are part of the secret space program? And that's very, very tricky. I mean, as Richard D. Hall said, if you see a car driving along the road in Australia, you don't know if it's got a kangaroo driving or a human. Or it might have Steve mumbling in it, you never know. But you don't know because you can't see it if it's got tinted windows or something, and that's a good point. However, I mean, I think if there's certain characteristics which we actually, me and Kaz and Gary, we actually talk about in the video, which I think is about where it appears, how it appears, the response from the authorities, things like that, together with a few other things. And we do talk about this in the video. I'm pretty certain that this particular one is extraterrestrial. I'll explain why in the video with Kaz and Gary. Insert Pi Now says it's getting very fashionable to put more and more sightings down to advanced military craft. The military will definitely be using classified equipment ahead of anything in civilian life, but not as far ahead as the others. We can't make things like that. They are different for the others. Excellent work, Ben. Thank you. Well, thanks, Insert Pi Now. And it's extremely fashionable. And the fashionable side of it, I think, comes from books like Mark Pilkington, etc., and his book Mirage Men. It is a very fashionable thing, and there are even some people claim that the entire UFO phenomena is this. And indeed, Mark Pilkington's thesis is that, and there's other people like Nick Cook, that the government is actually deliberately spreading the mythology of extraterrestrials visiting us to launder these far more down-to-earth operations. In fact, I actually bring this up in my last video, my 2019 UFO disclosure video. So, and it's not true. I think it's false. Mel O'Brien says, "Can you be a bit more concise?" No. There's so much I've got to talk about. There's so much that goes into these videos. I can't really cut them down any further. I mean, there are outtakes. Believe me, not everything I shoot goes into the actual final cut. If it's really long, then just don't watch all at once. The prime now that's Mel O'Brien. Orange Herbert says the prime witness would make a great narrator of audiobooks. Oh, Kaz. I'm sure Kaz will be very, very flattered to hear that. Helen Tucker says, brilliantly interesting. Nice one, Ben. Thanks, Helen. Neptune Returns. Hi, Neptune Returns. I have an hour and 20 minutes to go on the comments reply video now. A 3-hour, 20-minute video. Can't these be downloaded into my brain for efficiency's sake? It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He apparently only sleeps for 6 hours a night, and he says, I sleep very quickly. Scragnog. Hello, Scragnog. Nice to hear from you again. Thanks for commenting again. Zombie preparation is obviously a convenient cover for alien invasion. I can't believe that wouldn't occur to you. Oh, well. You might have a point there. And maybe I should have thought of that. Scragnog, I mean, I'll bring this up briefly when I'm sort of changing coaches in Bristol. Check out my Zombie 2015 video for more details on that. And Mel O'Brien says they're already here. They are indeed. Scragnog. Either that or it means normal people. In the prep world, zombies mean people who haven't prepared in case society breaks down. It means the same to elites who all have their bunkers already. Well, you know, Scragnog, that's a very interesting comment, because I cover this in my Real Zombies 2015 video, so please do go and check that out. Okay, I'll try and remember to bring these up in the videos where I actually do mention this. But yeah, that's, some people have talked about this, how perhaps zombies are actually simply metaphors for ordinary people in these situations. And I didn't know that. I'm not a prepper. I didn't know all that about that. But I mean, the elite. Funny, they've been carrying out war games which feature people dressed as zombies, which is very weird, behaving like zombies. But the thing is, there are certain details. For instance, in the Centre for Disease Control and in the Bristol City Council, which can only literally refer to zombies. I mean, there are certain details, you know, that literally can only refer to zombies. And I've looked into how these could be metaphors or code for something, and I don't see how it can be. But have a look. Please do watch Real Zombies 2015, because you'll really like it. Mel O'Brien says, what? Hadley Scott says, changes in the energy densities shape, form and space. Oh, right, yeah. Density, says Mel O'Brien. Let me clear this up for New Age airheads. We are higher density beings. We have weight and mass. Invisible high frequency beings with less weight and mass would be lower density, not higher. Duh. Oh, I don't know what that's about. Hadley Scott says this is good news. And Lime Specs, hello Lime Specs, says new content. Yay! Oh, I'm glad, Lime Specs. Well, I'm glad you look forward to new content from me. Hadley Scott says stop the New World Order. Then how are you gonna function? Oh, don't get me. You serious? You're one of these. You're like these Ramonas who say Britain can't survive without the EU. The world can't survive without the New World Order. That's what they tell you, because that's what they want you to believe. That's what I think deep down some of the people involved believe that. They believe New World Order is the only way to save the planet. Watch my video where I review the latest Resident Evil film. Mel O'Brien, properly for a change. Yeah, nice one, Mel. Steve Mumbling says, absolute rubbish. Sorry, Ben, knee-jerk reaction. I haven't had time to watch the video yet. Alright, well, do watch it. Well, Steve, obviously when I deleted the first upload, I put up the second upload, which has only had 2 tiny little things changed in it. Rosa Gabe says, you're taking much too long to get to the subject matter. Quite frankly, it's boring. I don't wish to waste any more data on this. Since I am a nice person, I won't give you a thumbs down in public, but I will here in writing. Have a nice visit to your old hometown. Hope you get wherever you're going. Please remake your video when you do. In the meantime, why don't you retitle your video to match what you're doing, e.g. strolling through the rain in some town over and London. Have a nice visit. Oh, Rosa, hark at Jonathan Ross. Well, Rosa, actually it wasn't London, it was Cardiff. And it's not my hometown. I actually come from Lampeter in West Wales. It is my home country, Wales. And I'm sorry you found it so boring, but I mean, not all the viewers find it boring. And I certainly, I'm certainly aware of the need not to waste viewers' time. So I try to stick to points of interest. But obviously that wasn't enough for you. Well, there's plenty of other YouTube channels you can watch. Michael Harrison said, I rather enjoyed the journey myself. Oh, thank you, Michael, you see. See that, Rosa? Ben is a pleasant travelling companion. The great thing about YouTube is you can skip forward. Yes, you want. Exactly. You can always skip. You can always forward wind, regardless of the title of the video, or even not watch at all. Yeah, this encounter was a very interesting event, and I'm glad I watched it. Unique content, in my humble opinion. Thank you, Michael. Much appreciated. Earth Dog says, thanks, Michael. You saved me replying to Rosa. Huh. Yes. Insert point now. Rose Gabe, a 6-year-old whiny child who wants its YouTube comment back. And then Earth Dog says, great interview starts. Yeah. Rose Gabe. To make it start short, fuck off, moron. Oh, blimey. So I deleted a big argument there, didn't I? Right, this is the Brexit live stream notice, which I didn't reply to in the live stream itself, which I normally do. I normally reply to the live stream notice comments in the live stream itself, and I didn't. So, Steve073 says, bugger, I'm not going to get home from work till 10ish. Anyway, these cunts are doing their best to eradicate the leave vote. The bastards. Well, Steve, that sums up the actual situation. So, you can watch the recording of the video and you'll find that you were very... I think you would find it's pretty much in that line. Diego Rivera's changed their name again. They're now called Israel Diego Rivera Eugenio Velázquez Genius 2. Bloody hell. That's a long thing to fill in on a tax assessment form, isn't it? Fake exit, more like. It's all an illusion. Yes, it is. There is. I mean, I'll have to do an update, since I could easily do an update on the Brexit situation. I will, but there ain't going to be a Brexit. Basically, it's pretty obvious now. I'll say more about that in a future video. Peter Steins, can't wait, looking forward to it. Thanks, Peter. Hope you enjoyed it. I think you did post in the comments actually. Marwen Rose says, you're the man, Ben. Thanks, Marwen. Crafty Nihilist, Lisa and Mark. The Gestalt entity will be there. That's right, there's two people in one. The Crafty Nihilist, yeah. Hi. Well, thanks, Mark and Lisa. Sorenable, thanks, Ben. Hi, Sorenable. Oh, we all get no sleep, says Anthony Morn. Lol, says real life captured. Right, so I can get rid of those now, because I've been storing these saved comments for bloody ages, man. Absolutely ages, so I can get rid of them now. Finally, I can get rid of those saved comments. Right, so back to the comments replies. Back to the comments replies, and we're on 23 minutes. I must make sure that I do actually. Okay, Jack Parker says on reply to comments 19. I think it's quite fitting that I mention, in regards to commenting on a live stream that was covering the Mexican caravan issue, I seem to receive a bit of hackery 2 or 3 times in a row. That made my phone freeze and shut off and turned back on. For poignant remarks, I would have to assume maybe with someone in the chat room. I'm not an expert on wrongdoing with computer issues. Poignant speech should be added to free speech as the rights that needs to be protected ethically. The site was a black gentleman, I assume Costa Rican or something, given translations to what the crowd was saying. All right, that's interesting, Jack. I mean, obviously, I think you should have free speech. I am a free speech absolutist, or free speech, as Kevin Logan calls it. And that includes. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, I've listened to the arguments against allowing universal free speech, and they're basically none of them hold any water at all. Right. Reply to comments 19. It's Jack Parker again. I once had thoughts in preparation for writing a book. By the time I would, at this rate, it's like starting to record a vinyl record in a recording studio. Not too many people buying those. Antique record players are good money, however, maybe a better idea. Write a book. I mean, you can, if you want to make a vinyl record, well, do so. But I mean, of course, the Beatles still sell vinyl records, and people buy them just to say they've got one. The Beatles albums are available on old style vinyl. But of course they also download it from iTunes at the same time. You can even buy the two together. You can buy the vinyl disc and you can download them from iTunes in the same package. Very few people have equipment to play it on though. Now Joyce Believes says on reply to comments 19. This is at 1:27:44. I think that's a timestamp for the original video. Yes, Maggie is originally from here, so then she's well, I hope. I know she moved to Tennessee. I did enjoy your documentary on her grandmother, thank you. Oh, I think you're a friend of Maggie Hahn, are you, Joyce? I'll give her. She's a lovely lady, so give her my best wishes when you see her. I'll give her yours. I'm glad you enjoyed. I'll give you a love heart actually, because I'm glad you enjoyed the documentary about Helen Duncan, because that's really seems to be a very controversial documentary. Jack Parker says on replying to comments 19, Amazon reviews on your book that are bogus. Your honour code has disallowed you. I'm considering obvious option. All you need to do is fund some of your friends to purchase this book and give appropriate reviews. They might consider doing the same with other friends of theirs. Your funds. All right. That's an interesting thought. I've contacted Amazon. You know, it's like trying to talk to YouTube. They're not answering. That was obviously an attempt to sabotage my livelihood by trolls. Susan Hayward-Tonkin, my Australian friend, says, I bought your first book and will get the second when I finish it. I am also a writer, so I know what is involved. Good writing to you. Thanks, Susan. You too. Let us know what you've written. Right. Reply to comments 19. Starlight Lake says on reply to comments 19, thanks for your reply. I listened to the second half. We'll listen to the first part later. Oh, thanks. Thank you very much. I'm glad you like that. So I just put you're welcome. No, I'll put in the. I'll put in this. Where are we now? All right, here we go. It keeps flickering just because it's a big page, because I scrolled right down. Jack Parker says, if you can only discover this, the itching of your nose and eyes, etc., your circulation nurturing itself into place, your face looking better, you'll notice, allow yourself to circulate, eat carefully what you want to eat, for the most part amounts that your body cares to receive. Don't regiment fluid intakes. Even tea or coffee, let's say specialty tea or coffee, eat small desired amounts. Realise your body has plenty of fluids to decant water weight. You can't run a marathon while doing this. Stay away from doctors, they're dogmatic. No time to learn a bit of labour. You're going to feel light and strong slowly. And steady she goes. Face looking wonderful. You're going to consider modelling. Ha, scrap the books. Oh, thanks, Jack. You flatter me. But thanks for the advice, and I mean, I take a lot of it on board. I know what you mean about doctors. I don't think I wouldn't go to. I know my daddy goes there all the time for every little cough and sneeze and headache. I would only go if I had to, and I'm aware that of alternative treatments and things like that. Okay. And Jack says, you should feel more internal movement and even hear it. Sinus storage pockets, snot pulling automatically. That's about like cold. There's other kinds of internal movement, of course, and I haven't had one. I've had one of those within the last couple of hours. This stuff collects dust and filters the air. It's a very simple picture that doctors do not even inundate or understand. The balance is amazingly obtained. Discipline is where we need to be. Everything works better. Your nerve responses, even your mind. Spaceman out. All right. Well, thanks very much, Jack. Right, oh, right. Julian Carver says on the last comments replying, excellent stuff. Glad you're back. Thanks, Julian. I've had a day off today, so I have played this entire upload in one sitting. Lol. Good luck with the new book, my friend. Oh, thank you, Julian. Thank you very much. I admire your tenacity to listen to the whole thing in one sitting, because that was the longest reply comments video I've ever done. I know, because I used up both memory chips in my camera, so both film chips were actually full. and so I had to go to audio only for the last part. Benz, if you can get through 5:46 of answering our comments, writing your 5 hours 46, writing your new book should be a doddle. Hope it goes well. God bless you. That's from Earth Dog. Thank you, Earth Dog. That's not the last comments reply video. Right, time to change the tag. All right. Oops, I'm going to just read more. Sorry, it'll speed up as I go up the page. So I might refresh the page once I get like. Oh, come on. If the page crashes, I'm going to have to stop and carry on. Oh, come on! So the page is now refreshing, which means I don't have to scroll down. Yep, well, it's done it at a convenient time because I'm 30 minutes in, so I'm just going to stop for a moment and just get the page back. Okay, I've got it back now. If this happens again, I might have to just do this live and then... So Legend Real has posted on the last comments reply video. I've got to change the tag now because I'm 30 minutes in. I mean, the page did crash at a very convenient time, I must say. Here we go. So I've got a second half-hour period. So we're in the second half-hour period now. Thanks. This will get better as I go through this video, I'm glad to say. But excellent upload, says Legend Real. Listened to it and watched it all. I watched your Helen Duncan investigation. It was first class. Thank you very much. Thanks for that, Legend Real. And it's surprising how many people actually do watch the entire comments reply videos. I'm really, really good about that. You have given a unique, unbiased investigation of a true secret hidden history. She was the real deal. Thanks, she was. Thanks, Ben. You're welcome, Legend Real. Jim and some of these trolls are bots, even AO multiple personalities that engage up to upset. Yeah, I mean, this is like, it just seems they're everywhere now. It's like a plague of mosquitoes. It's unbelievable. But thank you very much, Legend Real. Oh, this is funny. Erwin Rommel said 3 dudes from Amazon disliked this video. That's right, I had 3 dislikes. Those are the people who posted all those negative reviews on my books on Amazon. Tobruk, flashbacks intensify, says Erwin Rommel. Oh yeah, because I made a bit of a joke about Erwin Rommel because of the Africa Corps and the war. He says 44 hours 33 minutes. I don't know what he means by that. And now we come back to these are all the last reply to comments video. Now Nigel Strudwick is there, and he says, "Oh, there's a whole load of there's a whole thread here." Now where is it? You left me hanging there, Ben, when you said Richard D. Hull was about to make a big mistake. Did you ever say why? And what about what? Well, the answer is not yet. I mean, however, I will come to that as if and when it is required. I think it is going to be a case of when. And I did it. I dropped a little hint in the last video I did. But yeah, I think he's about to put his foot in it again. And as Hugo Rude, hi Hugo. Hugo says, I think he answered that in the last 30 seconds, the Wales UFO. Well, actually, that's not what I was referring to, Hugo. But yeah, he made a mistake over that, definitely. But my point was, I think he's about to make another one on top of that. Richard is not flawless. He's an excellent person. He's an excellent sort of comrade in this fight, but he's not perfect by far, and he sometimes gets it wrong. Oh, and I actually put a comment here saying that. So yeah. And oh, we have Steve mumbling. Oh, blimey, there's a long thread here. No, this starts. Oh God, hang on. This starts with Bob Branning. Oh God, I mean Bob Branning. Now, Bob Branning, I think, is somebody I've got to... Oh, who is this guy? So twat and whatever, am I? Why didn't you read the link I posted? Too long to load? Marcus Allen tells people like you, man, never went to the moon. Yet he told the society he only doubts the photographic record, not the achievement. Well, that's a complete misrepresentation of what Marcus said. And if I called you a twat, Bob, it's because you must have provoked me. Oh, in fact, I say under here, right? I actually wrote right underneath. I don't remember doing this comment, but I did actually put a comment here. And Bob replies, Why does Alan say one thing to one audience and something different to another? Oh God, this is a really long comment here. Blah de blah de blah. Look, it's all. Look, watch the whole thing. And Steve Bumlick says, "Did you address my points, Ben?" We tried to. I think we addressed some of them, Steve. But I mean, I'm a little bit behind because you've done a couple of videos before me. But I will be addressing those in the next few videos. Oh, I did reply actually here. Yeah, I've been active on this show. I've actually been. Oh yeah, sorry. I've actually been commenting on this thread because it was. Just wanted to leave brief replies to Steve and Bob. And then Steve then. I mean, I can say this because Steve did make it personal. Steve accused me of deleting one of his comments, and I didn't delete any of them. I actually. What happened was it went into the spam folder, and he thought I deleted it. Well, I didn't. I just said, I just did explain to him, and I published the comments. So I hope that's cleared it up, Steve. Apology accepted. Absolute Flanker 7 says on reply to comments, my comment about the Bigfoot hunt was referred to the Beast of Lye Valley, where you said you would be doing a stakeout in September. We did. And you know what? We didn't do this. Sorry to let you down, Absolute Flanker. And I'm sure that's not Cockney rhyming slang. But we didn't actually end up doing it. We are planning to do it maybe in March when the sort of sunlight is at the same level. It's sort of equinox time. But I'm very sorry we didn't do that. We just couldn't find the time. Now this bloody, would you please, people, all these different people, right? Who talk going on and on about Dr. Johnson Reed. Honestly, you're like the Larry Warren hate cult. Okay, whatever your opinion of Dr. Reed, does it matter when you consider what else is at stake? Do you know what I mean? And of course you say, oh, you're a bloody supporter of Reed. I filmed his lecture. He might be right. I'm not a member of Team Reed, but he might be right. I just do. I do not go along with these people who say, "Oh, he's a fake because of," and they post a link to this UFO watchdog thing from 25 years ago or something. Steve Mumbling says, at 1559 you say you know people who've tried to build free energy devices, so no one, this is Steve Mumbling by the way, if you haven't guessed from the voice, it can't be done, but no one you know has succeeded because it can't be done. It's science fiction. I asked you to build and demonstrate a free energy device, Ben. If it's so simple, then why didn't you decline? Probably, Steve, because I'd end up lying in a ditch with a bullet in the back of my head, quite frankly. Also, I'm not an engineer. I know you're an engineer, I'm not. Here we go. You would be very popular with your housemates if you could build a device that meant they would never have another power bill. I'm sure I would, but would I be popular with the electric company? Or what do I write? Dear Scottish Power, thank you, but your services are no longer required. I think that's actually illegal in public law. You can't do that. You can charge the national grid, but I don't think you can actually come off the national grid in Britain. Maybe you can in Australia. Perhaps you should ask Andrew Johnson if his house is powered by one of his free energy devices. Well, same question, same answer, really. Okay, blah. Sorry, did you ever watch this video of Dr. Judy Wood being destroyed by a physicist, Ben? What's that? Let's have a look. Oh, this is Greg Jenkins. Yes, I have. Yes, I have, and it's rubbish. It's absolute rubbish. Andrew actually did a very, very good takedown of Greg Jenkins, and he explains how. Do you know Dr. Judy Wood had not slept for 2 nights since she was invited to this interview, and they deliberately caught her when she was really busy and she was working and getting a conference ready, and she'd missed 2 nights of sleep. Did you know that, Steve? I just put a tag here. We're still on the second half hour period. I've got to watch these tags actually because they tend to sort of like go very quickly. I have left you this link before. I've not seen it. Steve, you leave an awful lot of material here for me, and more than I can probably reply to. But I'm trying to reply to what I can. And I'm going to actually do my next priority is actually a reply video to you, either on the moon landings or on Richard Dolan or one of these other people. What you say about 9/11 is too ridiculous for words. Yes, Steve, but you post an awful lot of words about it. You say people should look at the facts, so why don't you? If just one of those 9/11 terrorists is still alive, would he be on every TV channel screaming about it? He would make a fortune. Well, actually, if you mean Abdulaziz al-Amouri, people seem to be a bit reluctant to get him on telly. He has approached Saudi TV. He's done several interviews, and he's actually not been. He hasn't been on every TV. You must realise the media will not cover things that they're not told to. Have you heard of D-notices? Why hasn't this happened? Bloody. Where are all the passengers? Well, look, that's a good question. Do you think every affected family, every family lost a loved one are actors? No, I don't. Do you think... Okay. How would you feel if your daughter died in a plane crash and you two... Look, I'm not saying... Look, that's a misrepresentation of me, Steve. I've never made any comments about how the passengers' families are actors. You go and leave these comments for people who have. Don't leave them at me. I've said there were no planes on 9/11 actually hit the building. I don't know what happened to the planes. I don't know what happened to the real people who were on those planes. How many of them were real? How many of them were fake? I don't know. But I'm not going around claiming the relatives were actors. I'm sure there were real people who went missing, who was allegedly on those planes, and they are left by real grief. There's real grieving people behind them. It's not like Joe Cox. With regard, Marcus Allen, you mentioned my debunking videos but didn't respond to them. I haven't had time. I've been writing a book, Steve. I will actually do one. Hang on. I will actually do a reply video to you. Oh, hang on. What's happening? Why won't this post? Oh, I know. I pressed the enter button instead. This is not bloody Facebook. Okay. On this video, right, is why do you think he made the comments he did on this video? What's this? Oh, Dreaming Sources, Marcus Allen. Oh, it's Steve Mumbling here. Steve Mumbling's made Dreaming Sources, Marcus Allen comments video trailer. Right. Oh, right. Steve, look, I'll get round to your stuff. All right. I just don't have time. He says Werner von Braun and co. were the German scientists that got America to the moon. He also says at least twice that 2 different pictures showing Armstrong and Aldrin were taken. All right, look, I've addressed this before, where you say that certain verbal tics that Marcus has, for instance, talking as if the moon landings were real in an abstract way, is somehow a contradiction. That's not true. I covered that on my last moon landing video to you. Okay, that's enough. I'm going to move on. I will come back to your points when I watch your video. All right, Steve. Israel Diego Rivera, blah blah blah. All right. British Bigfoot. No. He or she has not come onto the British Bigfoot yet. Are you a he or a she, by the way, Diego Rivera? I can't call you it, can I? Well, how am I doing for time? All right. Ben, 70,000 years ago, a binary star system called the Schultz star passed within half a light year from the Sun. In a million years, another star within the light years of the Sun. This has huge implications on the UFO subject. It's been calculated if the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, these close encounters of other stars would have happened around 70,000 times. This means that aliens would not have to travel at light speed to get here. Distances in space change all the time. That's interesting, because that would mean it's sort of like just waiting for... It's like the Earth is a bus stop, and we just got to wait for a bus to come along and they can just step off. That's interesting. Now, the thing is, if 70,000 years is not a long time in cosmic terms, if this star Schultz had actually passed the Earth within half a light year, that's very close. It actually wouldn't be much further away now. And in fact, it'd be very bright in the sky. It would probably be brighter than the full moon, depending on how big and how luminous the star was. But I don't think it could have been that recent. It must have been much longer ago, maybe millions of years ago. But either way, funny enough, I've heard the term Schultz star from someone on Facebook the other day. They said something about the Schultz star. I posted a link to my. I actually wrote a blog article which Steve Mumbling will love. It's all about the moon landing that happened yesterday, when China landed a robot craft on the moon, the Chang'e 4. and and I actually brought someone posted on Facebook underneath something about the Schultz star, and I didn't know what that was. That's come up again within 24 hours. That's interesting. Mackenzie's Devils. Oh dear, I think I know who this person is. Still no sign of you seeking a professional mental health worker? Question mark. No. And that's a completely ridiculous thing to say. Right, on the interlude, no activity. The same user, Mackenzie's Devils, who, if this is the person I think they are, I'm going to block them, says, interlude, no activity, describes your brain. It's funny how these people, they say these things which don't make any point at all, like, are you seeking a professional mental health worker? It describes your brain. But they don't actually say anything about what you've said. They just want to insult you. And when you ask to meet up with them, they don't turn up. They say, okay, come and say that to my face. It's like with Droik. I mean, the thing is, Droik's not the only one. I've known several people. Thomas Sheridan offered basically a confrontation with Jan Irvin. And guess what? Jan didn't want to. Jan had been hurling abuse at him on the internet, but the moment he had the prospect of a real-world confrontation involving face-to-face contact with another man, he goes, oh, no, I can't do that. It doesn't occur to you how gutless you are. Okay, is Paul McCartney dead? Yes is the answer. But just a spoiler for the video. Someone flew over the cuckoo's nest. Thanks for my comment. All right. I think that's a joke. I don't know what you mean by that. I know there's a book called One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Was it a movie? Probably both. It was one about it was one of these sort of racist, anti-racist films about the black man who was falsely accused. Oh no, that was To Kill a Mockingbird. Sorry, I'm getting my birds mixed up. Right, we come to what seems to be one of my most popular, most controversial films. And this is Helen Duncan, the most dangerous psychic in the world. Jeffrey Roberts says, I would have watched the whole video, but the constant obnoxious traffic sounds. I quit after 5 minutes. Not good. All right. Well, you see, most of the actually, I've got a special comment for you people actually, because most of the comments, most of the negative comments I've had on that video concern the technical side of it rather than the content, which I accept is legitimate, because it's on the technical side it was poorly constructed and I would have done a better job if I'd done that film today. But I have actually done a studio version, which is actually even more detailed. It contains a lot of updates, and I've got a special comments reply tag for all the people who complain, so I don't have to reply to them individually. Okay, don't eat Pringles. Diamond Noobs says, I don't care. Fair enough. Keep eating them. To be honest, I've eaten a few since then. I mean, I've just stopped worrying. I just can't keep worrying about these things. It's just things to worry about everywhere. I can't keep up with all the things there is to worry about. Videos from the Underground. Hi. Videos from the Underground has done a lot of graphic work for me, actually, designing the logo I use on my videos and things like that. I think it was you anyway. Right, this is on UFOs, a second reply to Stefan Molyneux. This is I really enjoyed doing this video, I'll tell you, because as I say, I love picking holes in him. Right, here we go. Stefan, not everything can be understood by the intellect. The question is there intelligent life here on planet Earth? I filmed personally a UFO and it's on YouTube. Right, humankind, given its present level of moral and spiritual development, should not be allowed off planet, and certain technical breakthroughs are to be held and not revealed to us yet. Is that all right? Is that something you've actually replied? Is that like a copy of a reply you've done to Stefan? Videos from the Underground, because that'd be very interesting. All right. I've had a comment here on right, but so thanks for that video. It's good to hear from you again. I've had another comment which I replied to at the time from Julie Young about Helen Duncan. I didn't think I'd get to the end of that, but you had me gripped. Great documentary, and thank you, Julie. And I actually put a link. I actually replied to her and put a link to the actual studio version of that particular film, because I did a studio version of the whole Helen Duncan thing, and it's the basis of many live lectures I've given. So that's nice. So thank you very much, Julie, for that. I'm glad you liked it. Halcyon 289 says on the Bigfoot in Britain. One word: Nephilim. Right, Nephilim. I'll make a note of that in my file of facts right away, as Del Boy would say. Now, do you think that the Bigfoot in Britain are like the Nephilim? Because from what I gather, the Nephilim are kind of aliens. And some people have said that. Some people have said similar things like that, actually. Keith M1 says on reply to comments 19, is that you and Kev Baker's love pad, Ben? No, unfortunately Kev chucked me out. He's spring cleaning and he doesn't want me around, so I went somewhere else. Hopefully he'll allow me back when he's got the place looking nice. Here we go. Neptune Returns says on reply to comments 19, Jimmy Wankbreak went missing. His father went to the police station and said, "Do you have a wank break?" "Hey, wank break," came the reply. "We don't even have a tea break." Oh. Oh, I know. I'll tell you a really funny story. Actually, Neptune Returns. A bloke I know actually got. This was years ago, but I knew a bloke who actually got into trouble for. He called a policeman a wanker, and he was up in front of the magistrate. And the magistrate says, "He called me a wanker. He called me a wanker, Your Worship." And the magistrate said, "And are you Constable Smith?" And the man said, "Well, I suppose we've all done it, haven't we? Maybe when I was a teenager, you know, before I got married." And the magistrate said, "Well, thank you very much, Constable Smith. Case dismissed." Oh. Right, Peachy Donut, aka XII Claire IIX, tacky little name there, says about reply to Pringles. On Don't Eat Pringles. "Once I have one, can't put them away. Can someone help me make my mom buy Pringles a lot? I need help." You know what they say, once you pop, you can't stop. And indeed, maybe Procter & Gamble have put some addictive substances in there, you never know. We know it has that little Codex Alimentarius thing on the label. Bob Branning, oh God. How am I doing for time? Here we go. When asked by Space Flight Editor David Baker to define the precise position he takes, Marcus Allen asserted that he does not challenge the fact that Apollo astronauts landed on the moon. Really? Can you provide a link to that? Or you do provide a link? Hang on. This is contradictory to his published position. Who's the twat tosser and full of shit? Bob, I was only rude to you if you're rude to me first. Here we go. There's a link to all this here, which goes into the Lions Den Park. Well, this is. Hang on. This is Mary Bennett's review of Marcus at the British Interplanetary Society. No, Marcus doesn't say that he doesn't challenge the Apollo astronaut landing on the moon in that. What are you talking about? I've read that article. I'm sure he doesn't say that. You're talking. You are full of shit, Bob. Larry Warren and Rendlesham Forest. Michael Jordan says, is he talking about John Greenwald at the end? I don't know what you mean. I know that John Greenwald is the guy behind the Black Vault. I think Larry has been on his show a couple of times, maybe once or twice. But Larry doesn't get as much media time as he used to because basically too many people are scared of the trolls. It's pathetic. Right, this is on reply to comments 19. And Steve Mumbling, I'll just post a tag there now before I forget. I've got to change it in a minute. With regarding anti-gravity propulsion, as I said, it would be fine for flying around in a planet's gravity field. However, it would be useless for blah blah blah. You change due to gravity drive, and then asked why you couldn't use a gravity drive for interstellar propulsion. Think of how many G's your gravity drive would have to generate to pull a spacecraft to a distant star light years away. Assuming you could generate that much focused gravity, which is not possible for us or anyone else, As soon as it was switched off, the spacecraft would be crushed down to the size of a pinhead. In fact, it would resemble the people that believe gravity drive is possible and practical. They're pinheads. Very droll, Steve. They're usually people who believe the fantasist Bob Lazar science fiction rubbish. I'm going to make a video about your comments on Bob Lazar because you really dropped yourself in it there, mate, I'll tell you. Even a black hole doesn't generate enough gravity to pull itself towards a star light years away, or stars towards it. Well, Steve, if you actually look at the subject, I do recommend Andrew Johnson's channel and Richard D. Hall, especially Andrew Johnson's website, Check the Evidence. He talks about the kind of research that was done, and it's what they do is, you see, the reason I said that, why would you need an anti-gravity drive for interstellar propulsion? It wouldn't work. And this is something I had to look into, because this, I know you'll never read it, but this actually comes up in my book that I've just written, in fictional form. What basically you have a device that can generate what is effectively like a gravitational field, so that something actually falls towards that field. Okay, this is not something that is just innate in the area, which it's not something permanent, so it wouldn't mean that when you switch it off you get crushed, because once you switch it off the field just stops. It's like an electromagnetic field. I mean, if you've done this in more detail, if you've done a video in more detail on this, I'll answer in more detail when I do a comments reply to you, because I can't promise you, but I'm pretty certain that my next video after this one, which will be in just a few days, will be one of my replies to your videos. But you see, it's not you. This is why it doesn't. You can actually use an anti-gravity generator anywhere, within a gravitational field, in deep space, anywhere you like. It wouldn't matter. Do check out Andrew's stuff on that, because he's talked about Royal Raymond Rife, not Rife, what's his name? The various people who've been into this, such as Piggott, George Piggott, and a couple of other people who've been working on this, and Searle, yeah, John Searle is particularly interesting, actually. Right, Larry Warren and Rendlesham Forest. Bradley Stephen says he has the Stars and Stripes as his avatar. Oh, he's going to be on our side, isn't he? Because he's a good patriotic guy, just like Larry Warren is a patriotic American. Is this the guy that badly photoshopped himself standing where John Lennon was publicly rebuked for selling fake rock and roll memorabilia? He has zero credibility. His own co-author from Left Eastgate has pulled back his support from this clown. Bradley, you're wrong on all counts. Okay, please do see Tiberius Kirk, ZXR Alien Warrior, and his interview with Larry, where he goes into all of Larry's relationship with the music industry. He does not lost his credibility. His own co-author from Leicester Eastgate, yes, has pulled back his support. I know, and that is a shame. And I'll be making a video about this in the future, actually, because the film Capel Green will be coming out soon, and I'm going to be making a special video, at least one, about that. And that's a shame. And I think that person has made a big mistake. The co-author, he's made a huge mistake, and the thing about it is, you've got to realise, I mean, if you want this, it's worth looking into all the stuff that I've actually researched into this. It is utterly false. It is demonstrably false, and I explain in great detail why it is false. So you're wrong completely on all counts here. Right, Julian Carver says, I'm going to change the tag in a minute. Says on reply to comments 19, wow, I've just watched the latest Richard D. Hall episode, and he's suspecting Rendlesham Forest. It was in fact a secret spacecraft project incident, and the witnesses are lying about the incident, and disinfo is being put out. His conclusion is the craft they witnessed was man-made. What the fuck? I'm thinking Richard D. Hall is off point here. Yes, I do think he's wrong about that, actually. I don't think he's being intellectually dishonest. I think he's put together a rational case, but his case is simply wrong. This is actually not original on his part, and I wonder, he may have got the idea. I mean, he may have come up with the idea independently, but another author whose name is Andrew Pike recently published a book called The Rendlesham File, and it's a new edition where he comes up with this very, very same thing. And I actually posted a review of this in UFO Truth magazine, a review of the book, where I basically explain why I think Pike is wrong. Now the book has strangely been withdrawn, actually. You can't get it now because apparently it's for personal problems with Pike, I don't know. But I asked Pike if he wanted to be on HPANWO radio, and he never got back to me. I don't think that Richard is coming around to the idea that disinformation is being put out by the witnesses, and I think he's going to make some more videos about this. And when he does, I'll address those when they come. But no, I think he's wrong about that. I mean, the thing is, if, for example, the craft was man-made, then I don't think they'd be putting disinformation out about it. I think they just keep quiet about it for reasons that I've talked about before in the last video, actually. The UFO Disclosure 2019, where I talk about the Mirage Men thing. That applies just as much to what Richard is saying. This is why I think Richard's wrong on that count as well. Reply to comments 19. John Nolan says, "Hi Ben, do you believe there could be 10 more Ben Emlyn-Joneses living in other dimensions at the same time?" Well, according to John, according to the latest physical research, there are, and there's a lot more than 10 of them. There's actually maybe trillions, possibly an infinite number of them. Bob Branning says on reply to comments 19, barcodes don't include the number 666. I don't think they do anymore, actually, but they used to. Let's have a look. Yeah, they do. Look, yeah, appropriately, it's this Magic Eyes Only book by Ryan Wood. There you see that little line where there's no number, 666. That's what it is. You know, because you see another 6, and it's exactly the same. But that's a book that was published a few years ago, so maybe it's changed, I don't know. 19, Bob Branning says, on the reply to comments 19, none of the 9/11 hijackers turned up alive. There was some confusion over people with the same name, but this was soon cleared up. Is that so? Well, you know, you are, I still think you're a twat, but you might be right about that, in which case, I'll say so, but I'm actually at the moment, maybe it's worth looking into. Okay, so from what I gather, I mean, this was a couple of years afterwards. They were still like they were falsely identified. But I'll double check that. Oh, I love this is a reply to comments 19. I'll change the tag now. All right, third half period. And this is from Neptune Returns. I love the comment on the Paul McCartney video where the dude says he's still alive. You reply, no, he's not. I put the spanner in his place. The spanner. I've not heard that phrase for a long time. But I do actually. I just reply underneath, no, he's not. Well, if someone is going to say, oh, he's still alive, people say this. They'll say, by the way, the moon landings happened. I'll put underneath, no, they didn't. And they say, well, that's not proving anything because you just said, no, they didn't. You didn't provide any evidence. I said, well, you didn't provide any evidence. You just made an assertion. I made an assertion back. A simple one sentence assertion. If you want to talk evidence, we'll talk evidence. But simply saying something can be responded by saying, yes, it is, or no, it isn't. QED. Right, don't eat Pringles. I've had a lot of comments on this. This is a really old video, which I think I did about 12 years ago, and I've had loads of comments on it. I'm eating Pringles at the moment, says no. Oh dear. Well, I hope you survived the experience. Oh, that's still running, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, I'm doing an audio backup on this just in case I have problems with this camera. SETI and UFOs. I like this. Resurrected Starships. That's a good name. Says on SETI and UFOs. I can believe that all of the crop circles shown here are human-made. The thing is, the only way we can be truly convinced is something akin to the Independence Day movie. A ship in broad daylight on top of a city, or something on that scale. I'm not talking about the Phoenix Lights incident. It has to be better than that. Our study of exoplanets will get better and we can eventually see civilizations on distant planets. And yes, the US Navy claims they're flying around, but it's not enough to really be satisfying. If the aliens wanted to make contact, they would send a signal from a nearby point in space. Or they already have sent a signal, it simply hasn't arrived yet. But if they are here, they're either indifferent or waiting for whatever reason. That's a very good comment, actually. Very good indeed. Firstly, the crop circles I show, apparently when I first did this presentation, someone else came to me and said that they knew those crop circles were human-made. But of course, if you ask for them to confirm that, they'd say they can't, because they'll basically be arrested for trespass and criminal damage. So they could be making it up. I mean, I've presented crop circles on social media and say this is really good. And I've had confessions from two separate crop circle making teams on the same picture. So now they're both confessing to making that crop circle, but they never work together. So either one of them's lying or both of them are lying. As for the Independence Day movie situation, that's an interesting film. It's a very bad film, but it's very interesting in terms of propaganda, and the sequel as well. Even if the thing is that, of course, there would be some people who would still deny it, even in that situation. I mean, some would say, and it could be Project Bluebeam, it could be a fake alien invasion, and the thing is, I might be one of those people who say we need to take a moment of pause. It might not be what we think it is. And as for seeing civilizations on distant planets, this is something basically which refers to Tabby Star, which I've talked about. I've done entire videos about this. Indeed, I bring it up in SETI and UFOs. Now, hopefully, as they say, the goal of SETI is to see those civilizations. Now, when I say see, you can't actually see the planets themselves in terms of seeing their surface. But you can see the signs of civilization. They give off certain radio signals and things like that. Oh, excuse me. The US Navy claims they're flying around. Well, this is, I don't know if it's the Navy. I mean, the US Navy is concerned with the sea, but very often there's a claim that the US Navy actually has its own secret space program. Possibly. If aliens wanted to make contact, they would send a signal from a nearby point in space. Or they have already sent the signal, it hasn't arrived yet. However, another alternative is they have sent the signal and it's been picked up and they're still waiting for it to be processed. That's probably the most likely thing. As I said, explained in the video, there's a massive backlog because there's a huge amount of data that has to be dealt with. And the final sentence, if they are here, they are either indifferent or waiting for whatever reason. Correct. Or that, yeah, I think they are already here. As I've explained in my Amua live stream and all the stuff I've done on UFOs, yes, they're already here. But I don't. We don't know why they're not simply landing on the proverbial White House lawn. Perhaps because they know that if they did that, some skeptic will come out and say that that's a bouncy castle for Baron Trump's birthday. Okay, this is the same. This is Resurrected Starships again, saying on the same video, I get this guy's frustration with the SETI community, but SETI, Carl Sagan, and others he mentions have a lot to educate us about astronomy. He would do better to have a less vitriolic view of those guys. They are crystallised in their fields. Forgive them. All right. Well, I mean, I don't think I was vitriolic towards Carl Sagan and the others. I think I was critical, and I'm suspicious of him, quite frankly. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, I really loved the Cosmos series. I actually watched the Cosmos series when it first came out, and I was enthralled by it. I think I was only like about 5 or 6 years old. And I was absolutely gobsmacked by it. And I went out and I got into science fiction, I got into space and things because of that. Oh, how am I doing for time? Okay. Right, here we go. Bob Browning says on UFO Disclosure 2018, history has been made. And you now going to shut up about Von Braun and Operation Paperclip. Time to let go. No, I'm not. I'm going to talk about it as and when required, when I believe it is required. How are we now? Oh, we've got a thread. Okay, this is just explaining why I removed the first video. Okay, and they explained. And this person says, oh, I love your channel. And I say, thanks, Darren. Yeah. Okay, so MKD Alliance says underneath, how would it be exactly the same in any manner if you altered it? Alright, I should clarify. What I mean by exactly the same, I should have said almost. I said here, it is almost exactly the same, just 2 minor changes. And I actually, I say here, exactly why I deleted the first upload for Pentech UFO, and why I put up a new version. The new version is almost exactly the same, apart from apart from that particular event. Okay, and I just put a pinned comment on the new one, just explaining that. And hang on. Limespec says, I was utterly raging. I almost unsubscribed. I started a troll campaign. I emailed my NP. I felt like travelling to Oxford and giving you what for. Only joking, Ben. Oh, bless you. Bless you, Limespecs. Okay, now we come back to UFO Disclosure 2018. And Bob Branning again says, number stations can still be heard and still transmit. Yeah, I heard there's a few that are still running. Yeah. The recording this guy puts forward is a recording of the famous but now defunct one, Lincolnshire Poacher. Yeah, I've heard that one. Listen carefully, you can hear the carrier open and the normal SW noise in the back, the shortwave noise in the background. People with experience like myself will be able to tell you it's the Lincolnshire Poacher just by the message format. Sending this type of message by mobile phone would take away most of the advantage of the system in the first place. Either the guy's on a wind-up or is being wound up. A very poor hoax. Oh, I see. You're talking about the tie thing, the mobile phone. The tie. The strayed away. Yeah, he got his. He got this strange coded message, and he got really scared. Right. Well, firstly, he's not a wind-up. But this is what you're talking about. I know because I bring this up in the actual video. Firstly, he's not a wind-up because I explained why he doesn't fit the profile, the psychological. Basically the profile of someone who would make up something like this. I mean, I do. So if you hear me come up with that story, you can be far more sceptical. Or being wound up. Well, the thing is, I also explain why there's no real motive to wind him up either. So, and I explain why in the video. So I think the other alternative explanation, which is he actually did receive a real coded message by mistake, is far more likely in my view. And thank you, Bob, for posting a non-troll, polite comment. I really appreciate that. Dominic Philippiuk says on Pentach UFO, the best part is when he sneezes. Could gag a maggot. Haha, love you, man. Oh, thank you. Oh, that was a 1 hour 12 minutes in, and I actually sneezed on the video. Yeah, I did. Oh, excuse me. You guys are really boring me. Not really. Oh wait, Julian Carver says, excellent upload, Ben. I've been following this story since it first came up. That's the Pentach UFO. I have to agree with Richard D. Hall's conclusion. It's probably incorrect on this event. In fact, I hate to say it, but Richard has also taken the secret space program line with Rendlesham Forest in 1980. His latest upload seems to indicate this. I feel he's wrong also on this. Yeah, actually, Julian, I've just done a comment on. I've actually just replied to someone on the same subject. But thank you. I'm glad you like this video. And he is wrong about Pentach. He's also wrong about Rendlesham Forest. I mean, he's not. I would say he's not being intellectually dishonest, but he has come to the wrong conclusion. And what he actually says is actually not original to him, and it's possible. I'm not saying he copied this from someone else, but it's possible he and someone else came up with this same conclusion independently, which does happen sometimes. A chap called Andrew Pike has written a new edition of his book, The Rendlesham File, where he basically makes the same point, and I think he does it incorrectly as well. In fact, if you subscribe to UFO Truth magazine, I've actually written a review of the book. So yeah, Richard's a good guy, I think, you know, but he gets things wrong sometimes. He's not perfect, and this is one of the occasions when he has. Neptune Returns says on reply to comments 19, Bob Branning's channel has zero content, as per usual in these cases. Yes, yes, troll accounts are, generally speaking, people who create no content themselves. You get troll accounts, I've seen them all. You go to them, there's no subs, there's no uploads, there's no profile, there's no faves, there's nothing. That's always the way. Right, Videos from the Underground says, on Pentach UFO, Brian Gerrish has spoken of blood sacrifice, some of the war memorials in Plymouth. Yeah, that's interesting. That's just a scene where I talk about the Pentach War Memorial. And someone else under here said, something which I'm going to delete because it is actually slanderous. Let's get rid of that. If you insult me on your videos, you get blocked and banned and deleted. If you start doing things to other people, same thing. Especially if it's people I like and respect, and you don't provide any evidence, so get lost. Strip Bear says on Pentuck UFO, great video, keep up the fantastic work. I'll just put here, thanks. Come on, Strip Bear, that's an interesting name, Strip Bear. Oh, Strip Bear looks, I can see his face in the avatar, he looks a bit familiar to me. Put a little love heart on that, 'cause that's really nice. Right, Diego Rivera says on Pentuck UFO, did you see the Welsh Bigfoot? Looks like Wales is the paranormal UFO centre of the world, boyo. To be honest, do you think the Welsh Bigfoot is fond of sheep too? Well, funnily enough, Diego, check out the Pentuck update video because I tackle that subject there. Jorge Rodriguez says on Pentuck UFO, hello Ben, thank you for your videos to show us that wonderful part of the country. Maybe next time get an umbrella. Love from Australia. Thanks, Jorge. Thank you very much. I think I do need one actually, especially when I was in Cardiff. I'm British after all, I should have an umbrella. Sally Webster says on the BBC and Mind Control, UK mind control rife with corrupt members of Northampton Police, illegal human experiments, DNA stolen, used in DNA experiment machines, MK Ultra, cybernetics, cloning, teleportation experiments. Torture is rife, these psychos are getting away with it. Yes, true, and it's something I want to put a stop to, obviously. Jay Matthews, hey Jay. Jay runs the ufology, ufology.co.uk, which is worth looking at. Thanks for re-uploading. I've been looking forward to your take on this incident. Thanks, Jay. Jay's a good guy. I like him. He's a dedicated ufologist, and he's been following this case as well. Okay, same video. Neptune Returns says, I'd like to see Steve mumbling say these credible people are talking a steaming pile of whatever, and then explain in his immature way what they experienced and why it's crap. And Steve mumbling doesn't reply on that, so that's true, Neptune. Steve doesn't reply. But someone called MKD Alliance says, I'll say it, it's all a steaming pile of shit. Well, that's not making a point, is it? Why is it a steaming pile of shit, you see? That's the actual point. Pentuck UFO. Edwardian Lady, hi Edwardian Lady, how are you? Says, I'm buying you some wellies. Oh, thanks. Thanks, EL. Oh, thank you. Oh, because I actually wear my normal shoes. I found it was easier just... It was easier to let them get dirty and then wash them off in the hotel, I found. It's an old portering trick, you know, things you learn when you're a hospital porter. Pentuck UFO. Jack Parker says, how am I doing for time? I've been doing this almost an hour and a half now. Right. These videos always seem very daunting when I start them off. I think, God, how am I going to get through all this? But you know, once I get into the pace, it's well begun is half done, as Mary Poppins said. It's always, this is on Pentuck UFO, it's always refreshing to hear the realism of individuals as they explain what they have seen. If acting, they may take their place among the elite giants of the art. Ben must have many theatre awards if he's hiding behind those shelves. I might have got a glimpse of one of them now, just my imagination. Otherwise, and nevertheless, it would be flawless performing if acting. Thanks, Jack. And you know, you're absolutely right. And this is very often the case with UFO witnesses. I mean, Jesse Rostenberg, who I talked about on, I think, one of the videos previously. I think it was the History Has Been Made disclosure one. You only have to watch her for a moment to see she's telling the truth. And Kaz is similar to that. Kaz is, you know, I mean, most people, and I'm one of them, develop a sixth sense for when you're being spun a yarn. And I've met people who I think spin me yarns, and I don't get it from Kaz. Because she can't prove what she's experienced. You know, there's no way she could prove it. I mean, what if she took a photograph of it? People would say it was fake. So you can't prove this. But she's done due diligence in terms of the evidence gathering, in terms of her testimony, the polygraphs she took and things like that, which make it as she's as likely to be a real UFO witness as almost any other UFO witness I've come across. And Jack also says on Pentech UFO, especially Ben, his performance of the sinus situation. Yes, absolutely superb, flawless. I'd take my hat off if I was into wearing hats. Oh yeah, I know. I have to wear a hat because otherwise I end up looking like Davros. So yeah, it's the nose. Did have a runny nose, and I do have this nasal drip actually. Now this is on which video is this? This is on Pentech UFO. It's quite a long comment from Cole4022, who says, what am I doing for time? Yeah, okay. For myself, suffering from social phobia, I love these roaming videos you do, Ben. Oh, thank you, Cole. Glad you do. Only ever get out of the house for work. The NHS, coincidentally. All right, don't ever say which hospital or what your profession is. But doing permanent nights, I don't really speak to many people. Oh, permanent nights, God, blimey. I just wanted to say I agree that these war commemorations, celebrations almost, although overtly reflective and innocent, do, to me at least, carry an undercurrent theme of recruitment to them, yeah. The very fact that all this effort is made for these men speaks of heroes, hero worship, with not enough emphasis on remorse, sorrow, or repentance. All I ever heard that day was eloquently worded speeches and sound bites of gratitude and admiration for heroes. I think you made a good point here about the, in a sense, memorial. There's something wrong with war memorial culture, and I've covered this on previous videos. I did an. You might be interested, Cole, to see my video. It's what's it called? You'll find it on my channel. It's a few years ago, but it's called Remembrance Sunday, where I talk about this very point. Did you watch Peter Jackson's They Shall Not Grow Old on BBC Two? It was simply amazing. Archive footage had been digitalised frame by frame. Candid narration from actual World War I veterans. Anyone watching would understand in graphic detail what those men went through and how heroic every single one had been. The subtext being, for any youngsters watching, you too could be a hero. Frightening to say the least, but I believe on a subconscious level this subtext was very real. Well, you know, that's an important point. In fact, Harry Patch actually made a similar point to this. Harry Patch actually was Britain's last combat veteran of World War I. I think he died in about 2014 or so. He was about 120. Very old man, and he during the course of his life, of all the war that he experienced as a youth, a teenager, plus the wars that happened since, which he witnessed from the sidelines, had led him to believe that the whole thing, you know, this whole idea that there's anything glorious about fighting in war is true. It's false. It's a lie. The old lie, as one of the war poets called it, Dulce et decorum est. What's the name of the war poet? Yeah, Graham, Wilfred Graham, Wilfred Owen. Yeah, and as somebody who's had to deal with the outcome of war, in terms of having to deal with people who've been injured in war, and indeed process the bodies of people who've been killed in war. I agree. When you see what's really involved, it's nothing to be glorious about too. I accept that sometimes it's necessary. I'm not a complete pacifist, but it's certainly nothing to glorify and to glamorize. Yeah. The whole thing was, in my opinion, too celebratory in nature without enough emphasis on how terrible it was for the poor folks who fought. The fact that it should never happen again. Yeah, Harry Patch said this about some of the programmes about war. I mean, he died before this thing came out. I've not actually seen this particular programme, but Harry Patch said this about some of the documentaries. Young minds pick up so much unconsciously and are able to conceptualise events like this into clear ideas of what society believes a hero to be, who doesn't want to aspire to that. They don't see the suffering, the pain or the anguish of war with events like these. They do sometimes, but by then it's too late. They just come away seeing heroes and also seeing war in general in that respect. Yeah, it's to be honest, I mean, I was one of these people. I joined the Royal Navy and I went through training. I went through basic training and I passed actually, but then I for reasons I won't go into because it's a bit embarrassing, I got kicked out a short time afterwards, and I was gutted. I was devastated because I had my heart set on it. And the reason I went into it because I saw it as something exciting, something which would give me meaning to my life and something exciting and stuff like this. And I had so many plans, so many ambitions, and that was all taken away from me. But you know what they say about silver linings? On reflection, if that hadn't happened, where would I be now? I probably wouldn't be making this video. Regarding the UFO, you didn't ask why no one took photos or videos of the object. Most people have phones nowadays. Alright, maybe I should have done that. Yeah, I didn't know. Well, Kaz, he was only there for a few minutes. I think she said it was there for 2 minutes or 4 minutes. It's possible that in the shock she might not have been able to do that. Alright, there may have been 2 people in the bus when it arrived and only one got off. A colleague may have needed a lift that morning. Oh, right, just to talk. That's about the Mandela effect that I experienced in that film. If you watch near the end of the end of that film, I experienced what I thought was a Mandela effect. Only one got off. No, there was actually not. There were not 2 people on the bus. I actually got on the bus. It was one of these. You saw the bus. It's one of these open door ones where the driver sits right opposite the door, and I swear he was the only one on there, and there were no other passengers apart from me. And he, yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think of is for some reason he managed to get in through the emergency door or out through the emergency door, and he did it without making any noise or for any other reason. And for instance, I think that there's no real handle on the outside. It's like, why would he do that? I can't remember exactly what happened. I'll watch that part of the video again. But thanks, Cole. That's a really good comment. Thank you. Secrets of Milton Keynes Part 1. Yes, I did. Good. Getting near the end now. I need to near the end of this particular tag section. Right, this is from I'm Too Trouble, from Secrets of Milton Keynes, Part 1. What the fuck are you chatting about? You don't like MK? Don't come here, dick. I never said it. All right. Maybe I was a bit too hard on Milton Keynes. I'm sorry about that. I'll try to. I went there because I was interested in the place, basically. But to be honest, it's not something I. It's not something I went there for to give my opinion of the town. It's not some place I particularly like. I must say I don't like the energy in the place. Right, the same user, I'm Too Trouble, says on reply to comments 19. Ah, kill me now! This man is awful. Well, you know, are there no other videos on YouTube you could watch? You don't have to watch my channel. You've just got to watch 2 videos on my channel. And you despise my content so much, go and watch something else. It's not rocket science, Sherlock. Ah, Jungle Surfer says on the Penturk UFO. Jungle Surfer. I've not heard from Jungle Surfer for a while. Funnily enough, when I do Steve Mumbling's voice, I think I accidentally lapse into Jungle Surfer every now and again. This is on the Penturk UFO. The wars were strategic relocation and controlled demolition. Get up on the truth, Ben. All right. Well, thanks for the information. That's possibly the fact. But the thing is, I'm not denied that, have I? Jungle, you know, PJ, Jungle, go and look at my Did Britain Start the Wars video, okay? And Jungle Surfer TV has provided me with a... Oh, it's a picture of what looks like... Oh, it's the remains of a V1 cruise missile. And it's sort of lying in a sort of driveway behind someone's house. It's a photograph. I don't want to show you it by turning the camera around because I'll get my angle wrong. But it's a photograph of a V1 cruise missile. Its wings look missing. You may be able to find this just by googling. Lying in a driveway, like I say, in someone's house, and there's a lorry parked nearby, and there's several people, probably from the bomb disposal squad, nearby. So. And then Jungle Surfer says it's in good nick for falling thousands of feet. Well, you're saying it's fake? It might be. I don't know exactly how that actually got there. The V1 missile. It might have been flying low, and it might have just come in at an angle. I don't know, mate. Right, don't want to do it for time, I've got to change the tag in a moment. Steve071 says on Penturk UFO, good work, Ben. I'll put here, thanks, Steve. Still taking a while to load up, Steve. There's a pause between when I type and when it goes, because, oops, no, I've got to press reply, I can't just press enter. I hope I haven't done that on other video tags. I don't think I have, no. Okay, reply to comments 19. John Nolan says, the McCanns got more money, taxpayers in the UK have to wake up. What's all about all the other kids who are missing? The McCanns got more money, taxpayers in the UK. I don't know exactly what you mean, John. Your sentence is a little bit incoherent, but it's about the McCanns and Madeleine McCann, I suppose. I don't remember mentioning that in that particular video, but obviously there's a lot of really big... there's a lot of really rubbishy truth, a lot of really rubbishy lies about that particular case. Rich Planet has covered it in great detail. Those are really worth watching. Several other researchers as well has looked into this. Did do? That's a good name on Penturk UFO. Noswaithar, Ben. Noswaithar. That means good evening. You poor soggy thing. Your hard work is really appreciated. Oh, thank you, Did do. Much appreciated. Thanks for the comment. Your comment is appreciated too. Right, Lime Specs says on Penturk UFO, does anyone remember which video it was? Richard D. Hall covered this, riding on his bike. I watch all his videos and don't remember that one. Thanks in advance. Lime Specs, I think it was 234 on his website. Edwardian Lady. Hi, Edwardian Lady. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, that was Lime Specs, then Edwardian Lady says, I think it was 234. Then Edwardian Lady says, so then Lime Spec says, thanks EL, just watched it again. Yeah, I do bring it up in the video. I'm not sure I actually refer people to the actual video, which I should have done, but I do bring it up in the actual in that actual particular video. Right, change of tag. Been going 2 hours now, getting through them. It's only 5 o'clock as well, so I started nice and early. Just a bit short on work at the moment because not everyone's back from their Christmas holidays yet. Right. Bob Browning says, Ben the Jail Porter, you claim to have seen all the Apollo photographs. That's give or take 14,000. I doubt your claim very much. If you'd seen them all, you'd realise the stinker, good, excellent ratio, which you've clearly done. Okay, I haven't seen them all. But what I meant was I've seen all the ones that are published, so maybe you're right there. However, it wouldn't explain. It wouldn't explain a lot of the other some of the things that have actually the points that I've made about how you get like a reel where they're like perfect and you have to keep changing the exposure length and things like that. That's on replying to comments 19. Same video. Bob Browning. You sign the YouTube contract, which is a proper contract. Maybe in the Ben the Jail Porter 3 mil of the land it would not, but in reality, in the real world it is. Why don't you try to sue them for breach of contract? It would be the biggest day, only 3 mil of the land win ever. Actually, there are people taking legal action against YouTube. I'm not one of them, but I'm following the case. Right, so you're talking about like the deletions and the censorship and things like that. The bannings. Banning and things like that. Neptune Returns says on Penturk UFO, good informative video, Ben. If you'd filmed all the bus journeys, you'd have gone over 10 hours. That's true. There was a highlights reel. I promise you, for people who think my videos are too long. Penturk UFO, Chris White says, confused Ben. If I was out bird spotting or UFO spotting, I would have taken a camera or video phone. Why no pictures? That someone else made that point. I think it was Col, and that's a good point. And the answer is possibly, and I didn't bring it up with Kaz, and I should have done. It could be that it was, like I said, it was only there for about 2 minutes, or I can't remember the exact time it was. It's possible she didn't think of that. It's possible that in that situation we wouldn't necessarily think of that. it's people think, oh, everyone will whip their camera out at everything on your phone. You whip your phone camera out for everything that ever happens. Sometimes things happen that are too shocking for you to do that. I mean, if you're mugged in the street, you're not going to whip your camera out and film it. It could be something similar. Steve Mumbling has commented on Pentech UFO. He's broken his long silence and commented on the Pentech UFO video. Right. I heard Kaz Clark telling another interviewer that the radiation and EM are high at this site to this day. Well, yeah, I heard that one too. I think that was on the Project Camelot. I have to wonder why Gary, and he puts his name in quotes, I don't know why. Gary Spelly's got an I on the end, which is the Welsh spelling. Didn't take his test instruments along to show you these high readings. I very much doubt the equipment he used would be industry standard calibrated gear. Well, he did actually show me some of the equipment he'd used. The thing about it is, I mean, indeed we did use it in Spylog Woods as well. The thing is, we never managed to visit the bald patch, which is where that actually is relevant. Well, it could be, and the thing about it is, this industry standard calibrated gear, Steve, it's possible that the whole idea of what Gary and Kaz are doing is they want to encourage other people who have more resources to repeat the study they did. He probably used some piece of tat from eBay that would pick up anything, including radio stations and any mobile phones being carried by the group. The key to this is there was a military exercise on at that time. Well, we're told there was a military exercise. The military weren't deployed to take a look at it after the event. Well, yes, they were. We know that because firstly the nature of the response from the Ministry of Defence. Secondly, the stuff that Kaz talked about, the strange people in the field. Kaz said the planes were flying around her house for a couple of days before her sighting. She then said something like it was as if they knew it was going to happen. Of course they knew it was going to happen. It was part of the exercise. No, it wasn't. The exercise is a cover. It's just a cover, you see. It's backfilling. It's quid hoc pro, or whatever you call it. Proctor pro. I can't remember the... Help me out here. I hate all this Latin garbage. But it's... yes, it really is. It upsets the status quo, doesn't it? But it is... it was a cover story, basically, the whole military exercise thing. That tells us it was nothing ET related. No, it doesn't, because it was a cover story. You tell us Kaz hasn't changed her story. This doesn't mean the story is true. No, it doesn't, but it makes it more likely, because what you'll find is that liars have to have very, very good memories, and all of them slip up at some point. Well, she wasn't confused by some piece of military gear. Well, again, you can't... How do you discern between ET and military? Her story has changed, though. Like most UFO ET stories, it has been embellished. I saw her being interviewed, and she never mentioned the beer barrel floating above her head and scanning her. This is a later addition, sadly just another unconvincing yarn. Well, Steve, I'm sure you've made a video about this, and I'll have to catch up on my reply videos to you. But she didn't include that detail in every single interview, but she's she certainly mentioned the beer barrel thing. She may have used different terminology on my interview with her when she was on HPANWO radio. I certainly recall that then. So I don't think that counts quite. It really doesn't. And remember, how do you explain the polygraph if you pass the polygraph? Jorge Rodriguez said on Pentech UFO, "Welcome to the BS world." What's BS? Oh, God. You see, that's another thing. It's like, it's like rhetoric. It's like incoherent. You're not explaining why you think it's BS. MKD Alliance says, you attract nutters like shit attracts flies. That's a piece of rhetoric. That's not explaining anything. Bob Branning, oh my goodness, we're going for the hat trick here. From 2:43:24 onwards, had a politician, for example, been doing that with their hands while being interviewed, the woos would have a field day. What's that then? Doing something with a hand? What's it? What the hell are you talking about? Hang on a sec. What are you talking about? Oh, it's... Well, That's what's you. Kaz is sitting in the interview with her hands like that. What's that mean? She could be meditating. She might be a Zen Buddhist. I don't know. What's your point? What if a politician was doing that? What would Wu say? Oh, here we go. Bob Browning. An emergency exit door can't be opened from the outside. PMSL. How stupid would that be? So it's a steaming pile. You're learning stuff from Steve Mumbling now. Here's the bus with the handle to open the emergency door from the outside. Oh, right, let's have a look, shall we? Well, there's a sort. Yeah, there is a handle. Oh, right, yes. Sorry, you're right. There is a handle there. But then you've got to ask, why would he go in for the emergency door? Why would he step up into the emergency door and crawl along wherever he's going to crawl along to the front? I mean, that's a bit weird. And also, wouldn't the alarm go off? Wouldn't he need a key to open it? There's all kinds of things. Also, if you check my video, I think the picture of the bus you showed me has a handle, but I think in the video it doesn't. I mean, I remember I didn't get a close enough look. So you might be right, Bob, but I'll double check the video. Crafty Nihilist says on Pentech UFO. How am I doing? Right. Okay, where am I? Oh, here we go. Ben, the next time you're in Bath or Bristol, let us know. We could have A, offload you a cup of tea, and B, give you a lift to Cardiff and back if needed. We only live down the road. We were literally in Bath the same day you were. Great video, by the way. Oh, thanks, Mark and Lisa. I would be glad to, if I'd be glad to meet up with you sometime. I'll let you know when I'm in the area, because you guys have been really great. You've been commenting on HPANWO TV. You listen to HPANWO Radio and you join the chat box sometimes on the live broadcasts. And there's actually very little crossover between the two audiences. Most people who watch HPANWO TV don't listen to HPANWO Radio and vice versa. So it's great, you've been really supportive, and I'd love to meet you. Right, we have Bob Branning here. Bob Branning is getting strangely sort of rational at the moment. He's actually started not trolling. Right, here we go. What am I going to do it here? Hang on. Go down a bit. Oh, where are we? Okay. Of course Gemini was not in the moon environment, nor was Leonov. But that's not the point, is it? Oh, right, this is Marcus talking about the Gemini mission and Alexei Leonov, the first man to do an extravehicular activity. He spacewalked. But that's not the point, is it? Well, what point are you making? What point was I making? You seem to be under the illusion that if there was a chance of failure with Apollo, they wouldn't have risked it. Yet here we have two examples, one Russian, the other American, of plans for something going wrong. One, cut him loose. The other, takes suicide pills. Yes, that's right. I was the one it was actually Curious Droid who found that out. Why in this case did they not say, we can't take the risk, let's fake it? As you would imply, it would have had to be the case with Apollo. If you're referring to the Gemini missions, they weren't quite on the same level. Also, maybe I'll look into this. Have to look into this more in some details. But the thing is, there's evidence the Russians did fake stuff as well. Steve is right. You've not addressed any of his points. Well, give me a chance, will you? I've been writing a bloody book. I am going to address Steve's points. You have not addressed mine either. Well, up till now, I mean, this is the first time you actually maintained a tone which I'm willing to tolerate and can actually address. You make excuses or go off the tangent that has nothing to do with the point. No, I don't. All you've done is sneered at the typo I made. Have I? Having read the reviews of your books, you really don't want to go down that road. I know you, don't I? Your name's not Bob Branning, it's something else. Because you wrote to me complaining about the proofreading in the first novel, Roswell Rising. I'm getting Roswell Rising re-proofread, actually, incidentally. Okay. moving swiftly along, Margaret Edwards says on UFO Disclosure 2017, what about Britain? Britain will never disclose the alien presence in UK. We, Ben, are ruled by the establishment. We are never told the truth by any British government. Don't you understand that Britain, USA, Canada, Australia, New Zealand all know what's going on in our underground military bases? They all commit crimes against anyone who dares to challenge their authority. How many good people have died because they revealed the truth about these underground bases? They have accidents or heart attacks, or some even have fast-killing cancers. The truth will never be told in Britain. Oh, well, Margaret, you're right, basically, but that's not the point I was making in the video. Not entirely. I mean, it's partly. What I was thinking of is that possibly this country could act as a catalyst for global disclosure. It wouldn't be unilateral British disclosure, but unless I misunderstand you. However, I know you're right about the rest of it. And indeed, there's a part of me that just says every time I make one of these UFO disclosure videos, and sometimes I even voice my feelings, you know, ugh, you're wasting your time, Ben. Absolutely waste of time. It's never going to happen. But then I come round again, and usually if I listen to Steve Bassett talking, and I think, yes, but what if? What if Steve's right? Do you see what I mean? Because if he is, then it's an absolute game changer, totally and utterly. So thanks for the comment, Margaret. I mean, that's very well. It's well thought out, actually. And I know you. I didn't want to imply you hadn't watched the video, because I think you have. But yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It's a tricky one. Pauline Phillips, hi Pauline, says on Pentac UFO. Thanks, Ben. I really enjoyed the video. Fascinating case. Good to see the site. I'll say you're welcome. I'll write a proper comment here. You are. Oh, bloody. You're welcome, Pauline. Thanks. I'll just wait for it to appear, slowly but surely. It chugs its way around. Alright, where are we now? Bob Browning says on moon landings there is a second reply to Steve mumbling. Mary Bennett tells us that the Apollo 13 craft was scheduled to land in darkness. Utter nonsense. Yeah, let's get her on TV. Well, where was it? Have you read the Dark Moon? The original cover actually had. That's why it got its name. The moon was actually in half phase at the time, and the actual scheduled landing site of Apollo 13 was actually in the dark side. That's what she says. Now, if that's not true, explain why it's not true. Where was Apollo 13 due to land? And secondly, what was the phase of the moon at the time? It's easy to sort out. It's easy to work out. And maybe I know what you'll say. You should have done that, Ben. Yes, maybe I should. But anyway, where were we? I might actually do that when I take a break. Adam Patel, book lover. Hi Adam, good to hear from you again. Has posted on UFO Disclosure 2018, history's been made. Thanks. I'll put you're welcome, Adam. Good to hear from you again, mate. Just wait for the. You're welcome, Adam. Okay. Adam says, hoping you're keeping well, keep up the good work. This is on the Penturk UFO video, and I'm going to put in a reply, comments reply tag, a normal one, because the keyboard is running really slow with this page at the moment. Right, how are we getting on? Right. This is on moon landings, a second reply to Steve mumbling. Bob Branning says, a radio relay wouldn't fool anyone, though it would, Ben the JR Porter. Hold on, you put forward the silly idea. What? So maybe it would have a fool one person. You, lol. Really? And then, why wouldn't it fool? Is it something to do with transmission time or something like that? Or if you heard a signal coming from somewhere in space, you could work out where it was coming from. How do you know it actually originated at that source? How do you know it simply wasn't being relayed from somewhere else? Here we go. Right, Bob Branning says on the same video, the Manhattan Project was no secret. That's just a woo-woo load of crap. And the secrets of Manhattan Project were leaked. All right, look, I know that very well about what's the names, the Rosenbergs and the other guy. I've been looking into this actually because I had to research this for my book, The Spies, the Atomic Spies. I know very well that sort of thing, and there's a link here to the Gizmodo. It was leaked. Secrets of the Manhattan Project leaked 1,500 times during World War II. Right, yeah, right, yeah. There was this guy. Several people actually were. I can't remember all their names, but there's Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. Okay, so and there's another one here: nuclear secrecy, worst Manhattan Project leaks. Well, the thing about it is, right, a leak is different from publication. Do you understand? Something being secretly revealed is very different from it being published openly in a newspaper. It's quite possible things can be accessed, yes, secrets can be accessed from government, and we know that the Soviet Union, for example, had the US government trussed up like a turkey through the entire Cold War. I mean, you know about the Venona decrypts and things like that. Most of those have never ever been decrypted and probably never will, because the one-time pads they use will use properly. Therefore, they're unbreakable. There's spies. There are Soviet spies, Cold War spies, probably still alive, quite old, but probably still alive, who are still walking free to this day, and they always will walk free. So yeah, you could say, but then that's not the same as it being officially released by the government and put up on TV. I think, is that what you're saying? You saying that if this was actually came out, for example, if this came out and it was leaked to the press, that the press would then automatically publish it? Because if that's your point, I think you're wrong. And this is from Charlie Veach is back. Oh, I don't right. Change the tag in a moment. Hiya Ben, you radiate sincerity. Way to go, you. Watching now, and thank you. P.S. I was a fan of Charlie's from way back too. Well, thanks, Meep. This is from someone called Meep. Thank you very much. And oh yeah, I'm glad Charlie. Like I said, I don't have any animosity to Charlie really. I think he just made a mistake. Meep also says, paused at 56:10 in the video. Ben, your Scottish accent is awful, lol. Really enjoying though. Coffee break time and well done. Well, thank you, Meep. And by the way, I hope you enjoy your coffee. And oh yes, indeed. For some reason, I always make Charlie sound like Billy Connolly, don't I? Okay, and Meep's got a very long reply now on the same video. Here we go. Here we go. Right, where are we? Well, I finally got to the end of the video. Gosh, that was long, and I didn't even realise Charlie had changed his mind on 9/11. Oh, I do longer videos than that, Meep. And didn't you realise that? It's a bit of a. I mean, it was all. It was everywhere on the internet when it happened back in 2011. It was everywhere. That was a bit of a shock. I mean, the guy's a genius and hard to fool, and I don't think Charlie being in the USA with the BBC, etc., etc., as par your explanation of maybe why he changed his mind on 9/11, i.e., that being under those conditions affected him, etc., etc. It's hard to paraphrase what you actually said in a small amount of text, Ben. Anyway, Charlie's such a strong-willed character, and I think there's more to it than that, but I could speculate all day till the cows come home, and it wouldn't change what is fact. And the actual reason for his 180-degree turn we may never know, assuming it's a different reason from what he's currently giving. Yeah, I mean, I accept there may be more to this Meep than we've learned so far and what he's admitted. I do, however, stand by what you said at the end of the video, namely that Charlie is a good guy. Yeah, he is. I don't think he is a malicious person. I think he is flawed. I think he is. He has a massive ego problem, as I said, but that's not the same as being evil. The eyes never lie, and Charlie has good eyes, and so do you, Ben. Thanks. See, I knew I was sincere. I knew you were sincere. Hey, great video. Oh, and yes, I go by what Dr. Judy Wood's explanation of 9/11 is too. I also recall it being said that the World Trade Center was closed for a period prior to 9/11, and something about George Bush Jr.'s cousin being placed in charge of security, and something about the elevator shafts being renovated at that time. However, it was such a long time ago when I heard that info. It might have been on one of Alex Jones's radio shows, or maybe even one of his videos. And assuming my memories haven't corrupted over the years since I first heard that info, because that can happen. But then again, it's a moot point if energy weapons were employed. Dr. Judy Woods. Thanks, Ben. Hope you're well. Oh, thank you, Meep. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Thank you for the comment. And well, I did hear a bit about that myself, about the lift shafts and things like that being, and workmen in the area. I think it was from some of the early days of the 9/11 Truth Movement, before Dr. Judy came on the scene. I'm not saying that it's all disinformation, but it certainly is being used as disinformation now, I think. It's probably a red herring. I mean, it's possible there was maintenance going on in that building. There's probably continuous maintenance going on in that building because it's so huge. But I don't think it's unlike people like people who are pro-thermite, pro-explosives. I don't think it can explain the presence of explosives on thermite. And reply to comments 19, Meep has also said, "Oh my God, I didn't realise the comments." You read out the comments on a video, Ben. I'm glad. I was being civil on you. Charlie Veach is in his back video. Lol. Hey, all's good, man. Stay well. Kudos. I'll put here. Thanks. I think this guy deserves a comment and like a comment. Thanks. Your comment, Meep. Reply vid on the way. That's nice. Yes, it's nice when you get good comments like that. I've just got to wait for the keyboard to catch up. There we are, just put reply in. Oh, is Paul McCartney dead? So, Peace Peafield has said no. I reply yes. You see, you can do that when someone gives you one word. When someone gives you one word responses, you can give them back a one word response. Oh, shut up! You, Dr. Jonathan Reed, blah 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 blah. This is another cut and paste comment. Oh, shut up, will you? Let's keep repeating stuff, right? What do you want me to do about this? Am I supposed to believe you automatically and just say oh, Dr. Jonathan Reed is evil because some people moral blackmailed me in the comments boxes, and someone put up a web page 20 years ago saying he was? Yeah. Right. Bob Browning says here. How am I doing for time? I'm going to change the tag in a minute. I have to change the chip too soon. Getting through it quickly, aren't I? Okay. I'm only about a third of the way through the comments though, so this is going to be another long video. I might possibly have to not do it in one day. A bit of rubble up to shoulder height. Now you're being ridiculous. Oh, for goodness sake. Steel turned to dust, and how come 185,000 tonnes was taken away? Over 250 tonnes was stolen and turned up in scrap yards. But you see it happening, Bob Branning. This is all Bob Branning. Look at plane parts. Look, oh God, hang on. You can put some links here. Well, look, you got a picture of the rubble pile from a high angle. But how compared to the fireman? What does that prove? And here we go. All right, so there was some of the what you see here are some of the outer frame surviving. But where was the rest of it? Where was the rest of the rubble? Oh, okay, it's metabunk.org. This will be fun. You see a fireman sitting on a pile. Yeah. Oh, look at the plane parts. Oh yes, very convenient. A wheel, a recognisable playing part happened to be there. How about that? I could go on and post photograph after photograph, but sadly with you, I feel there's very little point. Well, you obviously think there is a point because you keep putting comments on my videos, don't you? Are you going to get angry again and reply by calling me names? Only if you call me names. You still owe Steve and me an apology for your outbursts, as Marcus Allen is on record several times saying he believes the moon landings happened on All This, the conspiracy site, in Spaceflight magazine, for example. Look, I'm afraid I don't... Yeah, but you put a link to the All This review of Marcus's appearance at the British Interplanetary Society. Now that... He does not say that in that article from what I remember. I read that article. If Marcus had said he thought it was real, the moon landings were real, he's never said that in front of me. Oh, I wonder what you're bloody on about. Okay, Emlyn-Jones says on Penturk UFO, Kaz Clark is a very credible witness, loads of information, incredible story, witnessed by a few people. This was an amazing sighting and a great video. You've really done well, Ben. Thanks, Emma. Thank you very much. And you know, what I'd really like to see now is for the other people Kaz were with to come forward, because so far they've been silent, but maybe Kaz speaking out will encourage them to come speak out. Right, new video. This is Ben Emlyn-Jones live at Truth Seekers Northeast 4, and at the same time as there's a new video, we got a new tag, which is nice. Right, here we go. We're now into the 5th half-hour period. Blimey. Okay, and I'm going to have to change the chip in a little while. Check that's saved. Jack Parker says, there is another way to beat a train or coach. A good quality racing bike. Oh, wow, blimey. You'll get to see the sights, smell and feel the wind and the rain. You can beat them by as much as half an hour if you really want to make the effort. Have nitro pills handy and a first aid kit. Yes, Jack. I'll have to, if I train for 6 months, perhaps, if I take time out to really get fit and to train for 6 months, maybe. I'll think about it. That's something to think about. Sorry about the coughing. Because I could literally wait 2 weeks for these symptoms to completely go. Here we go. Okay, we have Johnny. Oh, it's a long thread here. Johnny Smallcock and his vile tasting toffees says, do the world of... This is on the Truth Seekers 4. Do the world a favour and hand yourself in at the abattoir. Why is that? Do you think, would you like to eat me in a burger? Honestly, Johnny Smallcock, you really live up to your name, you know that. And thank you, Nutty Returns, for sticking up for me there. And then Bob, and then Crafty Nihilist. There we go. There's a long thread here. And Bob Branning says, Ben the J. Porter makes up all kinds of weird and wonderful claims, blah blah, Marcus Allen lied, etc, etc. I was subject to name calling. You were subject to name calling because you called me a name. And Crafty Nihilist, thank you for sticking up for me. If he tells you it's raining, you should look out of the window. Most of what he does is nonsense. Rubble pile, etc. Blah blah. Yeah, I've just answered that, Bob. And Crafty Nihilist. Crafty Nihilist, I should warn you, Bob can get nasty. Okay. I'm not going to delete these comments because he hasn't abused you. There we go. And there's all kinds of other stuff that Bob has said before and I've replied to before. And Crafty Nihilist says, I enjoy Ben's content and presentation. To assume I have his taken is unfair. That's, by all means, you know, like I say to everyone who watches these videos, make your own minds up, look at both sides. I haven't even banned Bob Branning. I said I was going to block him, but because he's been reasonable, because you know, he's disagreed with me on so much, He's even been quite sort of strident. But he hasn't been abusive, therefore I've not banned him. Hang on, what's this here? I don't assume you've been taken in. I know you have simply because you believe nonsense Ben spews out. And Crafty Nihilist says, it's getting a bit personal now. Sorry, I don't do this. Right, well, right, Bob. Yeah. If you are abusive to other people on my channel, you get the same treatment as if you're abusive to me. And especially to people who are nice to me and to you and to other people. Okay, and you're just... Alright, he just posted a complete copy of the comments he did before. Okay, so I want to say thanks to the Crafty Nihilist, both of them, for sticking up for me in that thread. I think it's a bit of a lost cause, but thank you very much for trying. Right, so Truth Seekers Northeast 4. This is Jack Parker. Another part of the way that you can... here we go. How am I doing for time? Okay. You can beat the coach is by hanging on to the back of lorries while changing your shoes and brushing your teeth, coasting on your racing bike if you have ingenuity. All right. God, the things that cyclists get up to. So... Oh, and the same video, Jack Parker again says... Here we go. The phantom thingamajig that looks like an asteroid and seems to be moving on its own. What's that? Oh, was that a Muamua? Yeah, that was a Muamua. Yeah, they say that was in my talk. Yeah, I remember now. It was in my talk. They say the alien crafts are alive, taken to form the field phenomenon. They've been seen to change shapes. Some say to mimic the appearance of something else. Yeah, you know, John Leonard Walson's done some videos about that. It's very interesting, and Jose Escamilla did a video about that, which is very interesting. The thing is, sadly, Jose Escamilla died a couple of weeks ago, just before Christmas. It could be a ship like a maverick horse running around changing its appearance to suit its needs. A ship all by itself, possibly amongst other cloaked ships. To see objects travelling until they shoot off in mind-boggling speed. Yeah, I actually met John at JLW once. He did a talk at Probe. This is before he was as well known as he is today. He did a talk about... I think it was one of his first ever live performances where he showed some of the pictures he'd taken. Susan Hayward Tonkin, my Australian friend and fellow writer, says here, well done, Ben. Great tour and talks. You really did well answering the questions, and I'm glad your book is coming along smoothly. Oh, thanks very much, Susan. I'll just give you a little love heart there. And obviously, since this video was made, the book has been published. So I hope you enjoy it. I know you're reading them. I hope you enjoy them all. Good luck with your own writing, and let me know when your books are out. The Goose says on Is Paul McCartney Dead? What am I doing? Right. Sorry folks, but Paul is alive. People find anything when they want to believe everything other people post. No, he's not alive, he's dead. Why are you so worried about it? How does this affect you? Because it's a big lie that people have been told. And if you're a Beatles fan, and I'm sort of like, I do like the Beatles, I'm not like a dedicated fan, but I do like them, it's a monstrous deception. That's why. There is no conspiracy. Yes, there is. It was already proven a college student made it up for a college paper. Right, well, you're referring to, this is discussed, it was actually it was way back in 1967 actually, just after it happened. There was a paper by a college student about this, but I can't remember the details. And it was in the media vaguely for a certain amount of time, but I can't remember the details. But it's actually not, it doesn't negate what Nick is talking about here. So believe whatever you want, because it doesn't affect your life in any way. No, it does affect everyone's life when lies on this scale can be told. If this is wrong, what else is? You may say, so what if a famous music star died and was replaced? Because, and it's you know, who's the injured party? Well, how about the people? How about the estate of Paul McCartney, for whom Sir Bill is making a massive amount of money off? He's made $1.5 billion, I think, off this estate. It goes on and on and on. But I mean, in the real world, in more sort of like political terms, you could say, well, if this can be covered up, what else can? That's why Paul is dead. I mean, I was on the fence for a long time on this. I didn't come into this eagerly, willing to embrace any crazy notion I could come up with. I denied it. I said, this can't be real. Paul McCartney must be alive. I looked at the evidence, I changed my mind. Scragnog1 says on Northeast 4, if I ever travel, I think I'll take the coach and a sneaky flask of vodka. I can drive, but it's overrated to travelling as you can't relax, read or sleep. And I suppose you might be stranded in the middle of nowhere if they catch you. Well, well, you know, to be honest, I mean, see, if you wanted to sneak on a little quick tipple in a nondescript container, I don't think they can stop you. I'm not exactly breathalyzing the passengers, are they? As for driving, I mean, I'm thinking, yeah, I mean, driving. I mean, I don't drive anymore. I used to, but I used to drive my dad's car. I used to just drive on local journeys. The longest drive I ever did was Milton Keynes. That's the longest distance drive I ever did. Driving as far as Newcastle from Oxford must be pretty exhausting, actually. Okay, where are we now? This is Earth Dog on Is There Any Hope? This is how am I doing for time? Okay. Here we go. Ben, hi Ben, I'm only watching this because you referred to it in a recent video. I may be wrong, you would be more aware of the timeline, but you were wondering why someone would unfriend you. My thoughts are that. I remember you've been bombarded on YouTube a while ago by some horrible people saying horrible, disgusting things about you. Put it this way, if I was in a boat and you had one day and I listened to these trolls, the next day I would probably have unfriended you too. Except I would have told you why first. I still watch you, and unfortunately I can still hear the damn trolls in the back of my mind. I try to push away the negativity and remind myself that no matter what you do in your private life, I like listening to you, and don't let any of these people change that. God bless you. Thank you, Earth Dog. Thank you very much. That really means a lot to me. As I said in my HPANWO Radio New Year special, you could call 2018 the year of the troll. Because I was attacked by trolls. What's weird is I was attacked by more than one troll. I was attacked by sometimes 3, even 4 trolls at the same time, who were working completely independently. And there was no evidence to say it was a coordinated assault, but it could have been, and it's really weird, it's really creepy. And yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, you know what they say about mud sticks? The trolls know this. I mean, they can say stuff about you. I mean, this applies to the Larry Warren situation, where I got banned from a conference over the Larry Warren situation. Tino Megaro did a video about this with me interviewing me. Mud sticks. People will say these things about you, and very suddenly I'll find that people are just turning their backs on me and running because they're frightened. Because then it's a sad thing, and I actually brought this up in my most recent video, actually, where I took the one about UFO Disclosure 2019, where I talk about why I'm an alien and stuff like this. Is that most people are just too scared. Most people are literally terrified out of their wits by these very unimpressive people, actually. I mean, you know what, you've seen these trolls. I mean, goodness me, they like publicity enough. You know, they're not exactly the keepers of the truth embargo here. They're not exactly Illuminati high priests. But people just run. They just bolt, and it's like you're a hot potato. They just have to let you go and run away. And they don't even stop to ask. It's like they don't really feel that principles count. It's just all that matters is, oh, am I safe? Is it safe to be associated with this person now? Goodness, oh God. I'm not going to go into this in detail because it would frustrate me, and I've covered it in other videos. Truth Seekers Northeast says, the video Truth Seekers Northeast. How am I doing for time? Steve 071 says on that video, the TV license must end. That corporation now makes enough money and profit to fund itself. Thanks for the upload, Ben. You're welcome, Steve, and you're absolutely right. And as I say in the video where I cover the BBC, I do a slightly shortened version of my BBC talk in that one. It's total and utter it's robbery. It's basically we are being forced to pay for our own prison bars. We're funding our own mind control. At least with MK Ultra, well, MK Ultra was funded by taxes, but at least a lot of private money went into that. In our case, we're paying for it ourselves. And Steve071 says, you even had a little souvenirs section at the end. Oh, Steve, I'm really pleased to resurrect this ancient HPANWO TV tradition, and I hope to do so on future videos. Steve071 says, on the reply to comments 19, loved all the 5 hours 46 minutes, that's how long it was, and thanks for all the replies, Ben. New Year's Eve, 6 hours live reply to comments with alcohol, could shut the internet down, haha, good on you, Ben. I'm sorry to let you down on that one, Steve, but I did do a HPANWO radio New Year special on the 30th, New Year's Eve. So check that out. It wasn't 6 hours, it was 3 hours. Pardon me. Bloody hell, I've got the wind. Pardon me. Maybell says on Truth Seekers Northeast, why are they so afraid of David Icke? Because he's getting to the truth, that's why. And I tell you what, I was absolutely disgusted what happened in Watford. When David went to Watford, loads of people protested, including members of Momentum, which is the organisation behind Jeremy Corbyn. And I hope Jeremy Corbyn doesn't support this, because he himself has been on the receiving end as false accusations of anti-Semitism. So Jeremy Corbyn, if you're watching, come out and have a go at these people who are behind you, this Momentum organisation, this tendency within the Labour Party, this left-wing tendency that's supporting you. They're doing to David Icke what's been done to you by the globalist press and by the Zionists and the neoconservatives. So please speak out against it. And what's more, the prospective parliamentary candidate for Watford, I don't know, I can't remember his name, he's got a Polish type name, was actually behind this protest as well. So if you're in Watford, don't vote for this bastard. Vote for the monster raving loonies. Vote for anyone, but don't vote for this Labour candidate with the Polish name, whoever he is, because he's a rat. Because he got behind this. He got behind this attempt to shut up a completely harmless man who's never hurt anyone and does not think the New World Order is run by Jews. Oh, that's why they're afraid of David Icke, Maybell. Truth Seekers Northeast 4, videos from the underground says, yes, the train in the UK is much more expensive. Oh God, it is, isn't it? Canada is wrapped up to its ears in political correctness. God, yeah. And in the past, have not been very kind to David Icke. No, in fact, it was in Canada where this all kind of kicked off with, well, if you watch John Ronson's The Lizards and the Jews, which is a pretty awful, it's a pretty awful film in terms of its information, but it is enlightening when it comes to the conduct of the SJWs and the people who want to shut down David Icke and the anti-fascists, so called. Whatever happened to free speech? Whatever happened to it? Yeah. If we lose it, we don't fight back. Oh yes, he's channeling. He got a download in Peru years ago on the Stone Circle. That's right, he did. David did. That's right. That's an interesting thing. That was when the top of his head blew off, as he said, and he went through his turquoise period and all these other things. It's a fascinating story, actually. Right, where are we? Margaret Edwards says on Penta UFO. All right, just double checking the time. Sorry. I agree with you, Ben. Both wars were for money. The dirty, disgusting Rothschilds, Rockefellers and European royalty are to blame for the terrible deaths in both world wars. Millions are sacrificed for their control of the world. These people get richer and richer from the slaughter of the common people. I want a British Republican country free from these so-called elites, establishment and royalty. I want a free country, a fair and just country with equality for all. I don't think it will ever happen in my lifetime. Well, Margaret, it depends how old you are, and I agree with you completely. I really do, and it's really the Illuminati, the Rothschilds and Rockefellers. They're just some of the 13 families of the Illuminati. It was really, and you're absolutely right. As for a Republican country, I mean, the Republican movement as we know it today is really not much good because they don't understand what we understand. I mean, there's some genuine people among them, and I mean, there's or Benjamin Zephaniah, I don't agree with everything he says, because he's a bit of this, oh, aren't white people awful kind of person. But I think he's a decent guy. And to Peter Tatchell, actually, despite my extreme differences with him, when we were colleagues actually on the People's Voice, especially over the certain things he said, I think he's a member of it as well. The thing is, all they want is they just want an elected head of state. Well, look what happened in France. France abolished its head of state. They did it very violently, actually. It cut their heads off. I mean, no one's going to cut the Queen's head off in Britain, I doubt. But what's frightening? Do you say, does this mean? I'm not addressing you, Mary. I'm addressing Margaret. Sorry, I'm not addressing you. I'm addressing the conventional Republican movement. Does this mean that somehow France is a completely free country? They abolished their monarchy violently and with much bloodshed of many, many people. In fact, they exterminated a good proportion of their population to have a kind of year zero new start. I mean, literally heads rolled. I mean, the guillotine and stuff. They had mobile guillotines on the backs of trucks, and they would go to villages and just chop, 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 It was a genocide, it really was. But despite all that, they're not a free country. They are Illuminati occupied too. So a much deeper and more far-ranging solution needs to be found, which is with an awareness of the true nature of what the elite is, which the conventional Republican movement does not understand. Right, where are we? This is on Drummer Lee Rigby. Right, I haven't had a comment on there for a while. Irene Davo says, watch the Kent Freedom Movement, re Woolwich. Yes, in fact, the Kent Freedom Movement did an interview with Nick Colostrum at the location. Yeah, I do recommend that. Yeah, I really do. Irene Davo says 3 hours! Exclamation mark over my Truth Seekers Northeast video. Irene, just wait till you watch this video. 3 hours is nothing. I know, and Irene Davo says, please at least do some 10-minute videos. All right, Irene. I know I am not a filmmaker renowned for my brevity, but I do have a few shorter videos. In fact, I did a Christmas special, which I think is only about, I think it's not 10 minutes, but it's about 15 minutes. 5 hours, says Irene Davo on reply to comments 19. Yes. Okay, and she also says, can you do 10 minutes video, please, on that one as well? Oh, well, Irene, what I will do, Irene, I will try to think of something I can talk about for just 10 minutes, alright? And when I do, I'll make a video about it, I promise you. Right, Truth Seekers Northeast 4, I Macy says, absolutely love listening to this, Ben. Keep fighting for the truth, man. Thank you, I Macy, much appreciated. Thank you very much. Right, oh, Steve Mumbling has commented on Truth Seekers Northeast 4. And here we go. How am I doing for time? Okay. Why do truth seekers spend so much time with nutters at bullshit conventions? Well, Steve, that is because we see you're essentially using a qualitative comparison here, because you say nutters at bullshit conventions because you assume that what's being discussed at this convention is bullshit, and the people discussing it are nutters. Yet you have to explain why it's bullshit and why we're nutters. And then you would explain why truth seekers, which you put in quote marks, spend so much time with them. Hands up everyone who believes aliens would travel light years across space to talk to a one-armed woodcutter or draw patterns in fields. Yeah, what you're doing there is anthropomorphizing. This is what I bring up in my SETI video, which I know you've watched, you've commented on it. You're essentially saying that this is what I would do if I went to another planet. I wouldn't go down to some field and draw a little pattern in the crop. I wouldn't abduct some Wiltshire yokel and insert a probe into his anus and run off, leaving the poor guy with no evidence. I wouldn't do that. So therefore, creatures from another planet would not do that if they came to Earth. That is anthropomorphizing. It's putting yourself in the shoes of the aliens, which we cannot do, even if they have 2 feet. Please watch that video again. Watch the UFO and SETI video again, Steve, because I explain it all in there in detail. Put your hand down, cretin. Lazar is an obvious fraud, apart from his complete lack of evidence to back up his academic claims and explanation of how the gravity drive works. Very poor science fiction. Element 150. All right, look, Steve, I'm not going to go into Bob Lazar with you now because I'm planning a comments reply video. Sorry, not a comments reply video. A reply to one of your videos for this channel, which is going to be very, very soon. It's one of my first things on the list. So could you please, do you mind if I skip over that now, and I'll come back to that in an actual video, in another video to this one. Right, we have a thread here. This is from Diego, who says on Truth Seekers Northeast. Right, I'm going to change the tag in 6 minutes. Did the Geordie Bigfoot ever meet the Geordie Grey alien? Oh, you mean the Gateshead Grey? Which yes, the Geordie Bigfoot would have grabbed that shovel and hit back. He probably would, actually. Ben, are you wearing a thong? Please wear a bigger shirt next time. The BBC talk was good. Oh, you bloody yeah! That t-shirt shrunk, and you could sort of see my gut poking out underneath. That was embarrassing. The t-shirt shrunk. Don't go saying no, Ben. You put on weight, because I haven't put on weight. Have I? No. Diego Rivera. Oh. Neptune Returns says to Diego, more gay references, tut tut. Thank you, Neptune Returns, that's a brilliant rejoinder. Not at all, it was distracting, says Diego. The second talk was better than the first. I don't believe that the large asteroid is a spaceship. Well, you mean the Oumuamua, which it's not an asteroid, it's an interstellar object. And please do check out the Oumuamua live stream for more details. And I do not believe Bigfoot lives in England. Well, Diego, we've been through this, and I think he does. I've explained why I believe that Bigfoot lives in England. Leviton King says on Larry Warren and Rendlesham Forest 2017, I believe everything what he said in PPP. What's PPP? Private patient program? What does PPP mean? Could you clarify what you mean by that? UFOs, a second reply to Stephen Molyneux. Now, I really enjoyed doing this film because I love taking down Stephen Molyneux because, well, I respect the guy, you know, but sometimes he really cocks up. Right, here we go. Nunya Dambidness says, Molyneux right, Ben wrong. That's it. Molyneux right, Ben wrong. Single sentence. Ben right, Molyneux wrong. That's the only reply I have to give. If you want to discuss evidence, we'll talk evidence. If you want to explain why, I'll explain what I say why not. But you know, until then, you get one word answers. You get one sentence replies to one sentence answers. Right? Is Paul McCartney dead? With Goddess says, this guy is a babbling, twitching idiot. He does nothing for the fall argument. Well, leave Nick Colostrum alone. He's nothing of the sort. He is a very clever man who's really looked into this in detail. If you think he does nothing for the fall argument, you explain why. Presumably you believe that Paul McCartney is dead, as I do, and Nick does. Would you please explain why? Right, Diego Rivera says, here is proof that Trump is a Freemason. Oh, right, what's this? The proof Trump is a Freemason. It's a video. Trump is a Freemason. Oh, Diego. Alright, Diego is male. Now I know that. Okay. Because if that is you speaking, Diego. What's this? This is a film of one of Trump's speeches. It's only 2 minutes long, so I'll watch it. It exposes Trump as a Freemason. A sculpture of Trump exposes Trump as a Freemason, does it? The sculpture is wearing a Masonic ring. Hang on, I'm going to forward wind it. Okay, hang on. Forward wind slightly. So I've seen this. This is the naked Trump statue. Oh, this is. Oh, please. Yes, there is the Masonic ring on there. Well, hang on. let me get it straight, Diego. Are you saying that the naked Trump statue phenomenon, which is very interesting actually, these statues of Donald Trump naked just appeared everywhere, and I don't think the artist, if you can call them that, was ever caught. Are you honestly saying that the Masonic ring on Trump's finger is proof Trump is a Freemason? So I'm sorry, I didn't watch the video to the end. Oh, I might as well. Oh, hang on. Oh, what's this? That's not proof Trump is a Freemason. It's a ring on a statue. Alright, I'm moving on from that. Truth Seekers Northeast 4, Neptune Returns says, from your talk you seem to believe the evolution bullshit. Men were apes. It's bullshit. Coxie would expound. Well, I actually do, Neptune Returns, up to a point. Now, I'm not saying that there's no such thing as you know, the intelligent design thing. It's a big subject. I don't have time to go into it now. I do believe evolution has played a role in development in society. I don't believe it has, unlike Richard Dawkins, I don't believe it has the whole story. But at the same time, I'm not a creationist. I think it was probably a mixture of different forces went into shaping life. Maybe I can go into more detail on that on another video. And now I'm going to have to change the tag. We're now in the 6 half-hour period. Bloody heck, we're getting through this, aren't we? I'm not even halfway through, man. This is going to be a long video. It's going to be a very long video. I'll have to take a break actually at some point. Right. Bob Branning says, oh, it's a thread. Oh, it's a thread. One of Bob Branning's specials. Crafty Nihilist. Right, here we go. Says, so I have to change the camera chip in a minute. I've got 9 minutes left. Okay. Stop. Crafty Nihilist says on Ben Emlyn-Jones Truth Seekers Northeast, I've stopped paying my TV licence. They sent some semi-passive aggressive letters, then checked for £50. Then another semi-passive aggressive letter. Ha ha. Well done, Mark and Lisa. Bob Branning, do you watch live broadcast TV? Bob Branning, do you mean live broadcasting on YouTube, for example? You need a licence to watch or record. Oh, bugger off, Bob Branning. I just accidentally clicked his black bank account. You need a licence to watch live TV programmes. You risk £1,000 fine, etc., etc. Yes, I know, that doesn't make it right. Don't believe these freeloaders on the land idiots. No one's ever run a court case in regards to anything. Look, this is... Well, listen. Could you really... Oh, what are you saying here? Are you saying that somehow people are freeloaders if they don't pay their TV licence? Is that what you're saying, Bob? Are you saying, oh wow, I've worked so hard in the forge making these lovely steel shackles on my wrist, and I had to do it all myself. Nobody helped me. I'm a model prisoner for making my own shackles, and I've done it so well. Isn't it immoral that these other people refuse? That's what you're saying? Crafty Nihilist says, this is very interesting. I must admit I didn't know what you pointed out. We'll look into some more. I do not pay a TV licence. I never watch BBC programmes. Very well done. And I do not want to support what I feel to be a corrupt corporation. Not because I'm a freeloader. Exactly. You need... Mel O'Brien says you don't need tax on your TV to watch it. Yeah, exactly. Bob Branning, freeloaders, you're a bigger idiot than I thought you were. Fucking... Right. That's it, Bob. I'm deleting that. And I'm deleting that. And I'm deleting this as well. If you're rude to people, you lose your comments. And you are a twat and you're full of shit. Right, and where are we now? So let's move on from that thread. Rendlesham Forest 2014. Spotted UFOs, ghosts and cryptids. That's a good name. It says, fantastic video, Ben. I'll put here, thanks. SUFO and C. Let's put a little thank you and put a love heart on that. Right, The Secrets of Milton Keynes Part 2. Oh, it didn't work for some reason. That's it. Simon Tame says, what a load of bollocks. Do some research next time, Humpty cunt. Well, that's not an argument, is it? That's just you calling me a name, telling me something's a load of bollocks, and telling me to do some research. You're not explaining where am I wrong. I could say, no, I've done some research. It's not bollocks. That's all I have to say. Slavic Girl BG said on Don't Eat Pringles. Thanks for your video. You're welcome, Slavic Girl. Donald Clapper says on Did Britain Start the World Wars? No, the wars were started by the Dacian people, the Romanian, the Thracians of Rome, 1200s of Spain. That's those. We're talking about the world wars, not those old wars from those olden times. Pardon me. Did Britain start the world wars? Carolyn, hostage to evil, said, not your whole country, but those in charge of funding wars. Excuse me. Well, yeah, of course, I'm going to change the chip in a minute. Of course, the Bank of England, of course, as David Icke explains in his Mother Goddess video, the Bank of England funded both sides. So yeah, did Britain start the world wars? So of course it wasn't everyone in the country, I know that. It's just a sort of catchphrase. Some truth propaganda. My babies in the future, same evil. No one helped me. I don't know what you mean, but I'm sorry to hear that. I am very sorry to hear that. Okay. Soul Song says, I'm going to put a reply in. This is on the Helen Duncan, one of the Helen Duncan videos. I'll see which one in a minute. Hang on. And we're doing 3 minutes to go. I was studying Helen Duncan's chart. There are several strong... This is... Oh, it's Helen Duncan, the most dangerous psychic in the world. My first Helen Duncan video. She was not... Sorry, she was a real psychic with unusual powers. The asteroid Nessus conjured her sixth house cup, illustrated how she was betrayed and betrayed and betrayed. The sixth house is daily occurrences, health and enemies. That's interesting. She suffered lifelong and difficult health, betrayal as well, yeah. The Nessus asteroid has the energy of confidence, which she may have expressed confidence to do what she did. But also, it is also bullying, assaulting and being unnecessarily mean. Very interesting because she has her Sun conjunct with Saturn, Mars and Uranus is conjunct with a fixed star called Acrab, the pinchers of the Scorpio constellation. Today we have Jupiter, Mercury and Sun on the same star. She has the part of fortune in the 12th house of psychicness, isolation and spiritualism. I'm not an expert on astrology, but you know, that sounds interesting. I'll pass it on to Margaret because I'm sure she'd be interested in that. She really would. I'm thankful to you for putting out information, questioning the dominant story. You're welcome, Soulstong. And Soulstong has replied underneath here, I'll have to watch the documentary again to get all the dates, but this is a perfect case for an astrology biography. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you very much. Steve Mumbling has done a... What's this here? This is on Truth Seekers Northeast. Do you think Top Gear had access to a directed energy weapon, Ben? Also, there's a link to Top Gear. Let's have a look. Okay, this is interesting. Oh, it's a picture. It's a car on the top of a building. Oh right, I think I think you have actually shown me this before, Steve. We did discuss it on my 9/11 video where I was replying to you. I'll tell you what. I'm going to change the chip, and when doing so, I'll copy this thing, and I'll watch the rest of it in that time, and I'll get back to you. Okay, so I'm going to change the film chip now. Take a little break. Back shortly. Right then, just going to just change the film chip, and in a moment, I'm going to, well, in about 20 minutes, I'm going to take a proper break. But just to continue replying to Steve mumbling there, did Top Gear have a directed energy weapon? He pointed me to a video which he showed me before on one of his other videos, and I did address this on one of my reply videos to him. He says, which is basically they put a Toyota truck on the top of a building, a big, like a tall building. They carry out a controlled demolition of that building, and then they managed to fix the truck and get it started again. It's not perfect, but it runs. They do this sort of thing on Top Gear. They love smashing it up and then starting it again. So I don't know what your point. If your point you made before was that somehow this is analogous to the World Trade Center, when in fact what you have is a much smaller building undergoing a conventional controlled demolition. Ironically, it leaves a pile of rubble about the same height as the one from the World Trade Center, which is strange considering the building is considerably smaller. It's basically a residential block of about 20 floors rather than a much huger block of 110 floors. So if that's the point you're making now, the point was, of course, they didn't have directed energy weapons. I never said they did. So the point you're making is a bit strange. Anyway. You then go on to talk about my video at 1 hour 57 minutes 22 seconds on the Truth Seekers Northeast 4, and you say, oh Ben, you say I was just one of 3 acts on the bill. Acts, not one of the presenters or one of the delegates, one of the 3 acts. A bit of a Freudian slip there, Ben, meaning that basically because I used the word act, somehow I'm secretly, it's like he said this about Marcus Allen wrongly, that because I say these things, it's proof that deep down I know I'm lying and I'm just saying act, and the fact that I use this word inadvertently is a revelation of that. Well, it's not, Steve. You're clutching at straws here, you really are, because you say when you stand in front of these muppets spruiking all this nonsense, are you acting? Spruiking, I just think, means speaking publicly. Spruiking is a word I've only ever heard Steve Mumbling use. I didn't hear anyone say it when I was in Australia. I spent a month and a half in Australia, and I never heard anyone say it. So maybe it's a part of Steve's little idiolect. He has to say it's one of his own words. But no, I'm not acting. I'm not telling them what he says. Do you tell them what they want to hear? No. And you say at 1:49:49, you say the official 9/11 account, for the official 9/11 account to be true, it would have to be a unique situation. It was a unique situation. I can't recall another occasion when a fully fueled airliner crashed into a tall building. If you can, perhaps you could provide a link. A B-25 Mitchell bomber hit the Empire State Building. This is a light twin-engine bomber weighing less than 9 tons. Now, I remember this. Yeah, this was an incident. I think it happened not long after the Empire State Building was actually created. This, yeah, it took place in where was it? Oh, right. Oh, that's just a link to the building. I think this I think took place sometime in the 1930s. An aircraft, a military aircraft, hit the Empire State Building, made a great big hole in the wall. Yes, I've heard about that. So yeah, you could say, well, it was a unique situation. Well, the answer is we can have, and he says here, a B-25 could have flown into the WTC tower and have very little effect, just as with the Empire State Building. Well, the thing about it is, Steve, firstly, are you now promoting the thermite and plane story? It was real planes and thermite. Is that what you're promoting? In which case, you're a 9/11 truther like me. You just have different ideas. Secondly, if you really are so concerned that what I say is theoretically impossible, then why don't you fund Stephen Diak's test? Because a guy called Stephen Diak is actually carrying out a live test using a rocket sled and parts of building material, building walls, steel frame building walls, and parts of a jet airline. He's actually going to initiate test impacts of these two objects to see exactly what happens. So why don't you get involved with that, Steve? Right, where are we now? Okay, I'm going to give it 20 minutes, then I'm going to take a break. Just so it doesn't confuse me over the tags. Limespec says on Bigfoot in Britain, Hi Ben, I'm watching this video again. I've been... What's happened here? Oh, hang on, I know what's happened. It's alright. I just got the tag because I was... The clipboard, the videos were on the clipboard. That's alright. Oh, hang on, I've got to press reply. I did press reply, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I hope I haven't done that too many times. Limespec says, Hi Ben, I've been watching this video again. I've been watching your channel for about 7 years. I remember you've been very often commenting from back then. I remember you very well. And I watched this one back when you first uploaded it, but I've had to come back to it. I recently delved into some of Chris Turner and Bigfoot Tony stuff. Yeah, Chris is a good friend of mine. He's been on HPANWO radio. And this topic has fascinated me now. I certainly give more credence to this than I once did. Same here. I mean, honestly, Limespecs, when I first heard about this, I thought it's impossible. I heard vague stories about, oh, there's Bigfoots in Britain, you know, and I thought, no. On an island as densely populated as this, no. Then I met Charmaine Fraser, and I met some of the other people involved in this. People like Deborah Hatswell, and then Chris Turner. And, yep, as with Paul McCartney, I changed my mind. I did look at the other side of the story. I even interviewed Glenn Vaudrey on my show, he's a big sort of like crypto zooform phenomena guy, but he's not a cryptid guy for this. But in the end, I think this side won out. And Limespec said after that, hope you do some more stuff on this again soon. Maybe you could do a review of Elusive once it's released. Cheers, Ben. Alice. Yeah, I'd love to. I mean, Chris, I'm hoping to get back on the channel on my radio show, but I'd love to maybe do a video review of it. That'd be great. Northeast Ford, Bob Branning. You don't jump to conclusions. What about the Holly Gregg hoax? You accepted that load of lies with no evidence at all. It's accepted, not accepted. And Mel O'Brien says it hasn't been established there was a hoax, dude. Okay. Yes, I did, and I apologised. I actually apologised. I don't actually owe you any apology, Bob. The people I apologise is the people like that I actually interviewed when I interviewed the Holly Gregg hoax group on my radio show, and I apologised to them then. Yes, I did, and I shouldn't have done that. Okay, it wasn't to say it was no evidence at all. It wasn't no evidence at all. It was misunderstood evidence, and we went over the whole truth movement. I think was on this, and we misinterpreted it, and we did some bad things, and we're not perfect, and we admitted we were wrong. Right. Oh, Bob Branning. Hang on. Right, he's going to bring up something now. Which makes me a bit suspicious of who he is. David never spoke. This is Bob Branning. David Icke never spoke about Jimmy Savile until after his death in 2011. By which time this sick behaviour had been exposed on the mainstream news. It's just more rubbish from Ben the J.R. Porter. Blah blah blah. I challenge you to direct me to where Icke spoke about Savile before his death, and it was mainstream news. I'll pay you one Bitcoin worth 3,327. You can find references to Savile made by Icke before his death, or any mention of Savile to do with anything. It is an open secret in the institution. Let's not forget Icke was working in this institution at the time and said nothing. Benabort, could you show me where Lydon was crying? I've seen the interview. You're making that up as well. No, I'm not. Okay, Who are you, Bob? Because this came up on the HPANWO forum, didn't it? And I actually said at the time that David had mentioned when the moment Savile died, David posted, before anything came out about him, David posted something about the fact that his paedophilia, right? This was not mentioned before, as far as I know, that's true. However, the very fact that it was actually mentioned at his death and not when the mainstream news covered his paedophilia, does that? You're right if you say there's no records of anything he said before his death. As far as I know, that's true. However, I was wrong about And the Truth Shall Set You Free. I know that. And yeah, David did work at the BBC, and he didn't say anything. Well, you better ask him about that. I'm not sure. I remember the video where John Lydon was crying. I can't remember where that was. If I can find it, I'll find it. And I don't want your bitcoins. I think I know who you are, and I just need a little bit more suspicion. Well, I think if you give me any more reason, I'm going to have to block you on the balance of evidence, because I think I know who you are, Julian. Your Av Gamer says on Don't Eat Pringles, do they still do this in 2018? Which is what? Pringles? Pringles still around? Yeah, I think. But that was an old video. That was a video I made years ago. Okay, Truth Seekers Northeast. Bob Branning says, I'm doing for time. Okay, 10 more minutes. I'm going to take a break. Ben, you don't have to pay your TV. You don't have to pay a license fee to own a TV. That's rubbish. Really? Well, do you know anyone who has a TV who's not been sent a bill? People don't listen to this guy. There's a 99 conviction rate. No, there's not. I know people who've been waiting 2.5 years, and it's not. And you can't convict people. It's not a criminal offence anymore. 180,000 people get fined every year. Listen to this guy, and you can be one of them. You can refuse entry to the inspectors, but they can come back with a warrant and police officer. Really, with what? 10% of magistrate courses cases. Oh. It's an offence to watch TV or use BBC iPlayer and have a valid TV licence. Yes. Blah blah blah. Right, here we go. Old Spammer says on 9/11 conspiracy a reply to Stefan Molyneux. It's a while since I've had one on this. I haven't had one yet this month on this particular video anyway. What's your opinion about the following 9/11 presentation? Google video search the third truth 9/11 Dmitry Kalasov full version. Energy weapons, what's the power source? The small nuke device answers this question. Yeah, my opinion of it is it's nonsense. Dmitry Kalasov was actually a Russian intelligence agent. Indeed, he was with the Soviet KGB before the dissolution of the USSR. And what he's saying is essentially that the actual explosion was a nuclear bomb, and it was detonated under the ground below the World Trade Center. In which case, where was the heat? Where was the noise? Where was the Big Bang? Where was the huge cavity underneath the bathtub, this cofferdam, because remember that the World Trade Center was built on the bed of the River Hudson, on reclaimed land. Where was the big cavity caused by the explosion of a nuclear weapon? Why was it after the building collapsed, supposedly, the water from the river didn't rush into the cavity and make contact with the fireball, which would cause a secondary explosion, a huge cloud of steam? You see this from underwater nuclear explosions. You see a huge ball of superheated steam that explodes out of the ground. Then you get a secondary explosion as the initial gas closest to the fireball, either as the fireball cools or the water cools, you get a secondary explosion as the hydrogen and oxygen mix flashes back into water. Dmitry Kalasov is talking nonsense. He doesn't even deny the official story deep down, because he said basically Al Qaeda could have dug a hole underneath the Trade Center and stuff like that. So that's not denying who did it. Now, so basically that's my answer. It's rubbish, old spammer. Oh, shut up, man. There's more about this. There's another copycat comment on Dr. Jonathan Reed. Gene Skinner interview. We have Micah van Hoon, good Dutch name there, who says, oh, wow, it's... and he or she has spelt it W-A-U-W, like in the Dutch way. I was so... don't think this person can actually speak very good English. I was so curious how she is, and there she is. Good to see she's still in this world. Eugene are very much appreciated in the Dutch mediumship community. Oh, that's really nice, Mike. I'm really glad that the Dutch spiritualists know about Gene Skinner, because I didn't know there was a real scene in Holland. I mean, the thing is, I know a bit about the Netherlands because my mother was a Dutch woman. I spent a lot of time there. I didn't know there was a spiritualist scene there, a really big spiritualist scene. I'm glad you're really on, you're into Gene. Sir Joseph Voros says on Paul McCartney dead, Oh, right, okay. There's just a link here, BeatlesBooks.com. She said, she said. Oh, she said, she said. John Lennon, Paul McCartney. Sometimes out of there's the picture of John Lennon here. She said is such an example. Right. This is quite a long article. I don't really have time to read it at the moment. But thanks for the information. I'll get round to it when I can. Not important says on PewTube down. Need to go over to PubSwap. What's that? And there's a link here. There's a link here to a pubswap.com. Never heard of that. What is it? Pubswap.com. People powered content. Oh, it's like a video sharing thing. Oh, nice. Styx Hexenhammer is on there. Coach Red Pill. Oh, are these? Oh, is this just links though? Because let's have a look. No, it's actually. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, right. Thank you very much for letting me know. It's another free video sharing site. At the moment, I'm using BitChute as quite dedicatedly and Steemit. Those are my two other video platforms I'm using. Because I said YouTube is now is just so unprofessional and so against its users. You should never put all your eggs in the YouTube basket. So I'm using other sites. This is another one to add to the list. So thank you very much. The Pagan says on Is Paul McCartney Dead? The Beatles were a part of social engineering program. No, I can't believe that. The same thing was going on at the time in the US. Yeah, I mean, look at what Mark Devlin has said. He's very interesting. Mark Devlin wrote these big book. In fact, it's a second volume now, Musical Truth. And Neil Sanders has touched on this as well. It is really, it's really interesting. It could explain why so much effort was done to keep the Beatles going. Lupi Ruani says on Paul McCartney Dead, the cameraman is a Mongo. Oh, what's a Mongo? I don't know what a Mongo is. Are you saying it's true? I had some camera problems with that. Okay, I admit that. I've admitted it before. That's your point. Richard says on Paul McCartney Dead. What's this? Hey, fatty. What are you going to talk about, you skinny bastard? The Earth is flat and motionless. Oh, a flathead. We have a flathead. Hey, flatty. The UFO nonsense you're addicted to is for the gullible. I know, I used to be one. Research Werner von Braun's Last Plan for Humanity. I know, I've talked about Carol Rosin before. Fake alien invasion. Look, I know, think about the fake alien invasion is not fake because UFOs don't exist. UFOs do exist and it's still fake. Grow up. Oh, the globe is a lie. Go research it instead of attacking this messenger. I'm not attacking any messenger. I'm just thinking, I just think I've got a lot of sense. I'm a bit like one of those elephants that are holding up the earth, that are standing on the back of the turtle. And what me and my three fellow elephants, we know about these things. Yes. Anyway, let me know how you get on when you try and reach the South Pole and fall off the end. Okay, we got Richard again. Oh my goodness me. This is all in bloody... Oh god, this is all in capitals. Okay. Sort your fucking mic work out. What the fuck is the cunt of a cameraman doing throughout this filming? He sounds like he's beating a small child's head against the camera. Mike, utterly fucking awful, unprofessional, seriously fucking annoying. Learn your fucking craft if you want to make films. You have ruined the whole presentation. You are a disgrace to Nick Colostrum, although he would be far too polite to say so. So I will, you utter ignorant cunt. Oh my goodness me. This is your response to the technical problems I had? Even though I actually apologised for the problems. The problems I had were purely the tripod, which I apologised for in there. And even despite this, you have to go on all caps tirade for swearing at me. You can't even spell the profanities enough. Fucking has a C in. Idiot. Bob Branning says in Truth Seekers North East 4, Ben the jail porter was... What's this here? What's a link to a video? Let's. Oh right, it's okay. Ben the jail porter was sacked from his porter's job for gross misconduct. See how the kid is begging for food. Oh right, Bob. I'm just going to block this. I'm blocking Bob Branning. I'm going to delete that comment. Where are you? Right, you're witnessing a live blocking of a troll. Goodbye, Bob Branning. What he's just done is proof now who he is. He is he's part of Team Droik. He's just brought up personal attacks against me relating to my family and my employment. I'm going to read this out just so you know who you're dealing with here. Okay, Steve Mumbling, are you listening? This is the guy who's your ally. Ben the jail porter was sacked from his porter's job for gross misconduct. A job, he says, is tougher than special forces. I didn't say that. See how the kid is begging for food. Right, this is in a video I made where my daughter is featured when she's a young girl. 9 hours after being fed, he's only interested in watching Ike on the net and the mother EastEnders on TV. See Ben gulping down cheap cider and spirits while the kid goes hungry. Notice the locks on the bedroom doors. Ask Ben about his time in mental homes. You idiots follow this sad sack. This is a video it's called Relative Madness. It was not made by me. It was a documentary made by someone called Vika Edko Kamenko, but I have uploaded it to my channel and you can watch it. And what Bob Branning here has, to me, is said, and he must realise this, has proved that he is a member of Team Droik. From now on, I'm going to delete every comment I see by him on this channel. I might go back and delete some of the others, and I'm also going to not reply to any more I see, and not reply to the ones that he has put on here. Okay, so I'm going to take a break now. Right, well, I'm back. Hello there. Yes, I am back indeed. Now, to give you a little bit more background on Bob Branning, something I should have said before. If you want to know more about Bob Branning, go to my video called Confronting Droik. You'll need a Google account to log in because I put it on adults only. And when you watch it, you'll realise why. It tells you everything you want to know about him on that, because he is part of that team. He's part of that group of trolls who I discuss in that particular video. Right, so where are we now? We're on the, I believe we're on the 7th, is it the 6th or the 7th half hour? 6th! Oh, hang on, yeah, 6th half hour. It's the 7th half hour now. So we're going for over 3 hours, blimey. Right. Ian Moffat says on Paul McCartney, I follow a lot of Nick Collisham's work, but struggling to be convinced by this one. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I know what this is about. Just got to record the... Right. Paste. And it's the 7th half hour now. Right. I think it is anyway. Yes, it is. It's the 7th half hour. Yeah, it is. All these are all 6th half hours. So this is the 7th half hour. Just working it out. Bear with me. It's alright. I'm better at this than Diane Abbott. 6th, 7th. That's all 6th. Right. Yeah. It's okay. I know where I am now. Ian Moffat says on Paul McCartney, I follow a lot of Nick Collisham's work, but struggling to be convinced by this one. McCartney's dad's name was Jim, not Alf. Also, is that so? Well, the evidence, I think, as I said, I struggled to be convinced too, or the evidence struggled to convince me, but I was convinced. Okay, I'm not going to answer any more questions by Bob Branning, and I'm going to remove them all. Well, when you remove them all, it makes the page go haywire, so I'm not going to remove them right now. I've removed one of them, but I won't be answering any more comments by Bob Branning. Now, this is I do want to respond to what someone has written on the Dr. Jonathan Reed video, because he's actually said, stop supporting him, collecting dirty money from this video. Now, I want to make this clear, my channel is not monetized. If you see any adverts on my channel, it's because of third-party strikes. So this is completely false. I actually put a comment on there explaining why I didn't think it was Monetised. The Big D says on HPANWO Radio's here. That's an old video, that is. Hi. He puts hello guys, I'll say hi. There we are. Big D says this is in the UK, meaning HPANWO Radio and HPANWO TV, of course. Yes, it is. Now, Bob Lazar movie live stream. Martin Pratt says, with you, Ben, Bob Lazar, in my view, is telling the truth. Yes, I agree. Bob Lazar is telling the truth. I know Steve Mumbling doesn't agree, and I'll be making a comments reply video to him, certainly. And this isn't my new, my latest live stream. I've done another one since then, but Julian Carver says, I missed the live stream. Glad to catch up now. Thanks, Ben. Okay. Well, thanks. I hope you enjoy it. I really do. I hope you enjoy it. And Cynic's Fake News says, Bob is telling the truth. Yes, he is. Like I said, this is something else I was sort of on the fence with, and I wasn't quite as certain, and then I went full circle. Now I am sure he's telling the truth. I'm sure his story's real. I've never heard of Bob Lazar, says Death Guild Inquisitor 1968. Really? Where have you been? What island have you been living on? Nick Colostrum in Oxford. This is the 10-year anniversary of the London bombings one. Carol Dragovich. It's spelled C-A-R-E-A-L. I presume that's pronounced Carol. Bush said, Bush, that's George W. Bush said, if you're not with us, you're with the terrorists. Who the right person would do anything to with the terrorists, he must be Sinian, no sane person would be into terrorism. He must be in something, no sane. I don't quite understand that, I'm sorry. I had a comment on the Bob Lazar movie live stream from Exomatrix TV, and I subscribe to them. They actually do some good videos, and I'm glad they watch me as much as I watch them, because they have some they're a really big channel. So and they have put here Project. Oh right, this is all about. It's a Project Avalon forum. The unforgettable story of Bob Lazar, UFOs, Area 51, secret underground military bases. Oh, thank you very much. That's true. Yeah, so I'll put a little comment reply there. So, comments reply tag. Yeah, so, right. Bob Lazar movie live stream. I Macy says, you look very serious in your thumbnail, Ben. Enjoyed the chat as always. Oh, I do. Well, I tend to, when you do these live streams, they make you pose for a still, and I tend to put on a quite serious. I tend to do that. I tend to go, you know, something like that. So it's not a random. It's not a random thumbnail. They make you pose for the snap. Jerry Wood says crap underneath. I Macy says Jerry Wood said the cat to the hat with the tat. Oh dear. Okay, now we have. Oh. Now we have Steve Mumbling on the Bob Lazar movie live stream, who says, hang on, let me just put in a tag. Right. I tried to post a comment on this live stream, but when I hit enter, it greyed out. Have you blocked me, Ben? No, I haven't blocked you, Steve. But I explained to him, and he says that's a... Right. Bob Browning replies, and of course he's now blocked from this channel, so I won't be saying anything about that. And Steve then says, I think it's beginning to dawn on him that Lazar is a fantasist. Roswell or a mogul or similar balloon, 9/11 just like that. That the moon landings happen just as history books tell us. Just like all other things, he keeps spruiking all this twaddle for something to do. Really, Bob, Steve, well, I'll say more when I do my comments reply video to you, I think. That's the best thing to do. Oh, here we go. Alright. Someone has posted a link to Dreamland Resort. I've watched that. Steve, I know that website. It's very interesting actually, because it gives you a lot of information about Area 51, but it's very dedicatedly anti-UFO. That's what I noticed, which is strange. It talks about Bob Lazar, and yeah, and Steve says, well, I was a physicist working on a top secret alien spacecraft program. Does sound an awful lot better than I was a pimp, lol. Well, it's true that he's talking about Bob Lazar's criminal conviction, which was covered in the movie, and it's not like it says on Dreamland Resort. Let's just look at this page, because I have seen it before. Yeah, blah 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 blah. Bob Lazar was involved in some, where was it? Something to do with prostitution, which in Nevada is actually not as serious an offence as it is in many other places. So people have often misjudged Bob. They claimed he's some kind of pimp or something. Now, prostitution is actually legal in Nevada under certain licenses, and this idea that Bob Lazar was a pimp is a complete exaggeration. He is. I can't remember the actual details, but it was much more to do with licensing and things like that. Right, I'll just get rid of that. Right, a new comment here. Roswell Redeemed Humanity After Disclosure, my new book. Have you got your copy yet? Makes a greater present. New Year present, of course. Legend Real says, thanks Ben, enjoy your evening, Jim. Thanks, Jim. Thank you very much. Let's have a look. Limespec says on the Bob Lazar movie live stream, I actually annoyed I missed this. I remembered around 7, but then forgot come 9 PM. Oh, oh sorry, Limespecs. Well, I always leave my recordings up whenever I do a live stream. I always leave the recordings up. Gary Robinson says, congrats on the book, Ben, mate. Good luck with it. Thanks, Gary. Much appreciated. Where are we now? Johnny Smallcock and his vile tasting toffees says as Roswell Redeemed, this is deeply embarrassing and difficult to watch. Well, you don't seem to have any trouble watching, do you, Johnny? You go out of your way to watch. You watch everything, don't you? You watch as many things as you can. You can't stop watching things. You can't stop watching anything that I do. It can't be that difficult if you pour through every single video and post silly comments on every single one of them. And Earth Dog says, then click on. Yeah, exactly. TK says, I can't imagine anyone being so envious of somebody to go to such lengths as create a YouTube account and write crappy messages. Well, you know, TK, there was a time when I didn't, but I do now. Edwardian Lady says, what a loser, exactly. Steve071, back under your bridge, troll. I said, Jam Noise 72, hi Jam Noise, how are you? Hope you're alright. I talked to Jam Noise off the air actually, and we had a long conversation. Your comment is very embarrassing for you, and your comment was difficult to read without thinking of what a complete twat you really are. Exactly. And she says underneath, she says, where is your book? Quote, Face or Life? You should change your name to hashtag Ben's Biggest Fan. You hear so much. LMFAO. Yes, he is. It's funny, these trolls who go around going, oh, you're worthless, you're useless, you're rubbish, you're full of crap. I know this because I've watched every one of your videos and I'm going to watch them all again. Let me know when you next have an upload. Neptune Return says on Roswell Redeemed, the all-seeing eye on the cover. Ooh, you, my friend, are Illuminati. Oh, we have that eye, the eye thing. I actually love that design. It was Annette Lemaire, the artist, who's done a fantastic job on this whole series of books. I was trying to think of, like, well, if you read the story, you'll know what I mean. It's difficult to find an illustration which sort of encapsulates the theme of the book, unlike the other two. This was a much more difficult book to write, actually, and indeed and this one does it properly. It really does. Right, Diego says, does Santa stock your book on Roswell Redeemed? Well, he does, yes, indeed. Dangerous Dan says you'll have to empty his sack and see. Well, actually, I know that he climbed down a lot of chimneys and he left an awful lot of presents for people. He really did, and some of them were my book. I know that. Edwardian Lady says, well done, Ben. Thank you, Edwardian Lady. Thank you. Tina Silver, hope it goes well. Good luck. Thanks, Tina. Thank you. Right, Roswell Redeemed again. Stan Smith says, on this, He's got the American Dad avatar. It's really cool, that series. Was a bit of a coincidence that Osama bin Laden was killed the same day the Skinny Bob alien video footage was uploaded to YouTube. Great distraction from the elite. The Skinny Bob ET footage is 100% real, in my opinion. All right. I mean, I read a guy's report on it, and he thought it was faked, and it might be real. I mean, the thing about it is, it's in this day and age, what can't be faked? This is why I'm so interested in like older videos. This is why Colin Wolford's a good mate of mine, but he's wrong about the alien autopsy. It is fake, and I've done a video. I've done one video about that. But one thing I've never done a video about the alien interview, have I? Oh, I don't have. Maybe I haven't. But the alien interview, I've done an article on HPANWO, on the main HPANWO site about this. I should do a video about it, actually. But it's that I think is real. The alien interview is real. I'm absolutely certain of that. And I explain why in the article and in the radio show. But allegedly, says Steve O'Donnell, Bin Laden died for the second time that day. Yes, 100% authentic, says Mr. Rose. And Stan Smith says, "Good luck with the book, Ben." Thanks, Stan. Thank you very much. Right, on the Bob Lazar movie live stream, Adam Patel, book lover, hello again Adam, says, "A nice video, Ben. I mean, I've enjoyed listening to you. I'd love to hear about your views on ancient Saturn, Sun and all the religious and corporate organisations that are connected to it one day." Okay, you take care, Ben, and bye. See you. Thanks. I don't know, actually. I know something we call Saturn the second sun, and I did a video on the Lucifer project. If you check that out, I was one of the few people who covered it, actually, because it was big news a few years ago. When it actually happened and the spacecraft crashed into Saturn, I was one of the few people who actually covered it. Do check it anyway. I think you're a good man, Ben, says Adam. It's always a pleasure listening to your talks. It's gold. Oh, thank you, Adam. Thank you very much. If you love books so much, you might like this one. I. Macy says, "You should make an audio book for the people that can't read due to the ongoing eugenics poisons." Well, I mean, that's an idea, actually. Some people have asked me if it's on Kindle, and I haven't put it on Kindle because I just don't like these ebooks. But it's an audio book might be an idea, actually. Gaffer Gadget says, "I can hear you on the Bob Lazar movie live stream." Thanks, Gaffer. That's one for the live comments, but much appreciated. Jamnoy says, "Well done, Soul Brother. Hope it goes well." Thank you, Jackie, on that blob on the Roswell Redeemed. Thank you, Jamnoise. Much appreciated. Mr. Rose says, "You're awesome, Ben," on Roswell Redeemed. Thank you, Mr. Rose. Steve Mumbling says on the Bob Lazar movie live stream. I've got a feeling he's making a video about this, so I won't say too much. "To say it may be perfectly reasonable for aliens to fly God's..." Alright, he's repeating... Okay, he's repeated something that he said earlier, which I've already answered, which is why I say he's anthropomorphizing the aliens, assuming that they will do what we would do in their situation, which I think is wrong. I spoke about that earlier, Steve. I've left a reply to your comment where you said it there. Best thing I can do, I think, is watch your own video and do a reply about it. Right, did Britain start world wars? Gizmo Cat has posted on here. It's a link. It's a link to a YouTube video. What's this? Brazil elects a Nazi, or did they? Oh my God! There's a load of some argument on the streets here. Oh God, I'll give that a miss for now. But I'll have a look at that later. It seems to be like some SJW fight with other people. It's quite amusing, actually. But I don't know. See what Brazil. I mean, Brazil does have like an arch conservative new leader. I don't see what that's got to do with the world wars. I mean, maybe you posted this on maybe you meant to post this on another video. Maybe even someone else's video. Gizmo Cat. Right. Okay. Right. This is welcome to HPANWO TV. My goodness, this is the first video I uploaded. Or I think it's the... Actually, did I upload the Temple Cowley one first? I can't remember. It was one of my first videos. Hi, great to finally watch some of your videos. I first saw you on Richard D. Hall's video, but finally stumbled on your YouTube channel. We'll try and watch what you have from the old to the new, but just watched your books off the shelf vid part 1, so we'll comment later on that. Great to see you going from strength to strength. And that's by Cronenberg73, Making Gaming Fun. Well, thanks, Cronenberg. Much appreciated. And I really like the beer that you're named after. I do hope you enjoy HPANWO TV. I really do. Crafty Nihilist says on Roswell Redeemed, Ben, will we be able to buy all 3 together somewhere? I'm not. You can actually buy them. Well, you can buy them all now on Amazon. But I'm actually planning on a box set. I'm actually working with an artist about creating a box set, which will be sold at a discount. So it'll be, rather than £30, which is what all 3 cost independently, it'll be like £25. I do sell them at that price if you buy them live and or you see me at a conference or something. But yeah, I'll let you know how I get on with that. Emlyn-Jones says, would there be some CCTV evidence of this is on Bigfoot in Britain, of these creatures, Bigfoot in Britain, if they're using railway sides to move from place to place? That's a good question, and there must be. I haven't seen any, but there must be. I mean, I don't know what the police do with the CCTV footage once it's captured, or whether you're allowed to actually, if you see something strange crawling through the bracken, you can actually give it to cryptozoologists. I'm not sure, but that's a good question. Okay, what about Paul McCartney? Oh, bloody hell, this is a long one. I'm not sure I have time to go through all this. It's a very long comment. Let's have a look. The eye colour is proof alone, but Paul is miles taller, yeah, than the original Paul. Let's have a look. His face is longer, speaking his singing voice different. He could have had plastic surgery, but the eye colours are killers in the argument, yeah. Eyebrows, crow's feet near the eyes. The eyes are the deal breaker, yeah. Heather Mills said that there was something about the current Paul McCartney that's shocking, and the world would be in much shock if she revealed a secret, yeah. The hidden message in the music. The zebra crossing picture, Paul looks about the same height as the others but isn't wearing shoes, plus further away from the camera, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree. This is interesting. And so this person says at the end, if it would be interesting when he dies if anything comes out about him. And that actually could be the case. I think he says here the whole thing should be treated as a police investigation, yeah. Well, that's kind of what Nick is doing. He's like a detective. Really, maybe, see, when Sir William Shepherd actually shuffles off this mortal coil, that might actually be the moment. Anyway, Mel O'Brien says, his voice is exactly the same with a bit of ageing. Trust me, I'm a voice coach. A bunch of tone-deaf people making ridiculous claims. Well, really, but surely not 1 month's ageing, Mel. And lol says underneath, Mel O'Brien, well, you aren't good at your job. So, as you know, for a fact, it isn't the real Paul McCartney. Things I can't divulge for legal reasons, but I can say he isn't the real Paul without getting into trouble. Also, the evidence is out there to prove it's not him, and you have to be an idiot not to know this. There's no need to be rude, lol. Okay, Mel O'Brien is entitled to say what he thinks. Mind you, tone-deaf people making ridiculous claims is pretty rude as well, so maybe I'll just let these two guys go head-to-head. Yeah, I mean, I'll be interested to know what you can't divulge for legal reasons, lol. Maybe hope someday you can. Definitely. And as I said, you know, talking about aging, Paul McCartney was only disappeared. The difference, it was from about September the 11th to November the 9th. Now, that's just 1 month. That's the confirmed period of time where Paul McCartney was not there in 1966. So basically, fall was in place by the 9th of November. So you can't, that amount of aging wouldn't affect your voice. Truth Seekers Northeast 4, an outlaw in-law says, there are no aliens. There may be artificially created life forms and spaceships, but they are not aliens as they are made here. It's all a psyop, a cover-up. The orbs are spiritual energies, the spirits are here, and always have been and will be. Yeah, I agree with you about the orbs, but there are aliens. They're not all artificially created life forms and spaceships, and they're not. This takes us back to the, is it the secret space program, is it ET argument? Well, the answer is both. Same video, Outlaw In-Law says, David Icke is the master of distraction. You've been led down the garden path, Ben. Oh, dearie me. I actually had this bloke, he was a friend of mine actually, I've not seen him for years. But he was a bit of an arrogant fool. And he once said, we were talking about David, and he's very, David Icke is can't be trusted things. And he emailed me and said, sorry Ben, but you need to wake up and see how you've been fooled by David Icke. No argument, there's no reasons, he just said, you've got to wake up, And I replied, look, you don't want, come on, let's face it, guy, this bloke Guy, I'll call him Guy. Let's face it, Guy, you don't want me to wake up. You like being superior to me, don't you? You like lording it over me the way you are. So shut up, don't be a hypocrite, just admit it. Your so-called friendship with me is based on your feeling of superiority over me. And I tolerated that, I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. Real Life Captured says, on replying to comments 19, are you still a hospital porter? No, I'm not. There's several videos actually, if you want to check out my channel, there's a couple of videos where I actually say this. Right, where are we? Darren Braisdell says, this is on another video, CERN disproves ghosts. That's the first comment I've had on this video this month. Science is science. Ghosts do not exist. The video is called CERN disproves ghosts. Science is science. Ghosts do not exist. Ghosts have never existed and never will exist. Anyone who thinks they do are absolute retards. When you die, you die. The end. Right. I think I'll go through this again. This time I'll put my comments in for each line. Science is science. Yes, and a chicken is a chicken, and a house is a house, and a car is a car. Okay. Ghosts do not exist. Yes, they do. Ghosts have never existed and they never will exist. They have always existed and they always will. Anyone who thinks they do are absolute retards. I think anyone who doesn't believe ghosts exist are idiots, morons, fools, dupes, con men, knobs, idiots, wankers. I said idiots twice, didn't I? Right, so that's my answer to you. You answer with an ad hominem, I reply with an answer ad hominem. When you die, you die. The end. You know where I'm going, don't you? MBA. 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 Yes, Darren Braisdell, you have demonstrated that you are worthy of the coveted Materialist Bravery Award. Could you email me, bennyj74gmx.co.uk, send me your address and I'll send you your medal. Bronto Max says on reply to comments 19, in your reply to comments videos, could you advise viewers to search the video transcript for their username or keywords from their own question in order to pinpoint the time code of your answer? Well, I used to do that actually. The thing is, there's no real video transcript. Can you actually generate a transcript? If you can, then I'll do that. But if you can generate, if it's as long as it's accurate, yeah, why not? New video, Brexit vote live stream. Right. This is from Adrian Cooper, no relation to Darren, I don't think. How do we get our country back if we never lost it in the first place? Right. You Leavers wanted to regain sovereignty. Parliament is now sovereign. It will decide. The problem throughout the entire process is you wanted to airbrush out 16 million people who voted to remain. Name me one EU regulation or directive that has personally negatively affected you. Also, brush up on separation of powers. The executive can only make decisions with the consent of Parliament. Oh my God. I don't think I have time to go in for this now, but I'd suggest you, firstly, Parliament is not sovereign. There are many occasions, such as certain everything from food additives to the banning of road safety measures on car design in which our Parliament has been thwarted by the European Union Parliament. So there's many other examples. And you say the problem throughout the entire process, if you wanted to airbrush out 16 million people who voted to remain, that's because you lost. You know, if Germany, when Germany played England in the football, right, Germany won 2-1. Now, England, I'm afraid, were out of the European Championships at that point. Sorry, but it's just a fact. It's the rules. And you know, the good thing is, like, leavers like me, when we airbrush out you 16 million Ramonas, we don't call you racists, we don't call you misogynists, we don't say you're little Englanders, we don't call you white van drivers, we don't say that you are unqualified to have an opinion because you're uneducated white male working class. We don't attack you with these ad hominems that you attack us with. Name me one EU regulation or directive that's personally negatively affected you. Right, well, firstly, when I wanted to get some herbal medicine, I was affected by the thumped. That's just one. Brush up on separation of powers. Oh, the executive can only make decisions with the consent of Parliament. Yes, it needs. Yes, the European Commission does need every one of its bills to be passed by the European Parliament, but unlike the sovereign, what should be the sovereign Parliament of a nation, that the actual members of Parliament can't present bills. Parliament cannot repeal bills. It cannot amend bills. The European Parliament is just there for show. Look, please, Adrian, watch my EU videos, because I've made about 5 or 6 videos about this issue. Please do watch it, because you will learn something. Nigel vote. Oh, sorry, Brexit vote live stream again. This is Maria. Nigel Farage was a banker. Says it all, doesn't it? And that's not a mispronunciation. And Steve Mumling says, do you know what they call a group of bankers? A wunch. I didn't know that. Is that an Australian thing? Is that an Australian thing? Well, Farage, yeah, I talk in this video about how, for the first time, I state publicly about my suspicions of Nigel Farage. And I think his behaviour says it all, really. Is Paul McCartney dead? Diane St. James Amos, that's an interesting name. Anyone who believes this bullshit is a fucking idiot. Ben, spend your time doing something constructive. Well, I think anyone who doesn't believe this not bullshit is a fucking idiot, and you should spend your time doing something constructive. There we are, see? Respond in kind. And Diane St. James's Amos also says, the planet needs to be rid of idiots like everyone who believes this bullshit. Same video. How stupid can people be? Apparently quite fucking dumb. 2 comments. 1 video. You haven't said one thing about why Paul McCartney's alive. Not one thing. You just insult me, you attack me, use ad hominems. And this is normal now. You mean, this is one thing I've learned from doing the comments reply videos. But getting into an actual debate with someone like this person did about the EU just now, that's wonderful. It's like a jewel in a dung heap. At least this person talking about EU this person was completely and utterly wrong, but at least they're willing to they're actually willing to debate on a rational level. Oh, and I've had a comment here on the Brexit Vote live show. Oh, I'm honoured. I've had a comment from none other than Anthony J. Hilder, who is he's the absolute godfather of the conspiratorial people. He is the I think he's like Jim Mars in a way, so I'm really honoured that he watched. I knew he watched me, but it was really nice to have a comment from him. Let's go back a bit and let's have a look. I just got to edit because I missed a time stamp. Actually, let me just stop this a moment. Sorry. Okay, I just had to go back a bit because I went slightly over time on the stamps. Anthony J. Hilder says, yes, the referendum result was the wrong answer, so the political elite are going to make you vote again until the right answer comes. Stay. Yes, exactly, Mr. Hilder, you're absolutely right. People should be able to see through their motivation. This is a test of your resolve to keep the vote and preserve your culture, borders, democracy. The government should be doing what people want instead of the other way round. Yes. Absolutely, Mr. Hilder. I met Anthony J. Hilder at AV3, the Alternative View Conference. It's really great to meet him. He did interview me there briefly. And Adrian Cooper says, our resident Ramona, what exactly means see through their motivation? Well, I'll just go do these things one at a time. See through the motivation. The motivation was that there should never ever be a Brexit. They're now acting like Theresa May was acting as if she was desperately trying to give us Brexit, but failing because, oh my God, it's so difficult. I talk about that in the live stream. It was a complete sham. Adrian says, do you class Rees-Mogg, Boris Johnson, Gove as the political elite as well, all the levers? Well, I think at least, I won't go into details because I'm not sure, but at least two of those names you mentioned I think are controlled opposition. What do you mean by preserved culture? Warm beer, maypoles, cucumber sandwiches? Yes, of course. Partly, yes, it is that. And he says, less coloured faces on our street. Oh, right. So here comes the racism card, is it? You're going to blame us. You're now going to call us racist now, Adrian? Less coloured faces on our street. As if, do you think I was a hospital porter? I work with people of all races. I live with Sudanese Muslims. I mean, the truth of the matter is, yes, I think if you have too many foreign people in a country, it has a detrimental effect on that country. That is a fact. It doesn't mean attacking individuals. It doesn't mean being resentful against individuals and walking down the street and seeing non-white people and going, ugh, aren't they horrible? It doesn't mean doing that. They are as much victims as we are, and in fact, with disclosure and stuff like that, they'll be going back to their own countries. Not only that, we'll probably want to go and live there because it's nicer weather, and then they'll have an immigration problem. I've done an entire video on that. Check it out. It's one of the exopolitics videos or one of the disclosure videos. Anyway, borders. We have border control, and it was always in the power of the government to police freedom movement under Article 7. Yes, that's because we stayed out of the Schengen zone for now. But do you realise if they undo Brexit, they're just going to keep on marching. They're going to have a mandate to go on and on and on. And do you realise if you idiots, sorry, if you people had actually won, we'd be in the Schengen zone now. We'd be in the single currency. Mr. Hilder's absolutely right, and he says they could not be bothered. Yeah, they do. They want a European superstate, so that then they can bring it into a one world government. Joseph Stalin said this, for goodness sake. He said one world government has to be achieved in two stages. Firstly with European superstates, then with one world government. George Orwell created this model in 1984, Oceania, East Asia, Eurasia, East Asia and Eurasia. And Mr. Hilder says, yeah, I'll give him a love heart actually for that. Theresa May, stealth Remainer, yes. Well, it says it in just one word, doesn't it? I've got to say, I'll give him two actually, because he's such a good guy. He's been doing this before I was born, before most of the people watching this were born. He started in this business doing what I'm doing after the Kennedy assassination, making vinyl records and things like that, and writing pamphlets. Long before there was an internet, he was writing pamphlets. He's a decent man. John Barry says on Was All Redeemed, hi Ben, hopefully this will be available on Google Books soon. John, I'm afraid it won't be. I'm not going to put it out as an ebook, either on Amazon Kindle or anything else. It's a long subject, but I don't approve of that medium. I'm afraid you are going to have to buy the paperback. Someone suggested an audiobook, and that's something I'm going to consider. But it's worth it. I mean, they're quite small. They're not big books. You can put them in like a bag or something. Sorry about that. I hope it won't put you off reading it altogether. Don't worry, John. Please do still buy the books. Nobody dies from paper poisoning, honestly. Emma-Jones says on the Brexit vote live stream, it's a possibility that Farage is a government stooge. Yes, it is now. I mean, I never said anything before. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, but I'm not anymore. Or maybe he's been bought up by the EU, possibly. I think most people in the EU like it because the countries in the Balkans do well out of it. And if Turkey joins the EU, we'll have even yet more money to control right-wing governments. Yeah, I mean, Turkey being in the EU is an awful thing. It probably was not as bad as you might think, because basically the EU is now splitting in half. It's going to be like old Byzantium. It's going to be this little pocket over here. Well, there's this big chaos. Well, it's good chaos in the middle with Italy, Austria, Poland, all of Eastern Europe coming out. And then there's going to be the Stalins. There's going to be the Ramonas in Britain. And there's going to be the Merkels and the Macrons in France. And God knows what they're going to do in Spain. But the EU's on its last legs anyway. Now, if Turkey joined the EU, it would be very, very bad for everyone if the EU wasn't collapsing. Because firstly, it would almost double the population of the EU, because Turkey has a huge population. It would also leave the border much more open to the Middle East, because basically then the EU has a land border in the Middle East. So, and also it'd be very, very bad for Turkey, because they would lose their sovereignty. Limespec says, on Brexit Vote live stream, oh, I missed this time because I was at work's Christmas do. Please schedule these better in future, lol. Oh, I'm sorry, Limespecs. I do try to make them as convenient as possible for as many people as possible. But what's this? Hang on. Okay, the band member who he shall not be named has just linked to Steve Mumbling's video. I'll be putting a reply video to Steve Mumbling in due course on the Bob Lazar situation. But Steve, do you feel comfortable with someone like Bob Branning backing you up like this? What do you think of his conduct towards me? Right, where are we now? What's this here? Oh, hang on. Nadine Hassan says imbecile on my microchip video. No, you're an imbecile. Brexit Vote live stream. Steve071 says, missed this due to work. Sorry, mate. Oh, I have to say though that it's probably your best live stream. Look forward to being able to watch the next one, Ben. Thanks, Steve. And I'm going to do another one, Steve. And I hope it won't be when you're at work. I can't schedule it to suit everyone. Sorry, I'm sorry about that. Adam Patel Book Lover says, Merry Christmas, Ben. Merry Christmas to you too, Adam. Slightly belated now, but thank you very much. Hope you had a nice one and a Happy New Year. John Nolan says on Roswell Redeemed, sell the movie rights, Ben. Yeah, well, I am willing to negotiate. It was actually Steve Mera of Phenomena magazine who suggested Roswell Rising would make a great movie. Well, like I said, I'm open to deals. I'm open to offers. Jonathan Burgess says on Larry Warren in Rendlesham Forest, you sound like the actor Nick Frost. Do I? I love his films. I love the films he does with Simon Pegg. I think they're really cool. Are we now? Okay. Gardening with Granny. That's a good name. This is on Morgellons test. My husband battled with MRSA and Morgellons for years until applying a homemade topical cream we called MMM, topical salve, made of 11 ingredients. We developed this salve 6 years ago and have helped so many that we've lost count. It stops the pain and itching within moments. With repeated use, depending on the extent of the problem, depends on the amount of time in which complete satisfaction is reached. We share his story plus the list of ingredients and the actions that each item does to aid the body. Find out more at www.mrsamorgellonmagic.weebly.com. Have a look at that. All right, well, thank you very much. Thanks very much, Gardening with Granny. I'm glad you're on the mend from those two terrible conditions. Really, really good. Clint Richardson says on Morgellons test. Right, it's an old video. Hang on. Yeah. Here we go. Can you check? This is on Morgellons test. Can you check the back of your throat with a ultraviolet flashlight and tell me if it glows bright green? I believe this is a more reliable test. Oh, right. I don't have a UV flashlight, but if I find one, I will. I've been in remission. I've been in remission for 2 years. Remain on the Carnicum protocol. Oh yeah, that's good. That yeah. Anti-minitics, anti-helminitics, antifungals, and antibacterials. Mold was what gave me this condition. Mold that I believe causes this is still growing on my ceiling. Oh dear. The mold is not natural, but grows like one. It produces a lot of dust. Oh, my goodness, that sounds to me like it's not normal mold, because normally you can solve mold through. Mold is normally a sign of dampness. In fact, if you get a good dehumidifier and just run it in the room, that usually gets rid of it very quickly. If it's not going away using normal methods, it's not normal mold. At one point I felt like there were mites crawling over my face, but realised it couldn't be because no mammary female have mites. That's it, yeah, it's called skin irritation, the feeling of something under the skin. That's common with Morgellons. It's a crazy sensation, likely caused by Malassezia yeast that will grow on you when afflicted. A secondary infection. I stopped all sugar and carbs for 3 days and the sensation ceased. Right, so it wasn't mites, but it felt like it. Not that strange insects weren't present. In the infrared sauna, some strange segmented insect emerged from deep in the muscle tissue. When massaging my legs after 40 minutes, the sensation coming to the surface is indescribable. I highly recommend sauna and 4 grams of modified citrus pectin 30 minutes before a fatty meal. 2 months especially if you have unexplained rage. Now the insect coming out of your body is just typical Morgellons. Obviously these aren't normal insects, these are something more. They are some big, they are some pseudo-life. Very, very strange indeed. I'm in for time. Okay. Now I've got there's another video here. What's this about? Oh, this is PewTube down. There we go. And this is someone called Kurt Shanneman. The PewTube creator told me himself he was running his server, one server in his own home on free bandwidth. Yeah, I learned these things communicating with him on gab.ai. That's why he failed. Don't get me wrong, a huge server rack can be operated at a residential location, but you've got to have fibre ISP when guaranteed expansive bandwidth capabilities, and it must be paid for. If one has enough financial support, one can buy a building and preserve the service. I have a great idea that can work when PewTube failed, but to succeed one must remain a sole proprietor. It cannot remain a sole proprietor, it requires a team. I'm willing to let the team run things, but the money isn't there. No human being can go without food, shelter, clothing and medicine when needed. That's true. If running a server farm from a house or apartment, all it takes is for the landlord to evict you and the business is finished. I tried some time ago to raise $250,000 to do things right, but only got $20 through GoFundMe, which actually returned to the donors. It takes money to beat Screwtube. Without it, no dice, as in Mark Dice. Yeah. Well, Kurt, thanks for informing me about that, and I'm sorry that happened. I mean, the creator, obviously, like, it was a substandard service, but he just tried to do something. And what he created was, what he did was, it was a short-lived, but it was pretty good. It was an excellent platform. No frills. It was simple design, but you could upload everything up to 500 megabytes, and it's basically permanent storage. That's all I want, really. So thank you very much for letting me know about that, Kurt. Paul McCartney. Lorraine Marsden says, I wonder if they got the F. Graves surname from the Channel Islands when they came to both islands. The surname is common. Paul's mother died in 1956, so she's not around to agree or attend the marriage. Paul's father was called Jim. Oh, right. Well, thank you. That's interesting. Israel, Diego Rivera, etc., blah, blah, blah. On Roswell Redeemed. What's this? It's another link. It's probably to one of his own videos. Alright, Rocky IV Predictive Programming, Illuminati Grey Robot, Apollo Creed. Right, that's an interesting film actually, because the guy, Dolph Lundgren's character in that film, his opponent, is this massive, tall, 7-foot Russian guy who actually is given continuous drugs and electronic stimulation and things like that, so he's almost semi-human. This is a common feature in the Rocky films. What you'll find is that Balboa, Sylvester Stallone's character, is put up against someone who's almost inhumanly strong and obsessive, but he's almost dehumanised. It's like Chubba Lang, you know, the guy who goes, I pity the fool. He's going, he's like a gorilla going, when he's training, you know. That's a common theme in the films. I'll watch that later. All right, Diego Rivera. Brexit vote live stream. I couldn't make the live stream, says Julian Carver. However, thanks for uploading. Have another brilliant discussion. Oh well, and another brilliant discussion. Thanks, Julian. I'm sorry you couldn't make the live stream again. I really am. Jonas Bald Vincent says on Don't Eat Pringles. I've had an awful lot of comments on this very old video this month. That's very strange. She says, after videos, oh my god, finally I can eat my Pringles. Woo. Well, look, to be honest, I mean, I've changed my position since I made that video. I'm not repudiating any of the factual elements I put in there. It's just you have to have a limit on how much you can worry about in this world. If it's not 5G, it's GMOs. If it's not GMOs, it's Pringles. If it's not Pringles, it's the EU. I can't cope with all these worries. Otherwise, I'd barricaded myself into a basement somewhere. So I have to take my chances, basically. Right, new video, Penturk update. Helen Tucker says, I've got a hat like that, and it also shrank. A great video. Oh, that's Oh, thank you, Helen. That's Porter the Pope. I'm getting tired. Sophie the Porter's Poet's hat. She gave me, yeah. Jack Parker says, I think I had possibly an out of context comment received on your last live stream, but starting this video with glee at the moment. Did you? Oh right, I'll check that out, Jack. But I don't know. I'm not sure about that. If someone was rude to me, if someone was rude to you, and then you're then they mustn't. The people aren't allowed to be rude. I'll get rid of them unless you want to fight back in the same tone. That's fine. Penturk update that Johnny's small cock and his vile tasting toffees says again. This is deeply embarrassing and difficult to watch. Well, don't watch it then. And Earthdog says, you seem to always find yourself embarrassed and having difficulties. Hence your username, I'm guessing. No. Yeah. Ben Grizzly says on Penturk Update, Ben, I've mentioned this a few times before on your videos. RAF Cranwell is not closed. Oh, right, it's in operation. Oh, right, I see. As for Lincolnshire experiencing a bit of a flap, it's been going on for years. Have you mentioned... Oh, I'm sorry if I got that wrong. I don't remember you saying that before. I must have missed it at the time. Let's have a look. RAF Cranwell. It is a Royal Air Force station in Lincolnshire. You're right, it's still going. Right, I'll remember that in future. Penturk Update. Tina Silver. Very interesting report, B. Thanks, Tina. Are you doing an Xmas live stream? If so, should we all make tinfoil Christmas hats to wear to participate? I didn't in the end. I'm sorry. I did a Christmas video. It wasn't a live stream. I didn't have time. But I did a special Christmas HPANWO radio show, which you can find if you go and listen to HPANWO radio. Jack Dorr says at Penturk Updates. Ben, there is a Facebook group that anyone can join for RAF QRA Flight QRAN North is RAF Lossymouth. All right, that's yeah, that's the quick reaction thing. Yeah, I know that's the 4, and that is the 4 typhoons. Yeah, there's a Facebook group. Anyone can join for that. Yeah, sure, I'm fine. It's RAF Lossymouth and QRA South is RAF Coningsby. Right, ZZ418 with 14 Squadron from RAF Waddington, Lincoln, is maintained at Howard and Chester. Oh, well, thank you for the information. That's interesting. That's interesting to know. Right. Daniel Bostock said on Penturk Update, I got a mention, nice one. Well, you would, Dan, wouldn't you? I mean, Dan's a talented comedy musician, but he's also a ufologist. And he's been very... he's actually been absolutely instrumental in the research into the Nottinghamshire Roswell video. Oh, Penturk Update. Is it? It is horrendous for you to say Zippy works for MI6. I suppose George and Bungle are Mossad agents. Yes, I know, and Rod, Jane and Freddie are honey traps. Did Britain start the World Wars? Jack Wearum says, thank God the spirit of NSDAP Germany survives in America. I genuflect to no one besides God. Well, you know, the thing about it is, it's not... I know this is quite prevalent on many parts of the alt-right, that the Nazis were somehow good guys who were fighting back against the New World Order. It's not true. It's not true. Okay, they were not. They were in a sense controlled opposition. I know they weren't the... Hitler wasn't the utter monster he's been portrayed as, but neither was he a hero. And like I said, it's all I'm disputing in Did Britain Start the World Wars is the idea that, you know, Britain good, Germany bad. I'm disputing that. But there's a lot more to know. Well, 34 Great Skyline 1 says on the Penturk update. So what happened in Nottinghamshire? Oh, right, well, I didn't include a link in the description box, but all you have to do is go to my videos, the Nottinghamshire Roswell. There's 2 of them. Actually, there's more than 2, because there's 2 research projects I did live on the scene. I actually visited the location, thanks to the aforementioned Daniel Bostock and another guy called Nigel Crowley, who's the chief researcher, plus several live shows where I've discussed this, which are all on my channel. Please do check it out. Penturk update. Legend Real says, sorry, that's the video. Legend Real is the user. Excellent, Ben. This is a significant and interesting and 100% real UFO story. Yes, it is. Watch the first part when you uploaded it. Thanks, Legend Real. Take care, Ben. Jim. Thanks, Jim. Much appreciated. Glad you watched the first one as well. And Legend Real says on Penturk update, just a thought, Ben. This was 2 weeks ago. What really brought Gatwick Airport to a standstill last night? Right. Well, Jim, keep watching. Well, you probably have already, because that's where I go next. Gus Edgar says on Bedouin 40, please make the title more clear, Ben. You deserve far more clicks. I know that was a pretty amateurish technical. I was pretty amateurish on the technical side in those days, much more than I am now, because that was a long time ago. I mean, that was that was quite a few years ago. That was in 2014, January 2014. And I appreciate you saying I deserve far more clicks. I really do. Mel O'Brien says, I'm a highly trained voice coach with certificates in music theory, singing and piano, as well as an honours degree from the University of Toronto. Paul's voice is the same as it was when he was in the Beatles. His voice has aged, but it's still the same. The biggest proof of his eye sockets, which are out of alignment. Does someone want to claim that Paul had an operation to change his eye sockets? If that happened, how did he get the voice the same? Paul is Paul, there is no Paul. Well, obviously I don't agree with you, Mel, on the situation of there is no Paul and Paul is Paul. Now, I know you've studied this in detail. I know you say you've got these certificates and things like that. But when you say aged, do you mean aged between early September 1966 and early November 1966? Diego Rivera says on the Penturk update, I think I saw the Welsh Bigfoot in your video. He's trying to climb a tree. Who does he think he is? A primate? Ben, he's behind you. Is that the Geordie Grey? Is he looking for green these days? He is looking green these days. All right, that's Russell. That's right. He's not the Gateshead Grey. He's actually a Mackham. He comes from Sunderland. Right, here we go. Gatwick Airport shut down part 1. This is the answer to what Jim was asking. Legend Real. First a comment. Interesting, it's been shut down for so long. Something is up, as if they don't have contingency plans for this kind of thing. I wonder what they're up to, other than disruption and putting people in distress. Trying to get home to spend Christmas with my family. And that's from James Cousins on the part 1 of Gatwick Airport shut down. David says underneath, James Cousins, yes, a terrorist Cobra meeting yesterday, just for a drone, yeah. What's suspicious? Why use the army for one drone? Why didn't they use the terrorism squad? Also, nearby Heathrow, airport computers crashed yesterday. Also, so very weird. See Express Paper online. Yes, indeed, and as you know if you watch the updates, Birmingham Airport went down as well. David says on the same... pardon me. On Gatwick Airport shutdown part 1. Oh, sorry. The news is saying a group of people are doing it. Who would do such things and what's motivating them to take dangerous action? Adrian Cooper says eco-campaigners, mate, nothing more, nothing less. Now, Adrian Cooper is the Ramona, and you're wrong, Adrian, as you were before. Here we go. Is it treason on Gatwick Airport shutdown part 1? Let's just check I put comments, reply. I've got to change it in a few minutes. Right. Okay, where are we? Is it treason? Says, this is weird. Remember Chicago O'Hare incident? Drones totally shut down a huge airport. Doubt it. Yeah. The Chicago O'Hare incident was good. That's where a UFO appeared above Chicago O'Hare Airport. If planes can survive strikes from flocks of birds, how could a drone do that much damage? Well, a drone actually could do a lot of damage to a plane. There's an experiment they did in the laboratory, which is similar to what Stephen Diac wants to do with 9/11, which Mumbling should get involved with. But the point is, yeah, why do you need the army to sort it out? Why all this response? Very strange, but never mind. Hey, Jeremy Corbyn allegedly called Theresa May a stupid woman. Yes. The thing is, he should have pled fair comment. She is a stupid woman. Where are we now? Airport, Gatwick Part 1. Jeff Smith says, I went through all the BBC coverage since last night, and not a single picture of these supposed 2 drones. I know, exactly. Isn't that weird? Earth Dog said, thanks Ben, I would never have known. Don't watch TV or listen to the news. And 69 Phuket says, yeah, my dad was last to know of 9/11 and Lockerbie. He's seriously into his music or various hobbies. I aspire to the same. Well, it's actually, you don't keep up on what's going on in the world, but goodness me, you need to take time out, don't you? Grim Wriggler says on Gatwick Airport Shutdown Part 1. Hi Ben, where's the footage? I haven't seen any. Yes. There's only, like I said in the other parts of this film, one little blurry image. There's nothing really much at all. Real Life Captured says on Gatwick Airport Shutdown Part 1, you're not a hospital porter. Please stop. You're giving real hospital porters like me a bad name. Really? Well, pride and dignity, Brother Porter, first of all. And I've never said I'm a hospital porter. I'm an ex-hospital porter, as you will be one day. Anyway, you're doing a great job. Keep it up. David says on Gatwick Part 1, latest, it's gone beyond 7 PM. Still no flights. Have you been affected? You can get in touch by email or our South East Facebook page on Twitter, BBC South East. Change the tag in a minute. Grim Wriggler, is this connected to the solstice or Saturnalia Christmas? Maybe. I mean, during the course of these videos, I come up with several possibilities about what might actually be going on. 69 Phuket says on Gatwick Part 1, Daily Express has a video on the website. Could be UFOs, drones invented to debunk UFOs. David says, seen footage, good. Well, firstly, the footage is not good. The footage is completely inconclusive. It could be drones invented to debunk UFOs. That's a possibility, although several other possibilities came to light in the following few days, which I will be explaining, and I have in the other subsequent parts of this video series. So it might be UFOs, it might be something else. One thing's for certain, it's being used to debunk something. Carlos Ia Pimentel said on Gatwick Part 1. He's a guy who actually was at the airport. I've had my flight cancelled, now booked for tomorrow. I hope this doesn't drag on, otherwise I won't be spending Christmas with my family. If their official justification is not true, they did put a good show. Yeah, they did. Good luck, says Earth Dog. You need John Candy. He's your only hope, says 69 Phuket. And I put a comment on the time wishing him all the best. And I hope you did get home, Carlos. I really do. End up departing from Southend. Still don't believe it was drones, says Carlon. You're right. Is there an airport at Southend? It must have been a small one. You're right. It was not drones, Carlos. And I'm glad you went home in the end. I'm glad you got home okay. The Poison Goth says, amazing. Isn't it right before Christmas? This couldn't be any other time of year. Yeah, well, of course, it's the perfect time, isn't it, for disruption? And Poison Goth also states, I know the Poison Goth, actually. She's a friend of mine. And I've met her a few times. I feel sorry for these passengers and even others at airports. And especially passengers coming back from the States. Yeah, some of them are like queuing up for long-haul flights. Gatwick Part 1, David. Official announcement, the latest news from Gatwick Airport. We'll open 6 AM on Friday. Are they saying on the BBC what's really going on? Gatwick Part 1, Neptune Returns says, on Irish radio they're blaming the Russians. Of course, you got to blame the Russians, haven't you? As I said in the video. On Neptune Returns says, on English radio they're blaming the Irish. No dogs, Russians or Irish. That's what I put on a big signboard on my window when I'm looking for a lodger. Gatwick Part 1. Strange how they show no pictures of drones on the news. Is there something weird going on and they ain't telling us the real story? And 69 Phuket said they shoehorned the video on Daily Express website, but buyer beware. Yeah, exactly. It was a ridiculous piece of clip of showing. It just showed a blob in the sky. That could be anything. Could be a bird. Now I did actually comments replies within this series, but I'm still doing comments replies now because I don't. As I said at the time, these are not actually ones that those comments within the series were not meant. Those comments replies within the series were not meant to replace this main comments reply video. Okay, I've just gone slightly over again on the tag. I'm getting tired. It's alright, it's because I'm getting tired. I'll just stop it a minute. Right, okay, where are we now? Right, Gatwick Part 1. Craig MK says, look forward to your videos on scene. Something strange is going on, I think. Yes. In fact, I did actually go to Gatwick Airport. Oh, I've done it. So I've got to just comment. No. Actually, edit. That's it. So it's the 9th half-hour period. I've just got to remember to save that particular, the 9th half-hour period. And I've got to save that particular tag. Okay, just save it. Copy. There we go. That's what I'll use in the future. Right. Jock of Ages says, Part 1, Gatwick still shut down. Lots of ground vehicles patrolling the perimeter and interior. Flight Radar 24 is a great little app. It is, yes. Well, of course, in the Pento video you saw it's been very useful for that. Right, okay. Legend Real says on Gatwick 1, thanks for the real-time and fast update, Ben. It has me thinking. Cobra, national security, people need to think outside the box with this. Yes. In fact, since I made this video series, it's become almost, especially since the arrest of that couple nearby in Crawley, it's become now essentially mainstream that there was no drone. The police admitting it and stuff like that. I'll come on to that in part 2, 3 and 4 of this particular series. Gordon Walker, I remember they lost a plane despite hundreds of passengers being on it, and they had mobile phones, but surely if a drone is seen, they can track it. Yes. Well, exactly, yeah. In 2001, on 9/11, they lose 4 airliners. They can't even see a bloody drone here. Gatwick 1, spotted UFOs, ghosts and cryptids says, thanks Ben and a good video. You're welcome. Thank you very much for the comment. I'll just sub to the channel actually because it looks like a damn good channel. Let's have a look. Yeah, I'll subscribe. Oh, there's some good stuff there. I'm going to subscribe to the channel. Right, John Barry says at Gatwick 1, there were disruptions at Eindhoven Airport this past weekend, and they said it was because of mist. I live in Eindhoven, and I don't remember it being misty on those days. Things stood still for a couple of days there. Yeah. Do you remember the Iceland volcano a few years ago? And they said there was soot and fumes from this volcano, which grounded aircraft right across North America and Britain. I remember looking up into the sky and seeing, well, there's no chemtrails, was there? And everything was pure, bright and clear. There was no bloody fumes from any volcano. Right, Andy G3 says on Gatwick 1. Here we go. I'm sorry, Ben, but why does everything have to be a cover-up for something? Some twat flew a drone near Gatwick. Drones can cause a lot of damage to a plane, maybe bring it down. What will happen if that debris falls on public houses and houses below? Can't we just accept something for once? Well, things don't have to be a cover-up, Andy, but some things are cover-ups. In the course of this series of films, I present reasons, evidence why I think there's a cover-up going on here. I don't just say, oh, ding dong, bing, it must be a cover-up. I don't do that. You're misrepresenting me. I know that a drone can cause damage to a plane. What I'm saying is that the official story that it was a drone flying near the airport is the cause of the actual event. No, we can't just accept something. Not unless there's a reason to accept something. I do accept official stories sometimes. I don't think the Earth is, I don't think the Earth is flat. I don't think Elvis is still alive. I don't think Lewis Hamilton is Barack Obama's son. But there has to be a reason to accept something, every bit as much as there has to be a reason to suspect a cover-up. And I present a reason in this series of films. And indeed, 69 Fucat says here, 4 reports of 4 drones. It's not some hobbyist. Drones can be pre-programmed. No uplink, downlink, but that's a concerted effort. I'm not buying the can't shoot it down. If they could, they would. Well, they actually have special weapons for dealing with drones. The police have that, and they didn't use it. Yeah. Teresa Walker says on Gatwick 1, surely to God they can shoot them down. I don't believe that the army and police are incapable of disabling them somehow. What's what tech the army must have? You think this would be pretty routine. Something else may be going on here. Well, the thing about it is you would actually. Now, as far as shooting it down with an ordinary gun, that is really not acceptable because the stray bullets could land somewhere and harm something or do damage or injury or death. But they do have weaponry specially for this. I mean, in a world where drones are all over the place and the military has lots of them, not just the British and many other militaries has lots of them. Yes, the militaries of the world have to invent anti-drone weaponry. So this anti-drone warfare is now a complete is a well-established well-established sector of the military. Right. Pain and Death, the New World Order. Hi, Pain and Death. Good to hear from you again on Gatwick 1. Says here, it's obviously Russia. My light bulb blew today. It was the darn Russians. My post wasn't delivered. It wasn't posted all the way through my letterbox today. My postman is clearly Russian, and it rained today, which is most definitely the Russians' fault. That's right. Michael Shrimpton is wrong. It's not the Germans, it's the Russians. It's true, isn't it? That's the way it is. Tom's video says on Gatwick 1, they have lasers that cause the battery to overheat the drone slowly, and it comes down, but was ruled out. Why? Forgot why. Fixed target, bad weather. And they said they have big drones that fire a net over the Menace drone, but that was ruled out because of considering it unreliable, consuming unreliable. I think widespread news has solved it. No, it doesn't, Tom, and indeed subsequent videos have, I think, have proved this. Wade Amos says, Ben is an idiot. You're a twat, you're an idiot, you're a moron. 69 Phuket says, we're all idiots, welcome to the realisation, Amos. Johnny Smallcock and his vile tasting toffee says, conspiracy piglets on Gatwick 1. I don't know what that means, conspiracy piglets. I think you posted that on the wrong video. Woody Black says, did anyone else notice the alien behind Ben? Look carefully over his shoulder. It's some sort of alien life form. 69 Food Cut says, boring company, you. Get the fox to comment next time. Oh, that's Russell. That's Russell, yeah. Russell is my constant companion in HPANWO TV. He was sung about by Sophie the Porter's poet in their Spacebar song, if you remember that video. He's come down from Zeta Reticuli to keep me company. 69 Phuket says, I got held up by airport coaches on the Mancunian Way. I guess they were London bound. Gov.con, a turkey feast break. Timing was brilliant for the new crisis. I'm sorry you had that experience, 69. I hope it cleared soon. Gatwick 1. Truth for All 2014 says, paste. I bet they're running a fake terrorist drill and filmed it. We will hear about a terrorist attack at Gatwick, but it's already filmed in the can and now could run any time with real witnesses in the area without any real witnesses in the area if need be. No one was flying their drones over there. It will be Gov that created it. They'll use it to bring in new taxation and licensing on drones, and yes, they do. Why let a fake event go to waste? It could be a test to see how people react and how they can contain large crowds. But these people are being used in some way. You can bet on it. It's dark and it's against us. Well, yeah. Well, of course, you said, why let a fake event go to waste? That Ian R. Crane said this in his video, and it's true. But maybe you're right about the terrorist attack, and this is sort of like a false flag thing. I don't know. This is another possibility, isn't it? Adrian Cooper says, you're slacking, mate. It took you all of 13 minutes to mention flying saucers. That's on Gatwick 1. Well, I did mention them because it's a possibility. But yeah, I mean, that's not slacking. That's simply dealing with the evidence. I don't mention flying saucers out of some kind of principle. I just do it if I think there's a reality. And I think there was a possibility. Gatwick 1 says, they have been on about planes being grounded in the event of a no Brexit for the past few weeks. Well, not just grounded, I think they've been going on about planes falling from the sky and disintegrating in mid-air, haven't they? It seems pretty convenient that is showing the public a snippet of the mayhem that could be caused by no deal. Well, yeah, I'm sure that's another possibility here, it really is. Now, Steve Mumbling says here, oh, right, yeah. Just checking the time. I have to wonder why they don't hover around. I have to wonder why they don't hover around us in a military helicopter and jam its uplink with the electronic countermeasure system. If the drone loses its uplink control signal, it will automatically return home. All they have to do then is follow it. Perhaps they could find its downlink and watch it return home through their own camera. Apparently, at least 2 commercial-grade drones are involved, so we're talking about a reasonable investment here. It's not going to be a spotty teenager having a laugh. Well, finally we agree on something, Steve. Yes. You were sceptical of the official story as I am when it comes to this. And yes, exactly. You put it in very well indeed. And I spoke to someone else in the local area who knows about these things, and he basically said the same thing you did. Diego Rivera says on Gatwick 1, the story seems fabricated. There will be loads of mobile footage of these drones. They obviously wanted to clamp down on public having these drones. This is not aliens or the English Bigfoot. Well, it may not be. It's not the English Bigfoot. It may not be aliens, but yeah, that's a part of it, I'm sure. Gatwick 1 says, Gatwick 1 Crafty Nihilist says, sounds like round 1 of banning drones. What are they worried about them? Are they worried about them seeing? Yeah, because drones give a lot of access. Drones you can fly. You can fly them into restricted locations where you couldn't fly yourself. Gatwick 1. Peter Marshall said, if it was sinister UFO activity, would the MOD and government admit it to the general public? No, of course they wouldn't. In fact, they probably fabricate a cover story, just like the one we've been fed about some drones being about. Exactly. Exactly, that's true. The Fall of Home says, oh, we got UFOs reply to Stefan Molyneux. The first one I did. Unexplained tech equals magic. Why don't you argue the existence of elves as well? There is just as much evidence for their existence as aliens. Well, actually, I do take seriously the possibility of the existence of spiritual beings, subtle beings. But there is actually much more evidence for the existence of aliens, and I explain that in this video and many others. Julian Carver says on Gatwick 1, my guess is it's the start of a plan to ban drones from public use. After all, if you watch the last series of X-Files, drones are going to be clearly a tool or weapon for the New World Order only. No members of the public will be able to use them. Right, I didn't watch all of the last series of X-Files. I thought some of the episodes were a bit silly. But, well, I'll check those out. Limespec says on Penturk Update, great addendum video, Ben. Thanks, Limespecs. I was actually most pleased to see what your camera with tripod looks like. So that's the photographs that Gary took, yeah. So that's what you've had to lug around all these years of filming for us. Kudos. Thanks. Well, actually, the camera's quite new. The camera was actually... I got hold of the camera thanks to a viewer actually who donated it to me. a few months ago. But the other camera is, you've seen that many times. I've had to use that too. But thanks very much. Gatwick Airport shut down too. I know it's childish, but first, lol, says Jeff Moss. Well done, Jeff. Give yourself a goldfish. Jeff Moss knows. Well done. No, it's. I'm 15 2 weeks, he says. Well, happy birthday. Gatwick 2. Tina Silver says, weather balloons, swamp gas. All drones will have to have an RFID chip. Chinese lanterns. The Chinese, yeah, that's of course what they're doing now, aren't they? Johnny Smallcock and his vile tasting toffee says on Gatwick 2, shiny piglet. So it's something to do with piglets again, and I don't know why he's talking about piglets. But I'm glad you're still watching, Johnny, despite claiming you found it unbearable and embarrassing and impossible. Mr. Hellface says, I don't buy this drone bullshit. Something was hovering around that area. UFO? Maybe. But they've known about drones for years. Something doesn't add up. Exactly, Mr. Hellface. Mr. MT says, what was around that airport? A fucking drone cannot do that much disruption. I'm hazarding a guess a UFO entered space around the area and the authorities had no fucking clue what to say or do and blamed a drone. Mr. MT said, it was a flying saucer, case solved. That's Adrian Cooper. Well, that's not what I said, Adrian. You're misrepresenting me there terribly. Oh, right. Tom's video says, it's a false flag to invent a law so you can't buy a drone if you live within 3 miles of an airport. Yeah, bastards. Something like that, yeah. Oh, hang on. Tom's videos. What do you mean can't buy a drone? Of course you can buy a drone. Who's stopping you? Legislation might be tightened to prevent you from flying a drone within a certain range of an airport or airfield. It may be mandatory to pass an aviation test. Sort of makes sense, doesn't it? Well, that's Adrian. Yeah, I mean that's probably more likely than just forcing you can't buy one. But the effect is the same. It's restricting the use of drones. Goonlove says on Gatwick 2, probably another false flag by the government. Yeah, it was. I'm getting tired and hoarse. I think my voice is starting to sound like the old Paul McCartney. Don't you reckon, Mel? Grim Reaper says, have you heard about the cargo vessel in the Thames estuary? Yes, I did. That was pretty dramatic, that was. That was basically a ship that arrived, I think, from Nigeria, was going to dock at London, and it suddenly turned out there were stowaways on board, and they basically grabbed iron bars and things like that and started attacking the crew. And the police and the navy had to get involved. There was a big... It's almost like piracy, piracy on the high seas, and it's come back. Belinda Rothwell says on Gatwick 2, Ben, I really think they are using this as a distraction for something they don't want us to see. I would not be surprised if this is connected to the observatory that's been shut down a while back. Well, it's quite possible. I mean, some people said it was a distraction from Brexit. I doubt that, but it could be. In which case, it seems to have worked because I haven't actually been able to pinpoint what they don't want us to see. But it's a possibility, yes. Diego Rivera says on Gatwick 2, just the government trying to restrict the public having these drones. Well, yeah, that's a part of it, of course. And Peter Marshall says, in Thailand, you need a license to operate a drone. And you will hear, no doubt, soon. Or two. Stephen Homeless Truth Seeker says on Gatwick 2, they don't want to change the drone laws because the general public, they want to change the drone laws because the general public can spy on what they get up to. Don't get caught up in any circus around this hullabaloo. Yeah, that's true. Gatwick Part 2, Neptune Returns says, what's odd is the guys with the high-vis jackets searching the farm field area. Oh well, they're probably from Vodafone. Yes, either that or they're French protesters. But that was odd, yes. Robbie Babe says on Pentech Update, Ben, please, how when I'm trying to convince people about the existence of UFOs and wanted to point them in your direction, you then go and wear this stupid hat? Well, what's that got to do? Is that a problem? Does that mean you can't point them in my direction? How does that affect the message I'm giving? I mean, if a hat is not an argument. Steve Mumbling says, why don't you go to Gatwick and see for yourself? And I posted underneath, keep watching till the end and watch the next one, yeah. And Mumbling says under here, too late, it's over, 2 arrested, 10 p.m. Friday night. Yes, Steve, and they were released 36 hours later without any charge. They're now suing the police and suing the newspapers. They're innocent, guys, innocent. Julie Wrighton says on Gatwick 2, it's totally farcical. The army and specialist police can't deal with a couple of drones. I think there's defo something they're not telling us. Surprise, surprise. Exactly, yes. Diane St. James Amos says, your country's being overrun with fucking Muslims and you report this silly ass story. Oh my goodness. Well, firstly, the government's not being overrun by... The country's not being overrun by Muslims. The country's being overrun by a globalist elite who are using Muslims as a tool. They're essentially weaponising Islam and people who believe in it against the anti-globalist forces. I mean, you've got to not get angry with Muslims, okay? Then they, as individuals, are not doing anything wrong. Then it says, get a real job, Ben. I have a real job. I have a job just like everyone else, you know, when I'm not doing this, I'm working. And stop your silly ass conspiracy horse shit. What's that supposed to mean? What's silly about it? Why is it horse shit? I mean, come on. Tell me why I'm wrong. Stop giving me this rhetoric and tell me why I'm wrong. 30 years ago, you would have been put away for your nonsense talk. Fool! Because you sound like Mr. T. I pity the fool. Put him away. Well, would you want to do that again? Do you think people like me, because we say something and you can't explain why we're wrong, I just have to throw rhetoric at it? Do you think we should be locked up for that? Do you think, is that the crime? Is that the crime we deserve? Is that the crime we've committed? All right, where are we now? Right. Gatwick Airport Part 2. Has nobody seen that light in the sky at night above UK? I can't understand how people are not discussing this, which could be mistaken for a star, but it hovers about like a drone. Oh, I think you mean there was a video of this, yeah, and possibly from Gatwick. Yeah, it was taken down from YouTube and someone re-uploaded it. It usually starts to fluctuate between 3 AM and 4:30. It's high up, but not as high as the stars, and the light gets brighter and brighter through the night. I've seen the light dim on and off, along with red and blue lights. I guess people are too busy looking at their mobile phones. Well, that's interesting. Whereabouts is that, John? Is that near Gatwick Airport? Where do you live? Gatwick Part 2. Rymo Richardson says on here, what am I doing for time? Okay, I'll change the tag in a minute. New to your channel, I like what I hear and see. Drone my arse. Not a bloody chance with all the facts considered. Take a look at this video if you hadn't already. The voiceover is in German, but you don't need a diploma in Germanic language to understand his thoughts on it actually being a drone. Let's have a look at this. Alright. Oh, it's got a picture of the yeah, that's got a picture of the so-called drone. Yeah. His work using the level changes in what I presume is Photoshop clearly show that the object in question is a disc-shaped one rather than a quadcopter shown by the mainstream media. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? The deck chair objects you mentioned in Part 2, you can see in the video I shared, are thrust deflectors. They are placed at the end of the runway to shield the service roads nearby houses from said thrust and debris caused by jets taking off. I live very near Gatwick and can confirm that I've seen these deflectors many times. Right, so that pinpoints that particular video at Gatwick Airport. Very interesting indeed. So thanks very much, Rymo, and welcome to the channel, Rhino Richardson. I hope you enjoy the rest of HPANWO TV. Okay. Tall white male says on Gatwick 3, it looks like an A330, which is used by the military, Oh, that's 2418. All right, that's the helicopter I think I pointed out. Or is it, what was it? I can't remember. Hang on. He's a malformed tag anyway. And they're trying to perpetuate that model aircraft are all drones. Not true. Drones are remote-controlled military aircraft. Public don't have drones. Watch their abusive language to entrap those that fly remote-controlled aircraft. Oh, right. Yeah. RF Voyager, says 69 Phuket. MRTT based on the A330. The chemtrailing, this chemtrailing can't stop. Oh, right. Gatwick 3, Zephram Cochrane says, thanks again, Ben. Great subject, definitely a false flag of some sort. And 69 Phuket says, yes, a very English one. Now 69 Phuket says on Gatwick 3, why do I imagine Ben wearing high heels? I don't know. I don't want to inquire about your fantasies, Phuket. Sounded like my first date, except she had bunions. Ben's got pumps with segs. I did because I wanted to blend in, so I wore these light pumps when I went to the airport. Thing is, I could have worn something a bit more. Normally, when I'm walking long streets and things, I wear something a bit more robust on my feet. But of course, I had to look like an airline traveller if I was going to go round the airport. If I could have worn my work boots, and people would think, what's that bloke with those boots on walking around the departure lounge at the airport? Neptune Return says on Gatwick 3, more train videos, Ben. Oh, I'll see what I can do, Neptune. If I take another train journey, I'll make sure I take my camera. 69 Phuket says, to be fair, he did a side swipe, a man in black. Did I? Let's have a look. 31 minutes. Oh yeah, there's a man in black at the airport. Well spotted, Phuket. 69 Phuket. Great video, Ben. You probably walked past a perp's house. Nothing like heels on the ground to get a perspective. Thanks for the effort. Oh, well, thanks, Phuket. Well, the perps, God knows who the perps were for this thing that didn't happen. I think their house may well be on Zeta Reticuli, where Russell comes from. No, or it was somewhere in some boardroom, depending on what was the actual real story behind all this. 69 Phuket says, old camera, battery out, drop in a bowl of rice, reboot, it's more ethical than a hammer. I'll shut up. No, the actual, the old camera still works, I'm going to keep using it, but I have many others to do. Gatwick Airport shut down part 3. Johnny Smallcock and his vile tasting toffee says, gasping piglet. Another piglet comment. You got piglets on the brain. What is this? Are you going to huff and you're going to puff and you're going to blow my house in? Gatwick 3, 69 Phuket. Mutiny is the right word. On the high seas there's no citizenship. If the crew lock themselves away, they're taking responsibility. The cops are tasing pirates. All right. Okay, well, thanks for the information. That's to do with the ship, the problem with the ship in the Thames estuary. Right, 69 Phuket says on Gatwick 3, I worry about sub judice. They are just in custody and not yet charged. I suppose, forget it, the media does. Funny how the rules changed and stuff this out. Interesting. Yeah, well, those people, as Ian R. Crane says, those poor people, that man and the woman, just ordinary people from Crawley, they were arrested basically to lend weight to this cover story so that people like Steve Mumbling can say, oh, it's all over, they've arrested somebody. And there was, the lady I spoke to in the airport said the same thing. They caught someone, it's all over, no problem. Case closed. And that's why they did it. Those people essentially were deprived of their freedom for a day and a half so that the media could lie about them. And when they sue them, I hope they get every penny they got. I really do. Good luck to them. Gatwick Airport 3, David says, good effort. I have seen I've seen two lots of footage of the drone, one being the Express Paper online footage, and there's another YouTube footage. I think that's the same video, from what I gather. Anyway, I'm going to just change the film. No, I'm not going to change the film strip. I need to take a break. One moment. Right. Well, where we are. That's it. You can hear me okay? Just one moment. Actually, I'll just. Now I'll leave that running. That's just me backup audio. Steve Mumley says it looks like a UFO, but as always, a down-to-earth explanation. Well, at least you're not going to say rational explanation. Raphael Drone Dome. There's a picture of like drones here. going around some kind of assault course. Right, you are. Okay. Right. Slaxer Nada. Hey, Slaxer. Says prisons have EMP taser guns to deal with drones. The whole situation is a smokescreen. Exactly. Good to hear from you again, mate. Right, Dreaming Sources with Mark Devlin. I'm going to go back in time now. And Mark M says, a great presentation, but I just fear that since God may not exist in the way that we think he does, whenever we decide to rise up as a people and say no, that they might have the firepower to just put us back in our place anyways, like it's not going to be any use to see all the movies these days. They're all about zombies and the world apocalypse. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's always a possibility, seeing as they do have all the weapons. They do have the weapons and the technology, you know, Mark, but we have the numbers. It's interesting, isn't it? And obviously they don't have a monopoly of force. They don't have a monopoly of power. Otherwise they take over tomorrow. Otherwise Brexit would never have happened. Otherwise Trump would have lost in 2016 and would not be in the White House. The movie's about zombies and the world as an apocalypse. In it, very few people living in certain sectors of the world, and all the rest of the people have died. You know, think about it, it's almost like they know what's coming, and we're going to rise up, and then they're just going to squish us back down again. Well, you know, you might, Mark, you might enjoy my various movies, the various videos I've made about zombies. For example, Real Zombies 2015, and my review of Resident Evil, the final chapter. Check those out on my channel. Cosmic Claire. Hey Claire, how are you? Hello Claire. Says on Gatwick 3, my mother's family used to live next door to the site in the 1930s. There's a garage at the end of the road which used to be owned by my grandfather, and Sir Malcolm Campbell lived nearby. Spookily drawn into the vortex. That's strange, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, I did mention in the video that there's a strange connection with that area and various fantasies and thoughts that have gone through my head. So Claire has families that live in that area in the 1930s. I don't know if there was an airport there in the 1930s. I think there may have been an airfield or something. It's got to be, says on Gatwick 3, a UFO invasion, more like, if it's not a drone. Well, it could be. It could be UFOs, or it could be something else, and I go into that in the fourth part. Vesta Osto says, in Helen Duncan, the most dangerous psychic in the world, interesting topic but hard to watch because the screen moves constantly. I know. I'm now going to just put you. Let's put the. Here we are. I'll just put the special tag in that. I've got a off-the-shelf tag, so whenever people make this point about the technical quality of that film, I direct them to my studio version of it. How am I doing for time? Okay, we're doing all right. I've got to keep an eye on the clock because I'm getting a bit tired now. I tend not to think so much. I tend to sort of miss the tags as the tag changeovers. There we go. Right. What's happened now? Oh, hang on. Something weird happened now. I have to go back to comments. So I'm going to have to scroll down again, guys. Just a second. I'm doing these. It is fun doing these comments reply videos. I mean, by the time I upload this, it's going to be like, I don't know what time it'll be. Probably be the early hours of. You probably, if you're watching this at all, it probably won't be available till the early on Saturday morning, because it takes like about God knows how long to process in the editor, and then it takes bloody long time to process in. It takes ages it takes like about 2.5 hours to upload, depending on how good the connection is. Right, come on in. God, I've still got a lot to do. What am I doing? I think, yeah, the last. I mean, I might have to go on to audio only again, like before. So back down I go. Right, here we go. Here we are. Right. David says, on Gatwick 2, Ben, do you know that during Dronegate, a far-right activist from Britain First was arrested on inbound Gatwick flight from Northern Ireland? The deputy leader, Jada Franson, who was in prison for 9 months, was arrested on board the plane. Is there connection? And Sussex policemen said there's a possibility there was no drone. It could be, you know, it could be something like that. I don't know. It could be, there's all kinds of things. Maybe this comes back to the distraction thing. It could be something they didn't want us necessarily to know about in the news, that they then decide to put up some kind of fake picture. Gatwick 3. Did you encounter any sniffer dogs at the airport? No, Rock Jam. That was. I thought there'd be some actually. Didn't see any. I didn't. Everything seemed very, very lax actually at the airport. They're very strange. Rock Jam also says on Gatwick 3, if they were that suspicious, why didn't they get a police helicopter to investigate it? Well, there's all kinds of things they could have done. Yeah, all kinds of things they could have done. In this way, definitely. A blind man, you say? Says Martin Dillon. Did I say they're a blind man? What do you mean? Is that something I said in the video? Right, where are we now? Oh, the Apollo Detectives new video. Thanks for the 4 hour, 14 minutes, 44 seconds, Ben. I should finish it by the new year. Any chance of a London to Scotland train journey in real time? Oh my God. 69 Phuket says, the Flying Scotsman, but he don't fly. Not that he won't. Because he can't, not because he's incapable. But they have leaves on the line, and Richard Branson wouldn't be that good. Bristol to Edinburgh takes 7 hours. That would be good length for a video from the Ben Star. Oh, that would really... What do you think then? 69 Phuket says, Faust to say 4 hour. Kidding me. This is not going in, period. Bloody hell, says Phuket. I don't know what you mean, sorry. What's happened now? Hang on, what's happened? What's happened there? The page has crashed again. Oh, sorry. Okay, scroll back down again. Oh God, there's a lot to do. I'm definitely going to go to audio only before this is done. I might have to do the rest of this tomorrow. I'm bloody knackered. Come on in, right. Still got a few more new videos to come. Of course, the Apollo Detectives one really triggered Steve mumbling. In fact, he's made a couple of reply videos to that, which I look forward to replying to. Right. Oh, hang on. Oh, here we are. Right. Right, Faust. Right, this is not good. I don't know what you mean, Phuket, when you say that. Yeah. Stan Smith says on Apollo Detectives, we never went to the moon in that little tin thing. If we did, then we went in ET technology that was never aired. Heard they had to fake it when they got back because the moon was crawling with ETs. I heard that as well, that apparently they did go, but there were aliens there that warded them off. Now, obviously, either they went or they didn't go. Obviously, the two conspiracies can't be true. But it's interesting. It's an interesting point of view, isn't it? Edwardian Lady says on Gatwick 3, love these types of videos. Merry Christmas, Ben. Merry Christmas, Edwardian Lady. I know I wished you that on Facebook anyway, but thank you. And it's a bit past Christmas now. Pain and Death of the New World Order says on Gatwick 3. My take on this drone deception is this. The snooze announced last week Theresa May had 3,500 troops on standby in case of a Brexit no deal. Well, they're not going to be much good against Godzilla, are they? Then we get this drone deception and the army's called in. However, it's my understanding the army can only be used for two reasons. Number one is a national emergency. Number two is martial law. So basically they have broken the law by using the army, which is going to set a precedent for the New World Order agenda. That's what I think. I'd like to hear your thoughts, Ben. Well, yeah, I mean, getting people more used to seeing troops involved in domestic law enforcement is a part of this agenda. Indeed, if you watch my video on the 2012 Olympics, you'll see that. The fact that the G4S was allowed to fail, it was deliberately through the whole security operation. so they could justify militarising the Olympics even more. See what I mean? And this, I think, may be something similar. Oh, and the thing is, it's possible that this was a national emergency, you see. But if it was a national emergency what happened at Gatwick, it wasn't some little drone, was it? In fact, they had the Cobra meeting, and that's a sign of a national emergency. Hanafi Din says on Apollo Detectives, "You are all retards. We definitely went to the moon. The evidence is beyond overwhelming. The LRO has even taken photographs of locations of the moon landings, etc." And Jungle Surfer says, "Real as Thunderbirds and full of FTM actors." Hanafi Din says, "Jungle Surfer, you are clearly uneducated. You have no science education and a low brain cell. I bet you think the Earth is flat and there is no space. That's how dumb you clearly are." Well, I think you're being excessively rude there to Jungle Surfer, Hanafi. But he does think the Earth is flat. And what you said at the top is nonsense. It's another ad hominem. It's just a complete ridiculous. It's a complete nonsensical piece of rhetoric again. And the only piece of evidence you present in your opening post is the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter taking photos of the Apollo landing sites. Well, news for you, Hanafi. The truth of the matter is, that was not independent verification. And indeed, people like Jarrah White created, as a demonstration, fake footage or fake photographs of that location, which match precisely the ones that were published by NASA. Diego Rivera says on Gatwick 3, "Those arrested are no longer suspects. Yeah, Ben is an alien. Remember that, folks. Glad you had all your fantasies fulfilled in that park." Well, they weren't fulfilled, but they were. It was interesting to go there, I must say. But I am an alien, and I do discuss that in more detail in my most recent video. Adam Patel Book Lover says, "Thanks" on Apollo Detectives. You're welcome, Adam. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Well, we have Deplorable News Network, DNN, Deplorable News Network. I like that. I like that. I love that name. This is which video? Hang on. This is a thread, and it's a thread on the Apollo Detectives. Starting with John Mack. "Whilst I enjoy your videos, Ben, I think Steve Mumbling put this to bed as far as Marcus Allen is concerned, and he also did a stellar job of showcasing your flip-flopping. Sorry, my man, but you're flogging a dead horse with this. Also, why do such a..." Alright, well, first of all, I don't agree with what Steve said about Marcus Allen, and I've made a video explaining that, which you can watch. What do you mean by flip-flopping? I'm flogging a dead horse's piece of rhetoric. It's not evidence, it's not an argument. And so John carries on. "Also, why do such get-togethers never include knowledgeable people who believe in the opposing view?" Oh, right, this is Dreaming Sources you're talking about. In this case, that the moon landings happened. Well, you're talking about the Apollo Detectives. Now, look, I will have you know that we're currently, I can't say too much at the moment, we're currently trying to arrange a video which is exactly that. What are you going to say then, John? Is it because, sorry to use Steve Mumbling as an example again, he would quite easily make you all look rather silly? Well, Marcus has debated this with Apollo believers many times. You completely failed to answer any of Steve's points regarding Marcus Allen's Dreaming Sources talk. No, I didn't. I made a video about it. And it's telling that the man himself fails to answer them in this video. You quite clearly referenced Steve's feedback. Could you let us know if he did indeed answer Steve's points and questions? In fact, why not invite Steve to a future debate that includes Marcus Allen? Now, that would be worth a watch. Right, wait, this goes on in a long thread here. Well, actually, I mean, I've said this to Steve says here. "Thanks, John. Debating these clowns would be a hoot, but I would start by asking Marcus Allen." Okay. I've got a feeling Steve has a long comment here. Would it be right to say that this is going to be in your upcoming video, Steve? Because if not, I'd like to maybe skip this particular comment, and then we can maybe then I can move on. Okay. Because I am going to make a reply video, a specific reply video to all the points you made about this particular video. And then this is when I get Steve accuses me of deleting his comment, and I don't. What's this? John Max says, it did disappear though, Ben. Not pointing fingers, but very odd. Nice to see you back, however. P.S. Have a good Christmas. I look forward to Mumbling versus Alan and Ben debate. You'll obviously be arranging these in the new year. Well, I'm happy to do that. I mean, first of all, what do you mean it's odd? Do you think I'm lying? Why would I delete Steve's comment? Why don't you just admit you were wrong? Just admit you were wrong and you accused me falsely. But it was there, but then it was gone. Well, it was in the spam file. I thought if a comment went into the spam file, it didn't appear until it was cleared. Most peculiar, thanks for restoring it. Well, if I deleted it, I wouldn't be able to restore it. I was bored this afternoon, so I made a response video. Well, I'll have a look at that. Nigel Studwick says, the surface of the moon is 100 degrees centigrade in daylight or not? If the answer is yes, the clowns are right. Yeah, well, it is. It's about 80 degrees in. It's not the whole moon, but in the sunlight, it's about 80 something degrees, almost 100. In the darkness, it's about minus 150. Here we go, Steve Mumbling. 242 during the day, minus 280 during the night. Yes. Oh, bloody. Professor Fez is saying here, Ben knows he's talking absolute rubbish, capital letters, but he passed the point of no return years ago. He's a nice guy, but would rather carry on this nonsense than face the wrath of the conspiracy theorists and Ike bots. That's the truth of it, isn't Ben? Been there, done that, go to the backlash. No, absolutely not. That's false. Because you can make these personal criticisms of me, but it's diverting around the fact that I have presented a case which you can't dispute. And you think that's going to somehow put me off? Doctor, no atmosphere, no photos. That's kind of what we cover, yeah. Remember that when comments had thumb down counts. This is when DNN, Deplorable News Network, comes along. I've read the first comment and was interested to open it. First reply I see from Steve Mumbleberg, the person referred to. Wow, perfect, opposing some viewpoints right here. The whole reason I opened the comment thread. Almost in the first sentence he calls them clowns. Now Steve has lost all credibility before we even get to the facts I was interested in. Close this off and read the comment from others who understand the term. Ad hominem, yes. Thank you, DNN. Exactly. They turn it all into a personal attack. This is what the Ramonas do. They turn it into a personal attack. And then it's so anti-intellectual. We're supposed to be maintaining a civilization here. We can't even stick with basic logic. Actually, right, Steve Mumbling, this is a challenge. You are welcome to be a guest on the HPANWO show on HPANWO Radio anytime you like. I've had skeptics on before. I'll have you on anytime. Let me know. My email address, bennyj74@gmx.co.uk. Get in touch. Jorge Rodriguez says on Apollo Detectives, yes. Welcome to the BS world. You people really need help. Again, you see, this is the flower of the future of our civilization, isn't it? This is people who are going to be dragged into the New World Order, and they're going to run around. Oh my God! Oh no! Tearing their hair out, running in circles, wondering how this happened. And I'll be there just saying, look, before they kill me, obviously. Look, you let this happen. You made it happen. You have to take blame for this. You deserve this. Gatwick Airport 3. Adam Patel says, enjoyed watching your talk, Ben. Fun and informative. Thanks, Adam. Apollo Detectives. Earth Dog. Wishing you and your loved ones a Merry Christmas too. God bless, Ben. Thanks, Earth Dog. Astronaut, says Clive Albert on the Apollo Detectives. Yes, filth actors, says Jungle Surfer. Exactly. Jungle and I disagree on a lot, especially the shape of the planet Earth. But I do think he's right about the moon. Like many flat earthers, you know, we're sort of like we're sort of like, what is it? United by a common disbelief. But that's about all that unites us. Gatwick 3. The police have just said there may not have been a drone. I know. Oh. I cover this in part 4. Isn't it ridiculous? Isn't it stupid? Legend Real says on Gatwick 3. Great follow through, positive line of inquiry, Ben. Sincerely, you practice what you preach. Thanks, Legend Reel, Jim. I have my own opinion on this. The bigger picture is going to unfold in the coming weeks. Eyes to the skies, Ben. Right, yeah. It's interesting to know. Julian Carver says on the Apollo Detectives, happy Christmas, Ben. Great upload. Thank you. Happy Christmas, Julian. I hope you had a nice one. It's funny wishing people Merry Christmas now on the 4th of January, but these are the comments at the time. Thanks for everything you do, my friend. You're very welcome, mate. Diego Rivera says on Apollo Detectives, they never went to the moon. All the photos and films they took were done on Earth. Fact. Time to come clean, NASA. My goodness me, Diego, we're agreeing on something. If not the British Bigfoot, at least this. Jungle Surfer, totally. The moon ain't solid or far away. Sadly, Ben still clutches at his space alien straws. Oh, you see, that's me and Jungle Surfer. We argue about this. The moon is not, I suppose you're one of these people who calls the moon a luminary. The moon is something, it's at least partly solid, and it is far away. In fact, it's further away than most people think, actually, if you look at the scale models and things. Most people see it as sort of like a ball near the Earth, but it's actually, if the Earth was the size of a beach ball, the moon would be like the size of a cricket ball, about 20 feet away. So it's a long way on that scale, see, it really is. Kurt Waller says on the Apollo Detectives, at 1:50:41, Marcus states that the radio amateurs didn't use microwave bands. This is not true. In fact, they have frequency allocations of wavelength shorter than 2.2 gigahertz S-band available for use. However, even if they weren't allowed across the bands that would be required, would be receiver capable of monitoring the frequency, which is anyone can get access to. You don't need an amateur radio license to listen to anything. The only reason they may or may not have been monitoring these transmissions is that radio hams are more likely to have the necessary equipment available to them. If he's wrong about this, then what else is he wrong about? Well, anything you can explain that he's wrong about, Kurt. And the thing about it is, you could be, it's possible that Marcus was wrong about that, but what does that prove? It proves that people were picking up a transmission from space. Yes. But do we know it was from the manned spacecraft? They said it was. It might have been from a flying saucer from the secret space program. It might have been from a radio relay. Again, this is not. It still makes the assumption that they're picking up signals from the Apollo spacecraft, as it appears to be. Apollo. This is the Apollo Detectives again. This is Jungle Surfer. Not 40,000, not 400,000 employees for what's shooting a film or here they're fabricating a space program. No way, a few thousand at the most. Yes, exactly. From within the part of NASA that was involved in this. Yes, you're right. Apollo Detectives. Rockets are bull, only little models. Your mate Alan is a complete moron or a liar. Okay, Jungle, I think we'll lose that comment. Be polite, please, to my guests. And, oh, guess what? The page is frozen again. Sweet revenge, Jungle Surfer. Oh, hang on. Oh, it's refreshing. Sorry, we're going to have to scroll down again, guys. Sorry, bear with me a moment. Oh, blah, 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 blah. You see, it was actually, I think, the Apollo Detectives is probably, it seems to be the video that has triggered the most people. It's like being Sargon of Akkad at a feminist convention. It really is. Alright, anyway, we'll keep going down. Oh, I'm getting there. I'm getting towards the end. How much am I doing? Oh, yeah, this is going to be an audio. It's going to end with an audio, definitely. Right, blah, 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 blah. Scroll down. Oh, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to have to finish it tonight, or I need to get this done. So yeah, I know what you mean, right. Jungle Surfer says Kennedy was never assassinated. Your guests are dumb or lie. What? He was assassinated. There were hundreds of witnesses to the shooting. He wasn't assassinated by a lone gunman. It wasn't just Lee Harvey Oswald, okay? But he was killed. Jungle Surfer. He was killed. Jungle Surfer says here on the Apollo Detectives, you should interview me, then you'll get some reality. Look, I did I did offer when we were on CMR. Do you remember? Because you were on Santos Bonacci's show. Do you remember Critical Mass Radio? You were on there a few times, and I said you could come onto my show. Well, Jungle Surfer, you're welcome to come onto HPANWO Radio. Okay, it's like Steve Mumbling. Anyone else? Or there's only a few people I won't interview, and that's because they're of personal reasons between us. Benny, email me bennyj74@gmx.co.uk or contact me privately on Facebook. We'll set it up. I know you live in Australia, so it's kind of a bit tricky. But if I could do Steve Mumbling, I can do you. Please do come on the show. Jungle Surfer says on the Apollo Detectives, China not attending Gagarin's talks. What rubbish! China is a monarchy puppet, same as Russia, same as USA. Gee, these people talk absolute shit. All FTM astronauts, actors. Okay. Jungle Surfer again on Apollo Detectives. He's going through multiple comments here. This vid is comedy. I can't believe how stupid this Alan guy is. It was all done at Pinewood. Rockets are fake. by Stanley Kubrick, was it? Are you one of these people who believes it was Stanley Kubrick? Because that's an interesting question. And I do address that, I think, in some of my videos. Jungle Surfer says, I see Alan is an Egyptian hoax pusher. Another Hancock, that is Graham Hancock. Egypt is a tourist attraction built by the British in the 1800s. Oh my God, Egypt is fake too. Tina Silver, you've got to say something to this guy. Please, you've been there. The ECG says, as a reply to Jungle Surfer, have you ever read Chris Knowles' blog? Donald Doctor says, very interesting, I've not heard of that yet. Egypt, a tourist attraction. Seems as though the Egyptian pyramids would be in the Bible or other works. Very interesting. Oh, come on, please, please. Oh, I can't stop tonight. I've got to finish this because this is such fun. Oh, man. It's so entertaining. I can't believe it. It really is. How am I doing for time? Okay. Cronenberg 73 making gaming fun. Hi, on Books on My Shelf Part 1. I remember you saying you were going to actually watch this video. I can change tags in a minute. And this is a great video. I've only watched Part 1, this one, but I've since bought plenty of books from your library as well as others on my wish list on Amazon. We'll watch the second part soon. Well, I hope you like it, Cronenberg. I really do. And then and here we go. This is when the Apollo Detective Steve's mumbling says, oh dear, I touched a nerve or two with my comment, did I? Ben has deleted the comment I posted in response to John Mack's comment. No, I didn't, Jungle Surfer. You've admitted you were wrong about that, so shut up about it. Bigfoot in Britain. Diane St. James Amos says, there's nothing wild and remote enough in England to hide a population of squirrels, let alone a Bigfoot. Not true. Not true. I cover that in this. When did you last see a live deer in the English countryside? I've only a couple of times. I've seen the dead bodies all the time. Now, the thing is, though, there are over 20 million deer in Britain. What if there was just a fraction of that number of Bigfoots, and they were more elusive even than deers? You're wrong, Diane. I covered this in Bigfoot in my video, in the video you see before you. Right, here is my Merry Christmas video. This Merry Christmas, HPANWO TV viewers. Interlude. Yeah, this is from Earth Dog. Is it a week since Christmas? Bloody hell. How am I doing for time? Okay. Thanks for all your videos, Ben. I like going on your trips with you. You take care out there. God bless you and your loved ones at Christmas and always. Same to you, Earth Dog, and thank you for watching and for commenting. And I'm glad you like going on trips with me. I'm glad you feel there's a sense of presence there, like you're accompanying me. That's the purpose of doing my particular style. Julian Carver, Merry Christmas, Brother Ben. Merry Christmas, Brother Julian, and thank you very much for watching and for all your support and for commenting. And this is on the same video. Arcane Rhythm Lennon says, who says I don't want it when you give them a present? Sod them a Merry Christmas, Ben. Thank you very much. That's Arcane Rhythm Lennon, much appreciated. And Scragnos says at least he gets to read it though. That's true. I was really annoyed with that person. I felt very hurt by that. I won't say who it is. It's someone close to my family, and I mean, they could have done what everyone else does. I mean, all you can spare people's feelings. Okay, if you don't like it, just smile and say thank you and give it away to to the charity shops the next day or something, on the day after Boxing Day. Okay, just changing the tag. Okay, so just I'll just stop this. It makes it. I'll keep going. Yeah, I'll keep going, and then I'll know it's 10 minutes when I go onto the audio. Right, so in the 11th half hour now, Susan Hayward-Tonkin, who has been having her Christmas dinner on the beach in true Australian style, says on Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, hope your day is wonderful, and thanks for all the work throughout the year. Thank you, Susan. Mwah, big kiss from Britain. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the Roswell books. They make great Christmas presents, by the way, if you wanted to buy some for other people. Sam Anderson said on Merry Christmas, Hiya Ben, truth, Merry Christmas. May all the best to you in 2019. Keep on keeping on. Cheers. P-B-U-Y-A. I don't know, what does P-B-U-Y-A stand for? I don't know. I can't. I'll look it up later. Mr. Mann says, Merry Christmas, Ben. Merry Christmas to Mr. Mann. Thank you very much for your comments and for your watching and everything. Much appreciated. Unite Planet. Hey, Johnny and Paul. Unite Planet makes videos of their own, and I've been on a few of them. So check those out. Merry Christmas, Unite Planet. I hope you had a good one and a Happy New Year. Sorenable says, Merry Christmas to you as well, Ben. Merry Christmas, Sorenable, and thank you for everything as well. And Anthony Morn, same to you. Merry Christmas, Anthony Morn. Thank you too. And keep watching, and thanks for the comments. Hanafi Din says, what kind of retard doesn't have Wi-Fi on their phone? Well, I don't know. You? Not me. I do have Wi-Fi on that phone. That new phone I showed you. Didgedo says on Merry Christmas, Ben, hope you have a good one. Thank you very much. Thank you, Didgedo. Nadolig llawen a blwyddyn newydd ardi. Mr. Halface says, Merry Christmas, Ben. As I said on your second video about the drones, I said then it was bullshit. I'm even more convinced now that it was a UFO that was hovering around and went invisible. Therefore, they shut the airspace around the area. Drones my arse. Merry Christmas, Mr. Hellface, and you may well be right. Certainly the drone story was bullshit. That's no dispute about that. Stephen Homeless Truth Seeker. Moo, happy Christmas. That book looks good. Well, I hope you get the chance to get a copy, Stephen. Thank you very much. And thanks for watching and for commenting. I've met Stephen, actually. We've met at a couple of conferences, and he's a great guy. And he's been very helpful, like with Andrew Johnson and Dr. Judy Wood and things like that. He's a real champion of those people. All right. Jorge Rodriguez says, hey Ben, Merry Christmas, have a good one and keep on going. Thanks, Jorge. Thank you very much. Andy Young says, oh, is that Andy Young from Raconta's News? He says, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Andy. And Mel O'Brien says, here, Happy Christmas. Despite the fact I believe religion is an evil control system and that Jesus is a myth and that it is cruel and dishonest of adults to fool kids with Santa Claus, it would be a lot healthier if they were told the gifts were from loved ones, not some dude in a Coca-Cola suit. Our civilization is built on lies. By Mel. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, if you listen to my HPANWO Radio Christmas special, Mel, I do actually go into this. I mean, I don't think I've ever, when I talked about Santa Claus to my kid, I never, when she was little, I never suggested that somehow he was real. I was always honest with her. But I took her to see him in the shopping centre and stuff like that when she was little. And, you know, I always, if she asked me about him, I'd answer honestly. And I did let her know who the gifts were from. Jesus is not a myth, but Jesus has been turned into a solar worshipping cult by the Roman Empire, and that therefore the Illuminati occupied world. And I'm not going to have a Boudica moment, don't worry. And Rab MCM says myth is more real than reality if you think about it. Well, it can be if you think about tulpas and how we create things in our mind. I mean, Nick Redfern was talking about that. Season's greetings, says Helen Tucker. Same to you, Helen. I hope you had a good one. And Cosmic Claire, and a very Merry Christmas to you too. Thank you, Claire. Happy Yule and Christmas to you. Much appreciated. Thanks for watching and for commenting and for your own content creation. Behive Yourself says, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Behive Yourself. Thanks for watching and commenting. Merry Christmas, David, as well. Thanks for joining. I know you're quite new to this channel, so thank you. Emlyn-Jones, you have a happy Christmas too, and thank you very much, and Happy New Year. And Armand Adams, Merry Christmas to you, my friend. Hope you're the Disclosure King of 2019. Oh, well, watch my next video. CL Racing UK, Ludacris. All right, I know Ludacris. Is that your new name? Merry Christmas to you too. Merry Christmas to you. Oh, God. Hang on a second. I've got to just check there's no emergencies in my email. I don't think there is. Oh, my God. Because my phone's off the hook at the moment, so I can make this particular video. Right, where are we? All the best, says Dangerous Jan. Merry Christmas and all the best to you, Dangerous Dan. The Lilac Princess says, have a lovely day and another wee dram. Oh, I did, Lilac Princess. Merry Christmas to you too. Hope you had a lovely day. Videos from the Underground. Merry Christmas to you. Thanks very much for everything you do. Videos from the Underground. Remember, Ben, we're just visiting here on this planet, and we are not our bodies, we are ageless. That's true. Videos from the Underground. And Merry Christmas to you. Hugo Room says, bah humbug. Oh, there has to be one, doesn't there? Well, Mr. Scrooge, Merry Christmas to you anyway. Have a good one, says John Barry. Merry Christmas, John Barry. And we have a thread here on that one. Oh, and John Barry says, nice. Oh, one more thing. Have you heard about the Holland creature? The one that was spotted in the woods in 2014. I live in Holland, so I'm planning to visit the place where the creature was spotted. Sometime, right, John. I've not heard about that. No, is it like a Bigfoot thing? What is it? Because the Netherlands has a much denser population than Britain. Oh, right. That's all I hear. Mike Sauce's YouTube channel. Oh, right, he's going to get involved. Great. Let me know how that gets on. Let me know how you get on with that then, John. Thank you. Edwardian Lady. Merry Christmas, Ben. Merry Christmas, Edwardian Lady. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas, Jack Parker. Ironically, it's also nearly 11 in the morning when I'm viewing this video here in Hollywood, California. Oh, right, well, just reach past Whoopi Goldberg for the Twiglets, won't you? And say hello to her. And, well, thank you for breaking your routine at some big pool party and watching me. Thank you very much. Suffice to say, Merry Xmas. And we may carry Mary throughout the year. Oh, you listened to HPANWO Radio, didn't you? That particular episode. Pain and Death of the New World Order. Happy Christmas to you. I hope you had a nice day. Stan Smith. Fancy not accepting your presents, ungrateful bastard. Merry Christmas. Exactly, Stan. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Right. David Schultz. Hello, David. Oh, thanks for I know you comment on the live stream sometimes. It's 3 PM here, Eastern Standard Time in Maine, USA. Watching the birds and deer eating. Wishing you and your loved ones a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year 2019. The new year will be a very interesting year ahead. Hang on to your seat. It's going to be a wild ride. Until then, adios, amigo. Adios, amigo. And Merry Christmas to you, David. And thanks for commenting on the live streams. Gary Robinson. Merry Christmas to you. Thanks for watching. And Harry Stamper says on Paul McCartney's dead. My goodness me, on the middle of Christmas Day, he has time to do this. The only one to come forward is Billy Shears Campbell himself to tell the truth. Well, if he is who he says he is, yes. It's anonymous, you see. Richard Hugh Harriet is probably like maybe Sir Bill, you never know. Tina Silver says on the Apollo Detectives, a marathon show but worth it. Thanks, B. Thank you, Tina. Glad you watched it all. Neptune Return says on Merry Christmas, have a great 2019, Ben. Watching your videos, I think you could walk for Team GB in the Olympics. Oh, wow, goodness me. Do you mean talk? Yeah, Chris, as long as it's not the one where there's a false flag alien invasion. Chris White says, happy Christmas. I'm going to enjoy my Christmas present. Passport to Magonia as a read. KBO. Yeah, that's very good. Passport to Magonia by, what's his name? Oh, I can't remember what his name is now. I'm getting tired. But, yeah, he was a big French ufologist. Very good. Apollo detectives. The air would escape at an incredible rate. Absolutely not. The rate of air escapes with 14 pounds per square inch differential through a microscopic hole would be very slow. Slower than the slowest tyre puncture or bike tyre. Right you are. Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. Sean Murray Rothbard says, it's great to dispute claims, but not so much by making counterclaims without supporting evidence. Well, you can actually... That's by Florence Gomer, by the way, the other speaker. Well, I'm sure Scott will maybe take that on board. The recent microscopic hole in the ISS let air out very slowly. It would have taken days to empty the ISS. The hole was easily plugged. The pressure differential between inside a bike tyre and the Earth's atmosphere is far greater than the differential between the ISS and the outside of the ISS. Sean Murray Rothbard says, that name sounds familiar to me. I'm not sure why you have problems seeing comments. They are listed in notifications. Oh, right. Okay. Steve Mumbling says on the Apollo detectives. Oh, right. I'm going to... Professor Fez and chimes in. Colin is hardly next to Professor Brian Cox. Now, I'm going to skip Steve Mumbling's comments because I have a feeling I'll be replying to them on a future video in the coming few days. Okay, so I'll skip those comments now, Steve. Please do let me know if I miss anything out which you put in the comments which I do not put in my video, because I'll just repeat the points and I'll be happy to reply to them then. Merry Christmas, Legend Real. Merry Christmas to you. Bollocks says sock account on... That's a good name. On Truth Seekers Northeast 4. Bollocks to you too. Sock account says on the same video, wake up idiot, it's the Jew world order. No, it's not sock account. Please, the whole reason I created my video Jews was so that I could actually put this point across when the subject came up. Go to my channel, watch my video Jews. It explains exactly why Jews are not responsible for the New World Order. I know I'll be called anti-Semitic for claiming that Jews are innocent, as much as you get called anti-Semitic for claiming Jews are guilty, but I don't care. I'm not anti-Semitic. I explain why the Jews are completely innocent. It's a red herring, and you've got to please, don't do what Hitler did, because if you point your finger at someone like that and you say it's your fault, it's you, you're behind all this. Terrible injustices and atrocities can occur, as we saw in Germany during the Nazi era. So please do bear that in mind, sock account, and watch the video. If you disagree with me, just let me know. I'll discuss it with you. I'll talk it over. But simply saying bollocks and things like that is not an argument. It's not a discussion. Gatwick Airport Part 4, new video. Mr. Hellface says, as I said, my opinion is that the UFO materialised around the flight space above Gatwick and was hovering there. The UFO had glitched in and out of invisibility, and radar picked it up, then lost it after going into invisibility. It's funny, this is what my contact in the local area says about what people actually report seeing there. A drone excuse was their excuse, as people may have seen the UFO and seen nothing as it went invisible. Funny how the news about this has suddenly disappeared. I hope the scapegoats who they probably set up sue the fuck out of the media and police. So do I. Every last penny, guys. Every last penny. Steve071 says on Gatwick Part 4, Happy New Year, Ben. Happy New Year, Steve. To you. Thanks for commenting and everything. Part 4. No comments. Easiest first I ever had. Happy you had a good time. Map case can also be an iPad protector. Oh, right, but I'm guessing you don't have one. I don't have an iPad, but I'm sure I'll find all kinds of uses for that map protector. It's really good of Sophie the Ports poet to actually say that. Tall White Male says, Gatwick 4. Remember Dublin's radar shutdown only days before this. Dublin too? Along with Heathrow and Birmingham, now Dublin? someone's messing with European airspace on purpose. It's clear they don't understand just who it is. Funnily enough, it's probably China. Oh, China now! It's not the Germans, it's not the Russians, it's the Chinese! Watch VAS Aviation, a great channel to keep an eye on. And there's a link here to the channel. Let's have a look. Radio failure forces total closure of Dublin Airport. This is dated the 24th of November. As David Icke would say, just a coincidence, nothing to worry about. Skating Dread says, there's something really odd about this. I was thinking they said drones. Do we know if there was more than one? Thanks for putting this up. Right. Arcane Rhythm Lennon says, there's a terrible drone going on, lol. They talk about disappearing bees, now we have disappearing drones, ha ha. Okay guys, Julian Carver says on drone at Gatwick Part 4. Great stuff, Ben. Oh, this may end up like the Skripal poisoning case. You know, there is some certain similarities in a few weeks or so. They fabricate a new piece of evidence into the story. However, like Ian R. Crane says, come New Year's Day, we may never ever hear about the story again. They may just want to push it off the papers and forget it for good. People won't even think about it once January gets underway. Well, you know, that's exactly what's happened, Julian. And I'll continue in a moment, but I'm going to have to go to audio only now, because basically both my film chips on my camera have run out, and I don't like deleting files until I've got the entire thing edited and uploaded. So the rest of this particular comments reply is going to be audio only. So we'll go to audio now. Okay, I'm back, and it's just audio only, I'm afraid. That's the way it is. Okay, so where were we? Right. Oh yeah, Julian Carver the Angel Vibes actually replied to Julian Carver, saying they might use it as an example of the trouble to come with planes being grounded if there's no deal Brexit. They are ramping up the fear initiative at the moment. Remember Gatwick, no deal Brexit will be like this. Even the police chief today is in fear. Excuse me, about Brexit in the news. The thing is, it's going to be a bit superfluous when you think that Godzilla is going to gobble up all the planes anyway when there's a no deal Brexit. So it doesn't matter really whether they're grounded or not. They'll either snatch them out of the air or they'll pick them off the airport tarmac. 69 Phuket says, oh, I need the comments reply tag. One second. Right, almost there. The couple should get a good lawyer, yes, indeed, and take them to the cleaners. They frack up so often. Surprised the rags are still soluble. I was thinking our taxes are propping up mass propaganda. If you think their accounting office, I'm sure, has like a whole entire regular section on libel claims. It really does on pay. Is it treason, says. So the police believe 40 odd people had seen the drone. They must have been close enough to know what the drone was. I wouldn't have, especially at night. So by the very definition of UFO, that's what these sightings were. Is it me, or are the mainstream media taking the piss more and more? And it's not just you. I promise you, they are. The great thing is, though, is that that over Crimbo with my family, it seems to have become, they've all become very sceptical of the BS being fed to them. Good, is it treason? Because, I mean, like I say, the no drone story is now virtually mainstream. I mean, you heard it first here on HPANWO TV, but it really did. It really went mainstream pretty quickly. No one's saying thank you to me, apart from you guys, of course. Pauline Phillips, hello. Pauline Phillips says, Merry Christmas, HPANWO TV. Says, Merry Christmas. I'm sorry I'm a bit late. Hope you had a lovely Christmas. All the best for 2019. Thanks, Pauline. You too. Hope you did as well. Neil Peel. Hey, now Neil Peel is actually the host, or one of the hosts of this particular Apollo Detectives video that he comments on. I would like to hear why the Apollo 17 flag has moisture, or what appears to be moisture, drying out. Why the command module has reflections of doors and walls on the capsule section instead of the reflection of space. Yes, good point, my friend. Good point. And thank you very much for... I've got to credit Neil Geddes Ward. Basically did all the technical work on that Apollo Detectives video. Everything. He did the editing. He did the titles. The lot.
Mistaken Tax 6 says on Penturk Update, I have lived in Penturk for 14 years and it is only recently I found out about this incident. I'm very curious to learn more. Oh great, well you must know Kaz Clark, Mistaken Tax 6, because basically it's a really small place. You must know her, just go up and ask her. Or go to see her. She'd be really keen to fill you in, I'm sure. Now, Truth Seekers Northeast 4, Diane St. James Amos says, you dress like a damn slob. Damn spelt D-A-M. Well, Dame St. Andrew James Amos, let's have a look at your channel. There's no avatar. Let's have a look at your channel. Blank channel. There's a playlist here, but there's no graphics at all on it. So I can't see what you look like because you won't show what you look like. So you criticise other people for how we look, you never ever make an effort yourself, do you? Professor Fez says on UFOs, a second reply to Stephen Molyneux. That's it, I'm telling Charles. Not Charles. Honestly, I offered to meet up with Charles, and he wasn't having it. Gatwick Airport shutdown part 4. Diego Rivera. Ben, you are droning on about this subject. Just joking. What is bad is the couple they arrested. They want to clamp down on these drones. Yeah, that was awful. I mean, those two were made patsies like Lee Harvey Oswald, only they weren't shot like Jack Ruby. Bad Boy Banks says, Bigfoot only lives here in the States. Yes, she's right. You are the weirdos. No, Bigfoot or Bigfoot-like creatures live in many, many places around the world. Even on the island of Great Britain, yes. Is Paul McCartney dead? Simon Static says the cameraman is drunk. No, I wasn't. It's just had problems with the tripod. I've explained this before. I explained it in the bloody video. John Mack says on the Apollo Detectives, care to comment on Steve Mumling's latest video et al? Pretty important chaps. Well, Steve, Steve and John, I'm planning on a video to record as a reply to it. Will that do? Was that pass as a comment? Mark B says, my theory on Gatwick 1. My theory is that private and domestic drones will be banned for various reasons. One being to reduce the amount of drugs getting brought into prisons. That's just one of my theories. They will, well, yeah, I mean, they've already had news stories about how prisoners are people are dropping drugs off in jails with drones. It was bound to happen. They tried to find some excuse to clamp down on it. Steve 071 says on my Merry Christmas video, looks like you had a Merry Christmas planned, Ben. Oh yes, that's what planned to the last meticulous details, Steve. Brian, oh, this is an interesting thing, right? This is on Morgellons. My Morgellons video, and this is from somebody called, oh dear, that's a big long comment, Brian396 and my key nanotech discoveries. If you read published documents, connect the dots, you'll see that all the issues can be traced back to the nanotech and gene depletion from the medical system. There's nothing to dispute when they admitted creating the processes in us that are causing the problems. 8 years of waving the flag to alert, and some are finally getting it. From the frequencies to the nanotech it controls inside our bodies. AZ, all in here. Everything is connected. And there's a big long list of massive list of links, which I don't have time to look at. But that's interesting stuff, I know. What we have here is YouTube Freak says on Penturk Update, you may be onto something, but you're such a shoddy, haphazard bunch of investigators, and Gary's video skills are fucking non-existent. The only thing that is of interest out of the whole reported incident are the broken trees, which are odd, but again very poorly recorded, documented and investigated. I realise you probably don't have any professional investigative skills, but please use some bloody common sense. Oh, shut up, YouTube Freak. What what an idiotic, nitpicking thing to say. Not one word. You call us shoddy and haphazard, but you have virtually no specific criticisms of us. Anyone can use adjectives Anyone can say, well, your car is shoddy, dirty, haphazard, rubbish, without actually explaining where, why, and how. It's useless. Honestly, if you two ran the court system, there'd be no trials. Everyone would just go in and they'd have the defence and prosecution would have competitions who could come up with the most adjectives, and the one who won, if the one who won, then you get a conviction. The person goes to jail. That's literally what it will be like. You bloody fool, bloody moron! Shut up. Oh my goodness me! Here's a perfect example of this. Professor Fez has come up with a massively of great intellectual treatise on my Apollo Detectives video. I'm sure you will agree that it is a quite scathing it's a quite scathing critique. Right, here we go. Balderdash, baloney, bilge, blarney, blatherskite, bull, bunkum, codswallop, crapola, crock, drivel, fiddlesticks, flannel, flapdoodle, garbage, guff, hogwash, hokum, hooey, humbug, malarkey, moonshine, nonsense, nuts, piffle, poppycock, tommyrot, twaddle. Absolute rubbish. Right, well, I'm convinced. What about you? I think you've done in with a few words. You've completely disproved everything we said in the video. Yeah. And Timothy 58 says, "Hey, well stated. How idiotic these morons are. Thank you." So he adds idiotic to the list of adjectives. Then Professor says to Timothy, "Thank you. It took some to find words to say. Ben knows this is nonsense, but he has gone too far with it and can't backtrack now. Not true." And Timothy says, "Hey Fez, I really appreciate your planned contribution," and puts his email and says, "Thanks, love." Goodness me, this is like a bloody cult. You're like Jesus. You're like, oh my God, you're like Heaven's Gate. Colonel Holt returns to Rendlesham. Oh one of my most controversial videos. 10711, a small alien-shaped face from the trees. I had a look at that and I couldn't find it myself, but it may be there somewhere. And now we come on to my most recent video, UFO Disclosure 29, maybe this year. First of all, I've got to just change the tag. Neptune Returns says, first viewer on the UFO Disclosure one. Happy New Year, says Earth Dog. Mark Hollingsworth says, in 2019, you still have the greatest avatar on YouTube, Neptune. Happy New Year. His avatar, I don't know what that is. I think that's a comedian or something. Gary Robinson. Happy New Year, Gary. It's still 2018 here in Mexico for another few hours anyway. Yeah, we got in there before you. But you've got extra time to think about... You've got extra time to think for extra New Year's resolutions, haven't you? Earth Dog says, thanks Ben, I needed a friendly face. I've already wished you Happy New Year. Hope 2019 is good for you. You too, thank you Earth Dog, and I'm glad I was a friendly face for you. Alright, and here we have John Mack. Oh, here we go. Bunkum, cauliflower, and all that sort of thing. Oh, here we go. And this is on the UFO Disclosure 2019, maybe this year. I would say the odds of disclosure are the same as you answering straight questions, that is, slim. At least in 2018 we got disclosure from Marcus Allen that he believes the moon landings. Well, does he? Then of course he does. Remember, Ben, the Germans are the men who got America to the moon. The Germans are the men... Hang on a minute! Is that what you were talking about? Marcus saying the Germans are the men that got America to the moon? Is that the basis of your claim that Marcus Allen is a hypocrite or changed his position? I covered that on my reply to Steve Mumbling, my last one. Oh, I can't believe you made a fuss about that. Oh, anyway, I'll have a lot to say when I reply to Steve Mumbling, I can assure you. Right, Mel O'Brien, Nexus publishes valuable information interspersed with nonsense such as the Charney Project. Probably a hacker having a laugh. The messages read like gibberish and the predictions are wrong. I remember that one. That was a bit strange. And that ridiculous Alex Newell fiction passed off to the gullible as fact. Well, I've read his book. It was pretty good, Alex Newell's. and the 432 Hertz scam, which I have researched heavily, being a professional musician all my life. The magazine could increase its credibility by getting rid of nutters. Oh, dearie me, there's no pleasing some people, is there? John Mack says, Marcus Allen is the distributor and publisher of Nexus, based on his flip-flopping shown in Ben's video and Steve Mumbling's debunking videos. I don't think I'll be reading a copy anytime soon. Well, as I just said, where's the flip-flopping? You've just said it was the German comment that he made. If that's the basis of flip-flopping, it's as thin as ice. It's as thin as ice in a furnace. And you're clutching at straws, John. Clutching at straws. I'll have fun taking this down, I'll tell you. Because I've already done it once. I'll do it again. And that was funny. Your avatar is like this, the symbol of the Prisoner TV series. The big penny farthing bike with the sunshade. You know, you really... If you watch that programme, you should be more sort of open-minded, I'd have thought. Right, the Apollo detectives. Florence Gomer says... while the TV transmissions from the moon would be low power, the reception on Earth would be using a massive dish aerial, and the front-end electronics would be super cool to eliminate thermal noise. Yes, Florence, it was actually the Parkes Radio Observatory. We actually brought this up for a lot of it. A lot of it was the Parkes Radio Observatory in Australia, and we actually bring that up in the programme. Sean Murray Rothbard says, did you delete your comment that I replied to? Because I can't see it. I suspect you did not, but elsewhere I think YouTube sometimes screws up what is visible in comments sections. Well, thanks, Sean. I'm glad that you actually you're less likely to jump to conclusions and accusations than Steve Mumbling and John Mack. No, I didn't. What it was, Sean, it was in the... I think it was in the... I'm actually going to look at your channel page because your name sounds familiar. The thing, it was in... it was in the spam folder. Rainbow 70 says on UFO Disclosure 2019, best wishes, Ben. Thank you. Happy New Year, Rainbow 70. And Mel O'Brien says on UFO Disclosure maybe this year. Says what? Let's have a look. The aliens who've been visiting me for the past 50 years have no intention of allowing disclosure. Confusion and uncertainty suits them. There is nothing to be gained for them to end uncertainty. All right. Well, maybe that's true, Mel. I mean, maybe that's another reason why. There was nothing to be gained for them to end uncertainty. Remember, friends don't hide in the bushes and jump out at you from time to time. They have no concept of friendship. I think they're a lot more stupid than people believe. And this whole UFO phenomenon may be a deceptive distraction from their true purposes and activities. Charles Fort said, we are property. He may be right. What an interesting comment. It's a lot better than your others. And it's quite thought-provoking, and you've made some interesting points here. Maybe we shouldn't think of them, anthropomorphise them in this way. As I said to other people who talk about crop circles and things like that. Yeah. Susan Hayward Tonkin says on UFO Disclosure 2019, Happy New Year, Ben. Happy New Year, Susan. I once had a dream where I was walking through underground tunnels accompanied by a tall, fair woman who was telling me that I was not human, that I was really Pleiadian, and the reason I was here to help people get ready to meet Jesus. I later wrote a book based on this dream. Oh, Susan, I'll have to Google your name, I think, because let's look at your channel. Oh, you have an active channel here. I'll have to look up your book, you know. Let me know what your book is. Let me just Google you. Hang on. Susan Hayward. Susan Hayward, American actress and model. No, hang on. Tom, what's it rest for? Tonkin. Karma and Kismet by Susan Hayward. Oh, right. Right, I see. Oh, I'll have to get a copy of that. A love story, a secret spiritual quest, hunted by a sinister intrigue, now amid conflict of two worlds. Belinda strives to create a new life and learn to trust in love again. Oh, sounds interesting. Oh, it's amazing to meet a fellow writer. Thanks very much. Right, Mel O'Brien says on UFO disclosure. I can't shake the feeling that these alien entities are actually plasma beings and they are using UFOs to hide their true nature. That's possible. I've often said they may be interdimensional as well as extraterrestrial. They may be more than one thing that we've generically categorized as one thing. Some UFOs are material craft, some UFOs, these plasma entities. The UFOs I've been close to glow with light that doesn't light up the surrounding area. The closest I've been is about 50 feet, at which distance they can transfix you. The last one I saw, which was landed in a field by this farmhouse, I stayed about 50 yards away. My advice is, once you see one, walk away quickly or you'll end up with PTSD for the rest of your life. Like me and my friends, who won't talk about this thing that happened 50 years ago, even today. Well, I'm sorry that happened, Mel. I really am. I know. Well, there's a lot of people with PTSD as a result of extraterrestrial encounters. Larry Warren is a perfect example. And I hope you find healing. Anyone who claims they had an encounter and wasn't terrified by this event of high striations and isn't still shaking their head is a liar. It's too weird. You don't get over it. Well, this is the impression I got from Kaz Clark, actually. She appears to be slightly... There is a dazed element to her, and the fact that she didn't get any video nor footage from her phone might actually be this might be an explanation. It does change you. She actually it's changed her life in many ways. I think she's almost like she's in a way reborn. I get the feeling. Well, that's a silly way to put it, but you know what I mean. It's strange. And Mel O'Brien says, "How about some thumbs up, folks?" Oh, thanks, Mel. Thank you very much. And Mel O'Brien says on the same video, UFOs I've encountered don't use blue lights. A blue beam is a possibility, but this is not a UFO event. Now, blue beam is simply the name of the project, Mel. It's not actually got anything to do with the colour of the UFOs. I think it's to do with the wavelength of the light, or the light radiation that is used in the actual projection device, which doesn't necessarily appear as blue when we see it. We have here a long list of links. Oh, blimey, on UFO disclosure. What do we got here? Hang in there and take pride in your integrity towards others and yourself. The world is full of authoritarian followers. This is trained, programmed, institutionally. Just know there are many others who question authority and know that something exists between stimulus and response. You're human, in my opinion. Links that might be of interest. Have a great 2019. Oh, thanks. Oumuamua. Oh, unexpected reasons to call people conspiracy theorists. Right. Steve Mumbling says on UFO Disclosure 2019. Looking forward to the response, Ben. Don't forget to include Scott Henderson's explanation of how the inverse square law would prohibit high definition pictures from the moon. Lunar dust would get into pressurized suits. It'd take an hour, from the moon to Earth. Marcus, all right. I'll get through these. All right, I'll go through this list. I'll get some popcorn. Right, you are, Steve. I won't let you down there. Steve Mumbling says the real reason alien spacecraft crash. The real reason. I've got to do his voice. Alien spacecraft crash retrievals have been covered up so successfully is they never actually happened. And Jungle Surfer says so true. Jungle Surfer is the only man on YouTube who has a similar voice to Steve Mumbling. Well, the answer, of course, is you're wrong, both of you. They have, and I've explained why on this channel many times. Oh, pardon me. What am I doing for time? All right, 11 minutes. John Mack says, not Dr. John Mack. On this video alone, I would like a response, Ben. It's examples like this which you require to respond as otherwise. It is you who is putting out disinformation. You call your mission... Oh, God. Your called mission to reach disclosure is laughable if you don't hold your hands up and admit you're wrong on those who are showcasting your content. This is all rhetoric. Stop going for me. Alright, this is... a video by Steve Mumbling, the reflection of the flag in the Lem window. Well, look, you've got to give me a chance. I have other things in my life apart from YouTube. I don't have time. I will get round to it. Okay, I will get round to it. Jack Parker says on UFO Disclosure 2019. Your cryptic statement that you are not human, you're a space alien, it means you're amongst the community out there. Anyone amongst that community we consider space aliens. Anyone who acknowledges and realises that we are amongst that community is in space is a space alien. Maybe that's true, yeah. Jack Perkins said, your statement about being a space alien could have been channeled to you as a symbolic cryptic statement. It could be. It's something that just came to me completely and utterly. What's the word? It just sort of like came to me instinctively. I didn't really cogitate it beforehand. Not a bit cryptic at all. Your cold is a dynamic process of mucus, esoterically understood. Although a clarity of our dogmatic reality of science, ultimately the axiom sees this as an enemy to our bodies when it's a reaction to anomalous investigation and continue a latent stage of adjustment from humans. Facial appearance will reflect this adjustment without proper constituent entry. As food and drink based on cravings, primarily overall health can be noted. Our breathing and not breathing is very much associated with this dynamic process. When understood, very clear to note and experience, our breathing is continually pulling snot in our storage pockets, pulled out along canals to our ears, air. Not worry if understanding, not if steady progression of development can yield boys. It's crazy. If it wasn't, stuff just pukes right out of me. Although it was serious. Alright, so that's an explanation of my cold. Yeah. Jack also says on the same video, I've had so much success seeing people transform. Alright. Cool. Discipline and understanding is all that we need, says Jack on the same video. That's interesting. Okay, here we go. This is another thread by John Mack here on reply. Oh, blimey. There's just so much. This always happens with the Apollo thing. It generates endless comebacks and things like that. It's like it's more than anything else. Alright, this better not just be rhetoric and adjectives this time, John, please. Anybody else find it hilarious that someone can be convinced in UFO craft from the planet Plinkety-Plonk? Well, that may be an accurate, non-accurate name. We're dealing with BS, so what the hell? Yet have a hard time believing in space missions. Well, I explain, John, why. Easier to live in a fantastical world, eh? But, oh, you see, it's an attack against me now, you see. It's an attack. You have clear evidence of space missions. You're constantly debunked, but you choose to dismiss it, to ignore it. Oh, you see, you're living in a world where anyone who disagrees with you, John, anyone who disagrees with you, you just make personal comments about them. I'll just pick a few little phrases out. I'm not reading all this. Warped logic, debunking your debunking. You're convinced UFOs exist. Yes, fuzzy footage, BS artists. All rhetoric. Nothing like this. And these people are fucking idiots, says Diane St. James Amos. Professor Fez. Good old Ben has painted himself into a corner. I think he can come clean, but we'll need some support. There's plenty out for him if he does. Absolute nonsense. Absolute rubbish. If I changed my mind on this, I would say so. I hate to see him wasting so much time on this stuff, says John. It's the blind leading the blind. Oh. Steve mumbling. Yes, indeed. It's even harder to fathom. Why Ben believes Apollo was fake, yet also believes we have a secret space program with bases on the moon and Mars. I'll have explained that. See, it's all personal comments about me. Professor Fez, of course, it's the usual suspects of always. Ben doesn't believe any of it for a second. Yes, I do. I would say so. Look, the grief and abuse from conspiracy audience. Have you seen what I've had to put up with from the trolls? The things I've had to put up, that have been said about me in the last 3 years make Royce Myers' Hall of Shame look like a fan club. Surely you know this. You've seen it. It's been everywhere. Right, here we go. Oh, what's this? Ian Cole. Oh, that's another one. This is another one. Oh, man. Here we go. I've really triggered them, haven't I? Shame, shame, shame. Lies, lies, lies. Blah-de, blah-de, blah. No such thing as oxygen. I never said that. Produced by fuckwits with too much time on their hands. Only mission to gain notoriety by pissing us off. How dare you denigrate the 24 brave men who ventured to the moon in 9 missions. 400,000 people around the world directly involved in these missions. Oh, my fellow Australians, I know. I've seen the dish. Oh, what? And there's a whole load of links here to various Apollo hoax websites and things like that. It's time to move. Pathetic conspiracy theories. Russia and China. Yeah, I've been through all this. Attempted to brainwash the young, vulnerable minds. Pissed off a whole lot of people. Sole aim in the first place. Sad case, fraud, lonely man, failed in life, needs attention. Conspirators. Oh my goodness me! Don't be remembered as morons. All rhetoric, and the evidence you post here are things that I have addressed before. Why don't you just explain why I'm wrong? Why can't you just tell me why I am wrong? But you can't, can you? And on the Apollo detectives again, we have what's it? See it happen. Look at the wrinkles of the spacesuit and the wrinkles on the arms and legs. Look where the astronauts walk off the rockets before they take off, and look at the wrinkles of the spacesuit. The wrinkles are the same on the Earth and the Moon. That's impossible due to 0 bar pressure on the Moon's surface. Good point. I'd noticed that myself. The spacesuit is like a submarine in reverse. That's correct. It's like a pressure hull, but the pressure is inside. There is the outer protective layers, inner pressure vessel, low pressure inner vessel. The spacesuit did expand, but its expansion did not balloon to the outer layers of the suit. Oh, right, says William Mann. Yeah, oh, that's it, okay. UFO piglet, says Johnny Smallcock again on the UFO disclosure, which again makes no sense. I don't know what this thing about piglets is. Happy New Year, mate, says Goonlove on UFO disclosure. You too, Goonlove. Thank you for watching and for commenting all through 20, whatever it is. We might actually go on to a 13th part of this. Bailiff's Out the Blue video. Christopher Higgins says, tell them to fuck off. Exactly. Exactly. Legend Real says, on UFO Disclosure 2019, Happy New Year, Ben. It's a pleasure to listen to you this first day of 2019. Eyes to the sky, Ben. It's coming, Jim K. Thanks, Jim. Bob, right. That's Bob Browning again, who I'm not going to reply to, and I'm going to delete that comment afterwards. After this, UFO Disclosure 2019. HQ Comms S65 says, Ben, I feel the same. I'm an alien in human form. I'm surrounded by moron humans who look no further than their own little bubble and act in a strange, idiotic way. Yeah, I felt like that since a child. Now in my 50s. P.S. I'm an abductee, as was my father. All right, well, these things do often go together, you know, HQ Comms. So, yeah, thanks for sharing that with me and telling me. I know the feeling. Maybe I'm an abductee and I just don't remember it. Somehow I got that implant into me. Emlyn-Jones says on UFO 2019, I was never convinced that Hillary Clinton would disclose anything about aliens or UFOs. And anyway, she was never in the military, so she wouldn't have a need-to-know access. That's true. This is where I differ with Steve. And I mean, it's true that presidents with a non-military background are less favoured by the military, which you'd expect, actually, seeing as they have a military rank of Commander-in-Chief. So you'd want someone with a bit of experience in the job. I mean, for example, it's rather like when I was a porter, they used to bring in management from outside. They brought in these little 20-year-olds who'd been to business school, and they put them in charge of the portering department. That happened several times. And it was incredibly frustrating for people like me who had been in the service for years, and we were being ordered about by these people who knew nothing, yet we had to obey them. So yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Trump also hasn't been in the military, but I think he has the respect of the armed forces because he has the right attitude. I think Anyway, I'll carry on with what you're saying, Emma. Also, I think she was using the UFO alien UFO community to get more votes at the time when came to stand for presidency. That's interesting, Emma, because I made this point at the time. I said, if UFO alien community is an entire sector of the electorate, that alone is encouraging because it means there's enough of us out there to perhaps become a political lobby group and put pressure on the government. Emma carries on. Maybe Trump might disclose something, but I really doubt it. And anyway, he's never been in the military either, so he wouldn't have access either. Well, actually, it's possible. You see, in terms of the government, there's this thing called the need to know is not necessarily decided on by rank and experience. Need to know just literally means that. Need to know. If there are people within the military-industrial complex who feel that Trump needs to know something, they'll tell him, regardless of his background. Regardless of his background. Emma carries on. The US government has hidden all this for years and years. The truth embargo will carry on in the USA. I'm just checking the time. And maybe in other countries they will disclose a lot. You never know. Interesting comment, Emma. Thank you. Right, read. What's this? Disclosure 2019. Diego Rivera says Donald Trump is Israel's puppet president, man who founded by Americans' wealthy Zionists. No, actually, Trump is King of Cyrus, medal minted, maybe English. Bigfoot will be on your show in 2019. Maybe he's a trans alien. Let's hope you don't have to mutilate your genitals. I think Trump has been compromised. I don't believe he was Israel's puppet to begin with. I think he has been compromised in many ways. I've done an entire video on that called The Counter-Trumpening. Do check it out. Rhino Richardson says on UFO 2019, Hi Ben, if you haven't already, you have to watch this movie. The similarity between this and what just happened at Gatwick is astounding. Right, this is an IMDb page. What's this? UFO. A college student who sees a UFO uses his exceptional math skill to investigate the sighting with his friends while the FBI follows closely behind. All right. Okay, right. I'll thanks very much for the recommendation. I might be a bit too tired this evening after this. Donald Doctor says on the Apollo Detectives, I'm starting to understand why I could never understand all the mumbo-jumbo from NASA. It's not that I wasn't smart enough to understand them, it's that they were full of S and didn't make sense. Alright, that's a way of saying it, perhaps. On UFO 2019, Diane St. James Amos says, I suggest to Ben and all the rest of you UFO idiots that you spend your time on something useful instead of this stupid fucking disclosure bullshit. Get a fucking life, people. Rhetoric, no argument. Again, then, you've not explained once why we're wrong. Does this mean you really, deep down, think that we're right? Is that it, Diane? Is that the real reason? Okay, here we go. Diane again. Oh, God. Same video. Before the internet, the mentally unbalanced were unknown. Then came YouTube, and now the mental marvels of the world, like Ben and his UFO goofs, are known worldwide. Same video, Steve mumbling. When you get a response from Marcus Allen, don't forget to ask him about his ridiculous Apollo 13 capsule recovered by the Russian story. What happened to that? Did it ever appear in Nexus? If not, why not? Well, Steve, does this mean you haven't watched my last reply video to you? Because if you did, I addressed that point there. It turns out Marcus was wrong about it. Have you actually watched that video? Because I'm not going to make reply videos to you until you read my reply videos. Otherwise, you're talking at cross purposes. Andrew Gillis says on the Apollo Detectives. Okay, where are we now? Just check the time. Any overhang, hood or bag in the LEM own shadow would have allowed star photos. Oh, forget the star stuff, please. That's old hat. That dates back to Bill Casing. It's a little thing they proved him wrong on. It means nothing. How about a photo of the whole Earth moving? Pics is even better with our planetary outer neighbourhood Jupiter or Saturn alongside. An easy catch for any camera. Oh, I see what you mean. Apologies. I thought you were trying to debunk this. It's that's a good point. Now, I don't know enough about photography to say so. Perhaps Marcus could fill us in on that. Plan A would be to leave a telescope and perhaps design one to drop off via chute on the far side. Rather more useful than the buggy, with retrospect to the comical waste of money. Assuming it would have to be real, which is now, you say, arguendo. Now, Andrew, funnily enough, the Chinese just landed a craft on the moon only yesterday. It came down in the early hours of the morning, and it's actually on the dark side, or the far side of the moon. And it's unmanned. It's a Chang'e 4 probe. But they were actually saying that this would be a good place to set up a telescope. See, so maybe that's true. Yeah, that could have been done earlier, of course. Right, Andrew says again on Apollo Detectives, what exactly was the improvement in battery power or AC efficiency by the time of Apollo 17 to allow 3 days travel on the surface? Wow. Well, that's interesting because it was actually Richard D. Hall and Rich Planet who's done a lot of assessments on the actual design of the Mars rovers about how they would, whether they have a proper power source, whether the power source would be enough, that is solar rays, and or whether they could operate in those temperatures. So this is another field of expertise. Exactly, yes, it's a good point, isn't it? So thanks for that, for making that point, yeah. Timothy58 says on the same video, "Hey Professor Fox, well stated. Ben the JR Porter, 4 hours to show how stupid you are. Well, maybe 6 hours could make you more stupid. Thumbs chopped off." Jungle Surfer says on UFO 2019, "Aliens, devils and religion, all mind control garbage." No, it's not. No, it's not. Jungle Surfer, you and I really ought to get married. You know that? What do you say? Right, Chris Moore says on Larry Warren and Rendlesham Forest 2017, "Was it an SAS revenge setup, lol?" No, it wasn't. Watch UFO 2019. UFO Disclosure 2019, maybe this time. That is a piece of disinformation. It's the most ridiculous one I've come across. It even outstrips the joyriding ice cream van. It really does. Okay, Mel O'Brien. "Surely that Rendlesham explanation," this is on UFO 2019, "could have been given immediately, ending the mystery of the outset. What a load of nonsense." Precisely, Mel. Utter bollocks. Utter total crap. Kaio Caldas says, "Something big could happen in this year." I bloody hope so, Kaio. I really do. I think we need it. Do we need something to happen? Yeah. Julian Carver says on UFO 2019, "Hi Ben, thanks again for another upload. Have you ever looked into your personality on the Myers-Briggs scale?" I haven't actually, but I'm curious about it because I go on videos and people talk a lot about this. I say this because I recently discovered that I'm what is known as INFJ, the rarest in the world. Apparently 1 to 3% of the population. All right. I can relate, Ben, very much to most of what you say and how you feel about the world. I'm putting a lot of my opinions and feelings down to the fact of INFJ personality types. I was deeply shocked and sad when I found out this INFJ stuff out just after 45 years of life. Keep up the good work, brother Ben. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Julian. I'll try it, and perhaps I'll do a video about it. I'm going to skip over the last Reed video. The Jonathan Reed thing is an obsession for some people. It's like the Larry Warren thing. Okay, with everything that's going on in the world, right? Yeah, you may be right, you may be wrong, but to drop everything and focus on this is really sad. Iron Non-Hebel says on Paul McCartney, "Is Paul McCartney dead?" Frost interview shows you Paul is genuine. Watch and forget his crap. Oh, I've seen this. I don't think it does. It does not prove that at all. He brushes it off really a lot, right? Professor Fairs, good grief. Of course, you people are exhausted. Good job I'm not slack, sir. Oh, Ben, honestly, been following you since Charles, but it's time to move on from this. Yes, disclosure is imminent, just around the corner, any day now. Wait and see. It's finally happening, etc., etc. Actually, I understand your frustration, but that's not a reason to actually completely give up on this. Come on, we both know you don't seriously believe any of this, and I know you painted yourself into a corner. However, it's time to join the ranks of alien scientists. What do you mean, old Jeremy Riss? Well, I agree with some of his stuff, but I think he's been very against Dr. Judy Wood, which unfairly. Fez goes on to say, Goddard's Journal, Joe from the Carolinas, Steve Mumbling and all the rest, who are calling out this rubbish. Oh, I see, Alien Scientist is actually denying. He's one of the people against this. I've not watched his channel for ages, because Alien Scientist actually, his channel went quiet for about 3 years. I think he had some legal trouble or something. I'll have to check it out again. Been there myself, and I felt the wrath of the conspiracy crowd. You are better than this, Ben. Take a stand for honesty and quit marketing this. And he get Boulder Dash, etc., etc. Oh, right. Do you really think I'm actually frightened of the wrath of the conspiracy crowd, Professor Fez? After everything I've had to endure for the last 3 years, on the stands I've made within the troll crisis, which I could have walked away from like hundreds of others have, And you think I am scared of the wrath of the conspiracy crowd? You are really being dishonest here. And you're being unfair to me. You only have to take one look at what I've said over these issues to know immediately that I thought any of this wasn't true. I would say so straight away. That is you are not fighting fair now. You're really not. Greg H says, "Is Paul McCartney dead?" Hey, could you please bang the camera a bit more? I can make out some of what he's saying. Oh, your sarcasm does you wonders. It really does. And where am I on now? Oh, bloody hell, I've overshot the mark. Hang on, okay, hang on, 13th. The 13th half-hour period. My goodness me, I'll have to change some of the previous ones. Here we go. Right. I'll change that one. I'll change the last 3. Well, I think maybe just the last 2 will do. Yeah, because I spent quite a lot of time on Professor Fez's one. Okay, I've apologized. I actually apologized and explained in the video the problems I had technically with the tripod. I don't want to keep repeating this. Mark Hollingwell says on UFO 2019, "Hey Ben, TTSA seems to be a massive distraction along the lines of good old Steve Greer." Yeah, Stevie Greer. I just hope Jeremy Corbell doesn't get drawn into this disinformation program that seems to exist. Well, so far so good. Corbell is doing a lot of bloody good stuff with the Bob Lazar movie. I haven't seen the Skinwalker one yet. So hopefully not. But I am suspicious for TTSA, I really am. Bardi Films says about on the Apollo Detectives. Now, Barney Films, I think you're the one who made me the logos. So thanks for that. If these guys were crazy enough to sit on top of what is effectively a missile, I'm sure they didn't care about the little radiation poisoning. Very good, yeah. UFO Disclosure 2019. This is from Mark Hollingworth. The Rendlesham SAS rubbish could be cleared up by John Burroughs. Surely he would have said about this incident. Mr. Clark is a fucking idiot. Good publicity for the Capel Green documentary, though. So, yeah, I have a feeling this is actually disinformation against Capel Green when it comes out. The SAS rubbish could be cleared up by almost anyone with half a brain cell within about 2 minutes, which means the fact that it's been gone viral and mainstream media outlets are just repeating it verbatim. They're vomiting it out, every single one of them, like a mass dose of food poisoning. Indicates that it has to be deliberate. And Clark, of course, well, he's doing his job, isn't he? He's doing anything the people they want him to say. Will Tobin says on Ben Emlyn-Jones live at Bufog, does anyone know the exact location of the crash? And he means the Nottinghamshire one. Yes, we do. In fact, I point it out in the actual video, Will. And in fact, if you watch my UFO disclosure, if my various other Nottinghamshire Roswell's videos, you'll actually see I've actually pointed it out on the map where it is on Google Earth. And on both of them, both crash sites, actually, the one in the forest and the one at Thieves, and the other one at the Warren. La Osa says on Dreaming Sources, Mark Devlin, "Hi Ben, thanks for the vid." You're very welcome, La Osa. On the Apollo Detectives, Adrian Cooper says, oh right. I wonder if this will get deleted. Moon landing's fate. Filmmaker says not. It's 13 minutes long. His summing up at the end of the video regarding conspiracy theories is absolutely spot on. Alright, let's have a look at this. That's probably one I've seen. I bet the summing up at the end is just a load of I'll have a watch of that. Oh yes, I've seen this. It's all same old, I'm afraid, Adrian. This is all new. This is all old hat. It's been done many times, and as I said at the end, it's a personal attack. It's rubbish. Margaret Edwards says on UFO Disclosure 2019, new sightings of UFOs are totally irrelevant. The secret space programs have been in operation for many years. Many UFOs are US military secret spacecraft. I don't think aliens will be attacking the Earth anytime soon. I don't think there'll be a real alien invasion either, Margaret. But new sightings of UFOs are not irrelevant. And I know that the secret space program can account for some UFO sightings, definitely. John Weirung says on Did Britain Start the World Wars? The saddest chapter in human history. Very true. Okay. Apart from things I get Boudica moments about, of course. Now that's the end. That's the top of. I'm going to actually refresh the page and go to new comments in a minute. But first of all, I'm going to go to the BitChute comments, and I've got one from Shelby Hughes on the Paris attacks, which says, the communist Bolshevik Rat 3 VVS satanic beast system will find a way to get firearms into the hands of Negro Arab refugees. Blah blah blah. Now, I actually explained, but whoever's behind it organisationally in this case, it was a false flag state operation. Nobody got any weapons into the hands of Negro or Arab refugees in this incident. I was not, and I don't let this be an excuse to start attacking people who are black or Arab or anything like that, because they want individuals to start fighting so they can justify greater and greater state control. We've got to be restrained and we've got to be adults about this. Otherwise, we're going to end up with a far worse situation, Shelby Hughes. Right, I've got a comment on the Gatwick Airport Part 2 from someone with the username, an amazing username, Hoax Ashian Buttplug, and says it's the Jews. No, it's not the Jews. I've done a video on YouTube, and indeed it's on BitChute, called The Jews, which explains why the Jews are innocent. Black Dog says on Gatwick Part 1, just another attack by lefty establishment on Christmas, then Brexit and or Russia can be blamed by the lying pedos at the BBC. Well, look, yeah, that's, of course, there's many reasons why this might be. And someone called Denny has posted me a link to a BitChute video. Let's have a look what this is. What's this then? Oh, it's no, I've got to put the prefix in. I'm too tired to do that now. I'll look at it later. Right, Michael Reel says on UFO Disclosure 2015 what's happened so far. This is an old video I uploaded as a backup. What's happened so far? Absolutely nothing, because there aren't aliens from space. Every craft ever seen in the skies is human-made. Not true, I say. However, I'm sure many close encounters that are explained as ET are actually shadow government technology at work. And Squire King says, explain to me how this is not true. Have you got any solid proof of an alien? I'll say yes. See my channel. And I can't put comment. Should I upload this to BitChute? This comments reply video? No, I probably won't bother. Right, Westminster attacks. Someone is saying here, oh, it's just a link to a video about the Westminster attacks, talking about the CCTV being down. That's true. And this is Rockhard 46. Both these comments, and this is a comment called. It's just a mirrored comment. So that's all. That's everything on BitChute. Just going to refresh the comments page, and see what people have been posting in the meantime. Then I'm going to call it a night because I'm really tired. Oh, there's been none. Has there been none? That's strange. Let me just go to. Let's go to my comments list. Sorry, the notifications list and check. Oh, I know. I have some more here. Oh right, yeah. An outlaw. I don't need to put. I don't need to put comments on this, but Outlaw In-Law says good. I don't need tags to reply to these. An Outlaw In-Law replied good to another one. Right, okay. Real Life Captured replied Ben the JR Porter. Alright. Where is it? Do you have an approximate time that my question is answered? It's just I really wouldn't want to have the time to sit through one of your long haul videos. I'm a busy hospital porter. Understood, Brother Porter, but in the video I explain in the tag here. Thanks for your comment. It will be answered approximately within the 7th half-hour period of the upcoming comments reply video. Did you read the tag? I explain in the video how it works. You don't have to watch the entire video. I just sometimes feel like I'm talking to thin air sometimes. Right, where we are. Gosh, here we go. This is Gatwick Airport shutdown 1. Here we are. Real Life Captured says, get a grip and stop giving real hospital... Oh dear, sorry, wrong tag. Let's delete that. It's because I copied and pasted that bloody... You know what it was? It was that damn... Hang on. It was that ruddy... It was that ruddy BitChute comment I wanted to copy. Okay, it's the 13th half-hour period. Right, I'll go back and put one on the other. And in the 13th half-hour period of the comments reply video. Okay, Real Life Captured, Brother Porter. Get a grip and stop giving real hospital porters a bad name. You were sacked for being a weirdo, Ben. I know all about you. Oh, really? Want to say more? This is not very. You're not showing much Portering solidarity here. Could you explain, please? Because I would. Just because you're a Brother Porter doesn't mean I won't block you if you start being a prick. Okay. Okay, so I've done that. Put a comment tag on that. Comment tag on that. Right. Here we go. Right, here we go. Sean Murray Rothbard says, oh sorry, Florence Gomer says, a simple rubber patch glued over a hole on an inner tube can retain a distance of 30 to 40 psi greater than atmospheric pressure. The ISS internal pressure is only 14.7 psi greater than outside. Okay, right. Thanks for the information. Right. That's it. Right, I think, are we at the end now? Oh, what's this? Okay. I believe that is the end of the video. My goodness me. Okay, guys. Well, thank you. Bloody hell, I'm exhausted. Thanks for watching another comments reply video, especially those of you who enjoy it so much. You watch the whole thing through. Stand by for some more videos very soon. Thank you for watching HPANWO TV. Good night. God bless. Hospital porters, pride and dignity. Stop the New World Order.